Now, from Atlanta News First, remembering Jimmy Carter.
Speaking in generic terms, I would say keeping the peace. I kept my country at peace during very difficult times when I was in the White House, and I helped promote peace between other countries that were potentially at war.
Right now on Atlanta News First, saying goodbye to the only U.S. president ever to hail from the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter.
It has been a busy week of preparations from planes to Atlanta and all the way up to Washington, D.C. Good morning to you. I'm Lana Harris.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum, and we're very glad you're with us. We have live team coverage this morning with Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy, who is at the Carter Center in Atlanta covering the procession. Madeline Montgomery is live for us in Americus, Georgia at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, and Asia Wilson is in Reynoldstown with another way that people are paying tribute to Mr. Carter.
We want to begin with Atlanta News First Don Shipman, who is in downtown Plains. And man, has it started to fill up behind you, Don.
It certainly has. A number of people are already here, and it has really tripled in size since we first came on the air earlier this morning. And then just moments ago, we watched as the motorcade made its way down the main street here on its way to Americus, just about 20 minutes to the medical center down there. That motorcade, of course, the family. There were a number of black vehicles and then emergency personnel as well, all being escorted by the Georgia State Patrol. Now here's what's going to happen as we make our way throughout the morning here. In just about 15-20 minutes, they'll arrive at the medical center there. There will be an event there. We'll have more on that in just a moment. But first, it's that tour that's going to take place throughout Georgia here, throughout Southwest Georgia, making their way all the way to Atlanta and the Carter Center eventually. More coverage there in just a moment. But first, we have been talking to so many people here in this community. We talked with the Parks Department, for example. We talked with family friends, people, members of the Parks Department. Many of them are family friends, and here's what they had to say.
It's such an honor to get to be part of the ceremony and to just honor our friend and the former leader of the free world. They always came home, and the town and their neighbors, their friends here, the merchants, all appreciate that.
And everyone we've talked to saying something very similar with their interactions with the former president himself and the Carter family. I was actually just talking to some of the people that are lined up over here, and one woman told me that she was here as a young girl when the president came home following his presidency, and it was a huge event then. She wanted to make sure that she was here today. We're live here in Plains. Don Shipman, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, that community really supported him throughout his life. Don, thank you for that. Now we're taking a live look now at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus. This is where former President Carter was born. If you didn't know, he's actually the first U.S. president born in a hospital. The hospital was named Wise Sanitarium, but it was later renamed the Lillian G. Carter Nursing Center after his mother, who was a nurse and did everything she could to help people. And from the hospital, that motorcade is going to travel through Plains. So this is a live look at Mr. Carter's childhood home. The motorcade is also going to make a stop at his boyhood farm. This is where he grew up, and they're going to hold a moment of silence there, and they're going to ring that bell for 39 times. It's for the 39th presidency.
So a lot of moments to look forward to in the coming hours. President Carter's procession will stop at the Georgia State Capitol before arriving at the Carter Center in Atlanta. Governor Brian Kemp, our Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, the Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and other state lawmakers will all be there, and they will hold a moment of silence for President Carter. We spoke with some current lawmakers about the 39th president and former governor. They said that Mr. Carter would do what was right rather than what was easy, like hanging a portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. on a wall with other important Georgians.
He's ran his race. He's leaving not breadcrumbs, but he has left a strong path for us to follow. I'm honored to serve in the Georgia General Assembly, and I'm more honored that tomorrow when he passes by, I will be able to thank him.
That ceremony taking place today. The moment of silence when the procession passes is the only event at the state capitol. There is a mourning shroud draped across President Carter's Capitol portrait, and you can see a wreath of white roses and lilies around the seal of the great state of Georgia. And after pausing at the state capitol, as we said, the procession will then continue on to the Carter Center, where the public will be able to walk by the president's casket and pay their respects.
That is where Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy is this morning. Adam, a lot of people out there want to pay respects, so what do they need to know?
Well, that's right. I think your point is valid, because there are a lot of people that have actually come out here to the Carter Center this morning, specifically within the last half hour, as you can see behind us, and they're leaving flowers and notes. We've even noticed people leave bags of peanuts, which is really great. The staff here at the Carter Center, they have been working tirelessly to prepare for this final farewell of Jimmy Carter here in the Atlanta area. Here's what you need to know if you do want to come down and pay your final respects. You can do so beginning at 6 o'clock this evening, and that will run 24 hours a day until Tuesday at 6 in the morning, when Carter's remains will be moved from here to Washington, D.C. Now, people will only be able to get in through the Carter Center's main entrance, and only on foot. There is no parking available here at the site. In fact, most of the roads are blocked in this area, so you may want to consider walking here, biking here, or taking MARTA, and MARTA will run shuttles from the King Memorial Station. The Carter Center is where the former president and first lady led humanitarian efforts for many decades, and you could say it was their home away from home.
He had said he wanted to lay in repose here to give people a chance to say goodbye, and so he could say goodbye before he flies up to Washington, D.C. We are encouraging people to come and pay their final respects to President Carter at his home away from home here at the Carter Center.
You heard it right there again, home away from home for the former President Jimmy Carter. Now, we do anticipate there will be a large gathering beginning this evening. You want to plan ahead for that. Also to note, I think this is really interesting, Jimmy Carter himself requested that he lie in repose here at the Carter Center as opposed to the state capitol here in Georgia, simply because this is where his mission really began, and the work that he did for humanitarian efforts was right here, and this is where he wanted people to come and say goodbye. And we're live here at the Carter Center this morning. Adam Murphy, Atlanta News First.
All right, Adam, thank you. We'll see you soon. So if you are planning to head to the Carter Center to pay your respects this weekend, you should know that you cannot drive there.
Yeah, very important. So First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris shares how you should get there and the road closures around the center.
Hey everybody, I'm First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. We do have an important road closure around the Carter Presidential Center. We have John Lewis Freedom Parkway that's just west of the Carter Center. That'll actually stay open, that main road. However, East John Lewis Freedom Parkway, the smaller stretch of this road that literally surrounds the Carter Center, that is already closed and will stay closed until noon on Tuesday, stretching all the way up to Moreland Avenue. Now, if you plan on traveling to the Carter Center, your best option is to use MARTA. What you'll want to do is take the train to the King Memorial Station, and there's no parking at that station, which is why you'll want to take the train. From the King Memorial Station, they'll run a free shuttle every 3 to 5 minutes to the Carter Presidential Center. That'll happen from 6 o'clock in the evening on Saturday all the way until 6 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. That's your best option. We'll keep you up to date on these closures and your routes in the Atlanta News First app.
Well, we hope you stay with us this morning for special coverage of the start of President Carter's state funeral. Starts already. Right now it is underway at 10 o'clock. We're going to have live continuous coverage all day honoring the late president on Atlanta News First Plus. We're streaming that on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, and YouTube.
Let's get a check on the weather with First Alert meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Saturday. If you are headed out today in any capacity, you are going to need the coat. I wanted to start here, of course, a live look over Truist Park, where former President Jimmy Carter and his late wife really enjoyed spending time. Beautiful sunshine right now over Truist Park. It's cold out there, 36 degrees in the city of Atlanta. A lot of us in the low to mid 30s. So whether you're headed out now or later to pay your respects at the Carter Center, you will need to bundle up. Around 6 o'clock, temperatures in the mid 40s, and around 8 tonight, temperatures dropping into the 30s, and that's where they'll stay through 10 o'clock. So you will need the coat. It's also going to be a little on the breezy side today, so that is going to add to the chill factor. That is what to expect forecast-wise, again, if you are headed to the Carter Center tonight. And as Rodney mentioned, make sure you are arranging those travel plans a little early. If you are going to go out and about tomorrow, including to pay your respects to former President Carter, know that we do have some changes in the forecast. Showers will be possible. Tomorrow is a first alert weather day as rain chances increase. Temperatures near 50 tomorrow, and we do have a cold front that'll be moving in overnight Monday. Behind this front, temperatures drop very quickly through the day, maybe a few flurries north of the city. Can't rule out a quick passing flake even within Metro Atlanta. You can find full details on your forecast on the First Alert Weather app.
All right, Courtney, thanks. Well, our Jimmy Carter coverage continues at 10 o'clock, which is right now. That's when it got underway. And we are ready to bring you live coverage as the family prepares to bring President Carter to Atlanta.
And this is a scene from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, Georgia. President Carter's boyhood home in Plains is just about 20 minutes or so from there. And we're expecting a ceremony to begin any moment now out in front of the medical center. That's where we expect to see members of the Carter family, along with the former Secret Service security detail that protected President Carter for so many years after he left the White House. They will all be taking place right at that location there. And you can see the crowds that have come out and they have gathered there to pay their respects. And this is really the beginning of a process that is going to last well into the afternoon and early evening as the former president's remains are brought eventually to the Carter Center in Atlanta.
Yeah, we have crews stationed all over, so you have continuous coverage and know every second of the way of this motorcade. And that continues with Atlanta News First reporter Madeline Montgomery. She is in Plains, live for us there, where you can see all of these people in Americus, where this hospital is. That's where it's starting. And so we can hear the helicopter above you. Madeline, you let us know that you could hear it too, so you were feeling like this thing was about to get going. What can you tell us now?
Lana, I'm standing behind the camera because we don't want to miss the moment that the Carter family pulls in here at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. You can see hundreds of people lining the entrance of the medical center, ready to greet the Carter family, offer their condolences as they come and pick up the remains of the late president. They're holding their American flags. They got here early this morning. They're toughing the cold weather. They've come from all over. We interviewed folks who drove in from Cocoa Beach, folks from Ohio, people who drove from all over the state of Georgia, just wanting to say a final farewell to the 39th president of the United States. And we hear the helicopter. We've already seen several Secret Service vehicles drive by the hospital entrance, and the Sumter County deputies have opened up the gates to the entrance so that the motorcade can come through here. And the late president's body has been held here at the medical center since he passed away. And so what's going to happen, we're told by the medical center staff, is that the motorcade's going to pull in, and we see it pulling in right now. So there's a number of folks on motorcycles. You can see those flashing lights. They're pulling in now, and they are escorting the Carter family. They were staying in Plains. We saw Dawn down there in Plains, and they were staying there. So we see them escorting the family, and they're in all of those limos. So they're pulling through, and everybody is gathering over by the road, waving their flags. And we had the opportunity to speak with the great niece of former President Carter, and she talked about what an emotional moment this is for the family, because when you've had someone in your family for so long, over 100 years, you just get used to them. And so you know that you're going to say a goodbye eventually, but to say goodbye now, it's just really hard because you've had them for so long. And so they just went through this a little over a year ago with former First Lady Rosalind Carter, and so they're going through it again now. And so they're pulling in now, the family, Secret Service. Some of these are the former Secret Service agents who were with the Carter family for decades, and then also various members of the Carter family. So they're in those buses right there. What they're going to do is they're going to pull up, and they're going to be getting the remains of the late president. They're going to be loading it up, and then they're going to be able to make that procession back into Plains. And so you can see everybody pulling through here, and it's feeling really like a somber moment. And the people that we had the opportunity to speak with said that it just feels like a moment where they can be a part of history. And we see the Plains police helping escort Americus police. There's EMS, there's fire, there's sheriff's deputies, and you can see the hearse right there that's going to be carrying the late president. So just a huge number of people here just ready for this huge moment. And there are flowers out here, a lot of American flags. And so just a lot of people and a lot of just a mix of excitement and sadness. And the family says, you know, this has been a long time coming and just really sad. So we're going to stay out here. We're going to keep you updated on how this process goes. But for now, I'll let y'all take it away in the studio.
All right.
But we will be staying out here at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
All right, Madeline. And we're going to continue to keep our eye on these live pictures as we watch them along with you. A very solemn day here, and we can see the procession going to collect the remains of President Carter. His family will be there to receive them. And this will be a very touching moment, I think, when the former president's casket is brought from the hospital to the hearse. At that time, it will be accompanied by pallbearers consisting of former President Carter's Secret Service detail. These are men and women who protected him for many, many years. Since he left the White House in 1981, it's customary for former presidents to receive Secret Service protection even after their days as president. And so that, of course, was the case with former President Carter, who, because of his long, long life, actually holds a distinction of having the longest protective detail in the history of the country. As far as former presidents are concerned, no other former president lived as long as Jimmy Carter. As we've been telling you, he died last Sunday at the age of 100. And so while all of these events are, of course, somber, you know, it is something that like Madeline said, the family has been preparing for, that really everyone has been preparing for and waiting, and now the moment is here. There is the hearse pulling in front, and we're just going to stop talking and watch these pictures and watch this as it all unfolds in Americus right now. Let's take a look and a listen. And we're told that the family is there. And again, we're just waiting for these events to get underway. And this is really the beginning of what will be a day-long series of events commemorating the former president that will eventually bring his remains to his boyhood home, the Carter family farm in Plains, where the hearse and the motorcade will stop briefly. There will be a ceremonial ringing of the bell on the grounds of the family farm. It will be rung 39 times in honor of the 39th President of the United States. And then the procession will make its way up to Atlanta, pausing briefly in front of the state capitol, where, of course, former President Carter was a state senator and governor before running for and winning the presidency and moving to Washington, D.C. And then, as we heard from Adam Murphy, the president's remains will be brought to the Carter Center in Atlanta, and that is where the general public will have the opportunity between tonight, beginning at around 7 o'clock, until early Tuesday morning, around the clock. They will be receiving visitors and guests and anyone who wants to come by and pay their respects to former President Jimmy Carter, as we look at the Carter family there getting set for this solemn ceremony where his casket will be brought out of the hospital and placed into the hearse.
Yeah, you know, while it does feel like a somber day, I'm so touched to see all the people who've shown up and are already lining the streets along this motorcade route, because it is so well deserved. We're going to have this coverage all day long, and we hope you'll stay with us. But Man, personally, I would really encourage you at some point over the coming days to read about his life or watch a documentary about his life. Former President Jimmy Carter has the most fascinating history. He won triumphantly, he lost publicly, and he never let anything keep him down. So we hope you'll stay with us all day long. And our team coverage continues live in Plains with Don Shipman. And Don, we know you've had people just filing in and filing in behind you as the morning has gone on. What can you tell us now?
Good morning to both of you. And I think, like you were saying, it is a somber day, but at the same time, this is a celebration of life, too. I've been talking to a number of the people who have lined the main street here in Plains, and you can see that it's probably more than quadrupled from what it was just about, say, 30 to 1 hour ago. And many of them said that they had to be here. One person I chatted with, she said that she was here when the president came home after his presidency and there was a celebration. And she thought it would be fitting that she return here today to be here for his goodbye. 100 years, 100 years old. Now, his family, one of the things I thought about when the family was going by just about 15 minutes ago, shortly before we came on the air at 10 o'clock, the motorcade went by on their way to the medical center where they are right now. The images that we've been watching this morning as that hearse pulls up right there. And you can see all of those people there, those family members there who are receiving his body. And then what they will do next is they will make their way around southwest Georgia here, all the way to Atlanta, but making stops along the way. And I keep thinking in my head, you know, what is it like for the family in that motorcade? What are they thinking of in those moments when they see all of these people coming out to be here and witness history? Guys, back to you.
All right, Don, thanks very much. We can see some movement there at the front doors. And as we mentioned, the pallbearers consisting of former President Carter's Secret Service detail. You can see them emerging now from the hospital building. Again, let's just pause and watch these events as they play out in real time. And there we've seen the flag-draped coffin of former President Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, who died on Sunday at the age of 100, the only U.S. president to ever hail from the state of Georgia, receiving a state funeral befitting a former president. And this is the beginning of a series of events that will see former President Carter's casket brought eventually to the Carter Center in Atlanta for a chance for the public to come and pay their respects. He will then be transported to Washington, D.C., where he will lie in state at the U.S. Capitol building. There will be a memorial service at the National Cathedral in Washington on Thursday. And then finally, he will be brought back to Georgia, where he will be buried next to his wife, the late Rosalind Carter, on the grounds of the Carter family home. And again, those pallbearers that we've been watching, members of the former president's Secret Service detail, Steve Miller, William Bush, Richard Kerr, Alex Parker, Jack Chip Coffey, Nick Steen, Don Witham, Alejandro Mantica, and Daniel Reich. Again, all members of the former president's Secret Service detail, who he said were more than just his security team. They really became members of the Carter family, sharing in very personal, touching moments, traveling and protecting the president as he crossed the globe, doing his humanitarian work, and in the years after he left the White House. These were very special people, important people in the former president's life, and that is why he wanted them to be given this honor today.
Yeah, and I'm sure they feel honored to be able to do this. So, you know, rural South Georgia has always been home for President Carter. It's where he was born, of course. It's where he kept going back to for years after his years in the Navy, after his years as governor, after presidency. You know, so it was really important for President Carter to be able to do this and go this route and lie in repose where he is. He wanted to give the people a chance to see him in the places that were most important to him. And man, it is so touching to see how many people have come out to line the streets on this cold Saturday morning just to watch as this motorcade comes by. So we want to get back to Atlanta News First, Madeline Montgomery.
Madeline, you're there in front of Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. Give us a sense of what it's like from your perspective, where you are. We'll check in with Madeline. We'll check in with Madeline in just a moment as we continue to watch these live pictures from Americus, Georgia, the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. We have just watched as former President Jimmy Carter's casket was put into the back of the hearse, and we are now about to watch a procession as the president's remains are brought from Americus to Plains, of course, the president's hometown, where he was born, where he lived most of his life, and where he died last Sunday at the age of 100. His family, his big extended family is there, his children, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so this is a very significant moment, and again, the beginning of what will be a series of events honoring the life of the 39th president. In just a few moments now, we are expecting this motorcade to depart Phoebe Sumter Medical Center and head to President Carter's boyhood farm. This is part of the Jimmy Carter National Historic Park. The Carter family actually donating this area to the U.S. government. And you can see there on the left there, that is a bell on the grounds of the farm where President Carter lived from the age of 4 until he went off to college. That bell will be rung 39 times in a few moments once the hearse arrives, 39 times in honor of the 39th president. And again, you can see here this solemn procession beginning, and you can see those security agents who spent so much time protecting President Carter over the years, taking one last journey with him, one last symbolic journey with him this morning. We are coming up on 10:30 on this Saturday morning, and if you're just starting your day, if you're just joining us, we're glad that you're here for our special coverage of ceremonies remembering and honoring the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter, 39th President of the United States, the only President of the U.S. to have hailed from the state of Georgia, who died last Sunday at the age of 100.
Now we want to get right out to Atlanta News First Madeline Montgomery. She is there where the motorcade is currently taking former President Jimmy Carter as we speak, as you can see on your screen. Madeline, we know there are a lot of people where you are watching this momentous, historic occasion. What can you tell us?
Lana, there's probably 200 people out here, and yet it is silent. Just a really somber, emotional moment as folks watch the pallbearers walk alongside the hearse carrying late President Jimmy Carter. And people just really wanted to be here for this historic moment, show their support for the Carter family. Now it looks that folks are putting their hands over their hearts as they step aside from the hearse and moving along, getting into the vehicles as the motorcade prepares to move along to Plains. And I actually had the opportunity to speak with former President Jimmy Carter's great niece. She's a nurse here at VB Sumter Medical Center, and she says that it's a really emotional thing being a part of this motorcade and this final farewell. She just went through this a little over a year ago with her aunt, the late former First Lady Rosalind Carter, and she says it's moving to see people locally in Americus and Plains caring so much about her family, and seeing people across the country, across the world, just caring so much about the Carters and showing their love and support and just expressing their emotions and their feelings for what all the Carter family has done for the country and locally here in Plains and in Americus and in Georgia. And she says it really just chokes her up to see people willing to stand in the cold and wait for hours just to get a glimpse of this hearse go by and be able to say this final farewell. And she says it's been an emotional time, and the family actually had the opportunity to go to the Carter's house in Plains and see what she calls Uncle Jimmy for the last time and say goodbye. She said that was a really hard thing, but nice for the family to be able to have that private moment. And then, of course, coming together today to also have this moment with the former president. And so now he's about to drive by us. Of course, that presidential seal on the hearse and the American flags on it as well, the escort by the Secret Service and folks waving their flags. A lot of silence here. You're just not used to this amount of quiet when you're, surrounded by hundreds of people, but it's just a really big moment for a lot of people who say that they're just so proud that they were able to be here, and people driving in from states all over because this was just a really important time for them to be a part of. And so the motorcade is going to make its way to Plains. The intention now is for them to be in front of President Carter's boyhood farm 10 till 11 so that they can ring the farm bell. And right now the vans that are carrying the Carter family are going to be passing us. And the highway to Plains is shut down at this time so that the motorcade can make its way through. Sumter County Sheriff's deputies are assisting with making sure that there's no folks on the road so that the motorcade can get through. There's a helicopter overhead. There's flashing lights everywhere. They're just keeping an eye on this. And we're going to go back to studio for now, and we're going to be out here just watching this motorcade as it finishes up, and we will keep an eye on this and also have more opportunities to talk to the public who've come out and made sure to offer their support and condolences to the Carters.
And Madeline, thank you for setting the scene there. And this really is a moment that will live on for people. They will be able to say, I was there. I got to say goodbye to a former U.S. president, and in this case, the only president to have hailed from the state of Georgia. And so there's, of course, special significance here in our state. But this is a moment that is being marked across the country and across the globe because, of course, President Carter was such a significant player on the world stage, rising from the peanut farms of Plains to the highest office in the land, and eventually going on and living a life full of humanitarian work that eventually led to him being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And so really a life well lived. And that is what we are celebrating today. Even as we mark this somber and sad occasion, we are celebrating the life of a man who made such a contribution to his fellow men and women, fellow Americans, not just here in Georgia, but all over the country. And as Madeline was saying, a lot of people there, she's going to be able to get to talk to them. And I'm sure that it's going to be a very touching moment, even for folks who just had a couple of brief moments and seconds to see the president's hearse as it drove by. This is a memory that they will remember, and something that you can see with those young children who have been brought there, who were not even alive, of course, when President Carter was in the White House. This is a moment that a lot of parents and grandparents will want to share with their kids and turn into a teaching moment. This is who Jimmy Carter was, and this is what he stood for as we honor and celebrate his life and legacy today.
Yeah, 100 years old, oldest living U.S. president is what he was. And so many people remember him for really surviving through a lot of health issues. I mean, back in 2019 alone, he underwent surgery right here at Emory University. He was hospitalized with a fractured pelvis after taking a fall at home. He fell and broke his hip while at home. He also battled cancer and beat cancer. So this was a man who really hung on for a very, very long time. And he has touched so many people across the globe. So no doubt there are people truly across the world watching right now and paying respects to this man. And we want to give you more information about him, just so you know who we are honoring today as we take a live look at his boyhood farm. This is where President Carter's parents settled back in 1928 when he was just 4 years old. He would live on that farm until he left for college in 1941. There is going to be a moment of silence, as Rick has been saying there. This bell is actually very important. You can see it there on the right side of your screen. This bell would reportedly ring every day, ring an hour before daylight every day when his family would get up and tend to the livestock before breakfast. He even painted that bell in 2003. And so this just has a very significant meaning for him and his entire family. And they are going to ring that farm bell 39 times for the 39th president of the United States. So we do want to give you a look at planes as well. Don Shipman is there, so he'll have a live report coming up soon. But there are a lot of people that have just been coming in droves this morning. We'll get to him as soon as that motorcade touches down, which should happen just moments from now. But we want to give you some information about Jimmy Carter. His name is James, if you didn't know. His given name is James Earl Carter Jr. So it's Jimmy, as most of us know him, though, 39th president. He served from January 20th, 1977 to January 20th, 1981. And I'm pretty sure he said it was an involuntary retirement. He wanted to stay as president, but man, did his legacy live on even afterwards with a lot of work he did after his presidency alongside his late wife, Rosalind Carter. The two of them are the longest married presidential couple in American history, 77 years. Can you believe that? 77 years. They did so much work alongside each other, which I just felt was so beautiful. They seemed like a team. They seemed like a partnership in every sense of the word. He leaned on her, she leaned on him. I think the world mourned for him when she passed. And, you know, the only bit of solace on this, somber day is that he has lived such a long life and he's now joined her.
That's right. They will be together again. And of course, he will be buried right beside her underneath a willow tree on the grounds of the Carter family home. And that will take place on Thursday. So we are at the start of a series of events that will take place in the coming days as former president is brought later today to Atlanta and then eventually taken to Washington, D.C. There will be a national memorial service for him at the National Cathedral in Washington on Thursday morning, and then his body will be returned to Georgia for that private burial service on Thursday evening. So again, a series of events really starting right now, all in celebration and memory of the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter. And as we take a look at that bell on the right-hand side that will be rung in a moment, we think about the humble beginnings of President Carter. Let's check in now with our Don Shipman, who is on the ground in planes. And Don, give us a sense of what's going on there as you all await the motorcade.
Everyone here is waiting for that motorcade, and it should be arriving here within the next 10 minutes or maybe even less than that. And you can see that there are a number of people basically lining the streets here. This has quadrupled in size from the past half hour. Many of these people are from this area. Many of them live in this town. Many of them work in this town. And nearly all of them, if you live here, you've had an interaction with either the former president or a member of the Carter family. Many of them said that they just needed to be here to pay their respects, to give their condolences, and really to celebrate the former president's life and his legacy. They will remember him here. Wherever you look around this town, you see the Carter name. Now, just to kind of give you an idea of what's going to happen next, we've mentioned this already, the fact that this is a well-choreographed event, state funeral. So they left the medical center. They're on their way here now. This right here is West Church Street. They will make their way through the main part of the town here in front of this iconic storefront area right here. And this is where everyone is lined up. This is where everyone will be likely waving, and they will likely be taking a moment to take in this moment. And one of the things that I think I'm always kind of wondering about, I'm kind of thinking about the family members that are in that caravan. And what are they thinking when they look out the windows and they see all of these people? Many of them they may recognize, many of them they may not recognize, that have decided to take their Saturday, get up early, and make their way to Plains, Georgia, because they wanted to pay their respects to their former president. You know, what is going through their minds with all of this? I heard Madeline talk about this being a somber event, and I think it really is. But at the same time, this is a celebration of life, and I would suspect that those family members are feeling pretty good when they notice all of this support right here from many of them that they know, and then also a lot of strangers. So from here, you guys have been mentioning it, they're going to be touring Southwest Georgia and making their way to Atlanta, to the Carter Center. There are many stops along the way. We mentioned the choreographed event. They are set to arrive at his boyhood home at 10:50 this morning. The hearse, the family coaches, they will pause there for a moment. They will turn off their engines. As you're looking at images here of that farm right there, the National Park Service employees will salute. They will dip the National Park Service flag. That group consisting of the National Park Service employees, the rangers, the boyhood home interpreters in period dress, for example. We also have the National Park Service groundskeepers are going to be there, and then really all of their employees. And there's a bell that they will ring 39 times for their 39th president. So that will all be happening in coordination, all well planned out, fitting for a president and fitting for a man who managed to live to 100 years old. So we are moments away from this motorcade making its way down here through Plains and greeting all of these supporters, many of these people who may have had interactions with the former president. I was chatting with one person back here, and she was telling me that she never got a chance to meet the president, but she saw him. She lived in a town just down the way, but when she was in town, stopping at the grocery store or going to the corner store here, she would actually see the former president riding his bicycle out and about. And that was very common. People here tell us that that is something that they saw all the time. He was just a regular guy here, a guy that was beloved, of course, and a former president here for the United States, but someone that they saw as one of their own. And like you heard Lana talking about, throughout all of his years, born here in Plains, going away, serving in the Navy, and also serving as governor of this state, and then going on to the presidency. But always there was this calling that brought him back here to Plains, and then in so many ways giving back to his hometown. Guys?
And you talk about the family getting a chance to see everyone, the crowds who have come out to pay their respects. And we heard from the Carter family, Don, that they've realized in the last few weeks and months that the former president's family extended way beyond blood relatives, that it was really all of the people of Plains and the greater people of greater Georgia who the former president considered family members, just in the way that there has been such an outpouring of love and respect as we remember this life well lived. I love the fact that a lot of these Park Service members are wearing period dress, so they'll be dressed, and I'm guessing that this is the way that you would find them if you were to take a visit, go down to Plains to take a tour of this facility. You would see some of these Park Service members wearing some of the clothing, some of the outfits that would have been worn back in the 1920s and 30s when the former president was growing up on this farm, just to add a little touch of authenticity to any visitor who comes down to see it.
And we have a lot of information that we've learned over the years. As you know, President Jimmy Carter entered hospice, and it felt like the world paused. And the world began to realize, hey, I think I need to start really paying attention to who he is and who he was while he's still here. And that's what I personally did, what we did here at Atlanta News First, and we got a lot of information about him. And I just found so many things fascinating. He grew up here where you're seeing, this is the bell that his family rang every morning. And you know, this is the same farm where former President Jimmy Carter first encountered and kind of chaffed against racial segregation. That was the reality as he was growing up. But he had a lot of playmates who were black. And I think that really set the foundation for who he was moving forward, his interactions, what he believed moving forward. He was known as someone who hired black people for high positions, high-ranking positions. He put a portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. in places where they were amongst other notable people who deserved to be seen. This was a man who was very clearly a man of all people, and his race for presidency was astounding. Man, I was watching a documentary recently, and he was unknown. Nobody really knew who he was. People in Plains, of course, but people around the country as he was running for presidency, this was someone who was not known by anyone, and he piece by piece by piece got support in state after state, and he secured it. He secured it at a time, maybe you were there, where the country just wanted something different. He was promising never to lie. He was promising to lead with integrity, and people wanted that. People wanted a person who was used to hard work, a farmer, a farm boy, you know, who could lead the country, who knew and who could empathize with some of the struggles that people would go through, who were hard-working men like he was and like his family was. So, I mean, we can't say enough, and I'm so happy to see all of these people taking time to stop and honor who he was.
Well, again, we have a live look here. We're looking at the boyhood farm of President Carter, where the president's motorcade, along with the coaches carrying the president's family, will stop and pause briefly after driving through downtown Plains. And you can see there from this camera angle all of those folks who have lined up, and it looks as though the procession has begun. You can see some of the security vehicles at the lead of the procession, and this will go on now. And Don Shipman has been there waiting for this event, and now it appears the procession has begun to arrive, Don.
That's exactly correct. This is what happens. There's a couple of vehicles that head everything up. You can see the blue flashing lights. Those two vehicles have just made their way down West Church Street here and have passed this crowd. And now you're seeing a couple more vehicles with blue flashing lights right here. And then what I'm beginning to hear right now is Georgia State Patrol and their motorcade. Those are the ones that are going to be leading all of this. And they go fast. They're going by right now. And then what you're going to see is you're going to see the hearse along with the caravan carrying all of the family. That family, of course, the Carter family in those vehicles, and they will watch on as the town here gathers along West Church Street to pay their respects, to pay their condolences, and to really celebrate a life well led here. Right now it's a little quiet, and the vehicles are going a little slower, so that leads me to believe that we're getting closer to where the hearse will be making its way here in this direction right now.
And we can see that big banner there.
Flashing lights.
Don, we see the big banner there, Plains, Georgia, Jimmy Carter. This was a town that had a lot of pride, very, very proud of their favorite son.
And there it is, the hearse going by right now. You can see the hearse, and now the caravan of family members, some of them in large buses, really. And you can see all the people along the side here. The Parks Department handed out a number of American flags. Many of the people here are waving those American flags right now. And this is the opportunity for this community, for people who have driven a number of miles from all over Georgia, some people coming from other states, for example, deciding to come here to pay their respects. I chatted with a young lady yesterday who came into town, passing through actually, and she was on her way back to Nashville, and she wanted to make sure she stopped here in Plains to see Jimmy Carter's hometown. We've been talking about how well choreographed this is, and this is what you're watching right now. This state funeral now underway, passing through Mr. Carter's hometown right now. And it's interesting because just moments before the motorcade made its way here, you could hear a bit of laughter in the background, people having conversations. Like you mentioned, somber, but also a celebratory moment. But right now, it's a bit quiet here as people just watch on and pay their respects to the family. And now you're seeing the end of this caravan. You're seeing Georgia State Patrol right here. And from here, they will make their way to his boyhood home, that farm. And this will get underway just moments from now. And this is where they will pause in front of the home. All of those vehicles that you watch pass by here in downtown Plains, they will pause, they will turn off their engines, and they will sit there for a moment. And during that moment, the Park Service will ring a bell. That bell they will ring 39 times for their 39th president. And this is kind of interesting too, because President Carter writes about the farm and that bell in his book, An Hour Before Daylight, and is actually has a painting of the original bell rung by Karen Berry, that is, and Randy Dillard, who is the longest serving National Park Service Plains staffer. Those staffers are going to be in attendance as well, there to salute the former president and to pay their condolences to the family. One of the other things that I wanted to mention too is I'm watching some more people disperse across the way here. I'm seeing a lot of security as well. And a lot of those security, they're here obviously for protection, but many of those people, many of that security teams, they in fact have worked the security detail for the former president. So they're here to also pay their respect. Guys?
Talk about choreographing an event like this. Obviously, this takes a lot of planning.
Yeah.
And you might be surprised to know when the planning began. According to the Carter Center, it was 1986 when the Joint Task Force National Capital Region began meeting with the office of the former president, who at that point had been out of office for about 5 years. And that is when they began planning the events that we are going to watch unfold in the coming days here. President and Mrs. Carter, of course, were able to be very involved with the decision-making process in coming up with the itinerary and the series of events that we are watching as that motorcade now continues making its way to the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park in Plains, stopping, as Don was saying, in front of his boyhood farm. And let's pause here as we watch the motorcade approaching the farm, and you can see the park's workers who are all there ready to receive the president's motorcade when it arrives. As Don mentioned, the motorcade will stop, the engines of all the vehicles will be turned off, and then we'll have that bell ringing ceremony that promises to be very emotional, and that should happen any moment now. We continue to watch these scenes as they unfold in Plains, and there is the motorcade as it gets ready to approach the boyhood farm. This is an area that is run by the National Park Service. It was, of course, owned by the Carter family for many, many years, but it was donated to the National Park Service so that the people here in this country and anybody else who wants to can come and pay their respects and visit and learn about the life and the legacy of the 39th president. And let's just pause and watch the motorcade again as it approaches the family farm, Plains, Georgia. And there is the bell. This is a farm where President Carter lived from the age of 4 until he went off to college. And so obviously this farm, this area playing a very important role in the formative years of a man who would go on to become the President of the United States. Let's listen.
Present arms.
And there it was, the ringing of the bell 39 times. Of course, Jimmy Carter was the 39th president of the United States. And the bell was rung by Randy Dillard, who is the longest serving National Park Service staffer in Plains, being given that distinct honor of ringing the bell in honor and memory of President Carter at his boyhood home in Plains.
Well, we want to hang on this shot for just a few moments longer. Momentous occasion today where the motorcade has stopped at former President Jimmy Carter's home there in Plains, Georgia. Hundreds of people have lined the streets there in Plains to pay their respects. It has been an honor to watch on our end as well. This is a man who has done so much for the entire globe, quite literally. He's quite literally built thousands of homes or repaired thousands of homes across the globe, 14 different countries alongside his wife, Rosalind. So this is a man who could not be more deserving of this day and this moment, and everybody taking a moment to pause and watch and honor him as he goes along in this motorcade, which is headed here to Atlanta to the Carter Center. We have crews all along the motorcade route, so we can bring you there in case you couldn't go out there and be there in person. But so many people, again, braving this cold morning for this momentous occasion to just pay honors and respects to former President Jimmy Carter. And our coverage does not stop here. Our coverage continues all day long. We have a streaming platform called Atlanta News First Plus. If you're not familiar with it, it is free to download. We're going to continue streaming the motorcade as this goes on. So be sure to stay with us even when we do come off air. But again, we want to continue to stay and let you see what this moment looks like. We're all part of history watching this. And, you know, this is a man who gave his entire life to public service. He served in the Navy. He served as governor. He served as the president. And then he served people just as a man alongside his wife, helping people however he could, particularly through Habitat for Humanity. In fact, Habitat for Humanity here in Atlanta are hoping you'll come by. There's 2 different locations. We have this information for you on AtlantaNewsFirst.com. But they'll hope you come by and sign a door in his honor. It's a small but very meaningful way to honor him. They're going to end up posting that door up for display. So they're hoping as many people as possible come out and sign it as we watch live as his hearse travels along in this motorcade.
You know, anytime you talk about the life of someone significant, someone prominent, someone who achieved great things, it's always good to go back and take a look at where they came from.
Yeah.
Where were their roots? Well, for Jimmy Carter, this is it. Plains, Georgia, the small town in South Georgia, the farm that was run by the family. This is where he grew up. This is where a lot of his values were instilled. This is where he became a man of deep faith as well. That was a running theme throughout his life. Very, very religious, an evangelical Christian who brought his faith with him to the White House and carried it with him in the way that he behaved and the decisions that he made. So when you talk about what it was that made the man, we are taking a look right now at one of the key locations that helped to shape a person who would eventually go on to the highest office in the land. The procession now is leaving the Carter Boyhood Farm, and it will now make its way to the Georgia State Capitol, which is, of course, here in Atlanta. It's going to be a couple of hours for the procession, the funeral procession, to get there, but that is where they're heading next. And we will continue to watch, of course, all of this play out and carry these live images for you every step of the way as the hearse makes its journey first to the Georgia State Capitol, where it will briefly pause, and then on to the Carter Center, where people here will be able to go and pay their respects to former President Carter over the next couple of days, pass by the president's casket that will be lying in repose at the Carter Center. And of course, our coverage is going to continue on, as Lana was saying, ANF Plus, our streaming platform, which is available on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, and YouTube. We are not breaking away in our coverage. You can find us there all day long, covering all of these events until the president's motorcade makes its way to the Carter Center later on this afternoon. Our coverage continues. We're glad you're with us. You're watching Atlanta News First, special coverage remembering Jimmy Carter. felt the need to come back home and to help out with the family business and to take over. And Rosalind, at first, his wife, was not thrilled about the idea of returning to Plains, but of course she went along with it. And they came back, and that is really when the future president's sort of push and pull towards a life of public service really began.
So it really is an important city for them, Don.
I would agree with you. That's said perfectly, because yes, they were pulled back here, and maybe their thought that wasn't the plan, right? But they wanted to support their family. They wanted to support the family business, and it wasn't without struggle either. There were a number of struggles along the way in keeping that family business going. And it's interesting too, because it's a small town. I can look down here and I can look all the way down the street here, and I can see the entrance to their home and the Secret Service little vestibule outside at the end of their driveway. Their house is literally right down the street here. This is where they lived and had their home built here. So it's so interesting to see such a small town and to know that a sitting president lived here.
Yeah, it seemed every step of the way, as he'd come back from the Navy, as he came back from being the governor, as he came back from being the president, the people there in Plains were there to support him. I mean, so this is literally a homegrown boy for them, who they are just so proud of. And actually, that is why this motorcade is making so many slow down stops along this route. Rural South Georgia is just so important that the motorcade is going to slow in Preston, Ellaville, Butler, Reynolds, and Fort Valley, just so people there know that he wanted to give a nod to them as well for the nod they've really been giving him throughout his life.
That's exactly right, and that's the thing. And along the way, you're going to notice when they pause in those areas, there's going to be areas set up there where people will come out and they will pay their respects, similar to what's happening here. Maybe not in such large numbers, but you will notice that along the way. One thing that we're trying to do here, as far as our coverage here, is to kind of follow that motorcade, which is a little bit difficult because Carter Center and all the organizers with all of this, they don't want to give out the exact route just for security purposes, from what I understand. But they are making their way in kind of a loop, just to give you logistics here in this area. They came down West Church, and I think that from what I can tell, they're going to make a loop around and come out and then head back that way, because I'm watching a chopper right there that's waiting and hovering in one spot. So I suspect that that's where the motorcade's going to end up and get back onto West Church right here in this area. So that's kind of how it's all kind of unfolding right now. And like you mentioned, Lana, they're going to be stopping in a number of small towns along the way. These are towns that are significant to the former president and to the Carter family. And just like the people who live in those communities want to pay their respects, I think also the Carter family wanted to make sure that the communities that the former president impacted, making sure that they were included in this process. It's kind of interesting too to see that kind of give and take. Here you have a family in mourning, a family that has lost their father, their grandfather, but they want to make sure that they're doing right by the community that he served. And you guys have been mentioning this all morning long. He had a life of service. And this is their way, in a sense, of giving back, making sure that this community, this state, has an opportunity to say goodbye.
Well, it was about an hour or so ago that today's ceremonies actually began, not far from where you are, Don, in Americus, Georgia, about 20 minutes or so away from Plains. And that is where the president's casket was initially loaded into the back of a hearse. His family members there to receive this, and there was a very, very touching series of events where the president's former security detail, members of the Secret Service, served as pallbearers, escorting the president's casket out of the hospital and into the back of the hearse. And that was really what began the ceremonies that we will be watching throughout the rest of the day today. And if you weren't with us, maybe you weren't able to see some of these images, we've got them for you. We want to show them to you now. And again, this is about an hour or so ago, and it took place on the grounds of the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. in Americus, Georgia. Of course, we know that President Carter lived out his final days at home hospice. So he didn't die at the hospital, he died at his home, and that was his choice. But he did receive a lot of medical care and attention over the last many years of his life at this particular hospital. And so it was chosen for that reason, a very significant moment. You can see the members of the Carter family arriving for that ceremony at Phoebe Sumter. Again, this was the beginning of this morning's events, and there are the pallbearers who were members of the former president's Secret Service detail over the many years, who protected him and former First Lady Rosalind Carter and their family after they left the White House in 1981. Those Secret Service members being given the honor of serving as pallbearers and helping the former president's remains to lift them up and to place him into the hearse for one of these final journeys.
Yeah, Madeline Montgomery was out there, and she said that she felt like there were roughly 200 people, and it was so quiet. And you could honestly feel that through the screen, just how quiet and how still everyone was out there for this momentous occasion. I mean, what a man that we are honoring today. His life and his legacy is really pretty fascinating if you take a moment today or in the next coming days to learn about it, everything he did, because he didn't have to do a lot of the things he did. You know, I was watching something on him recently, and it was talking about how he really tried to be the president for a second time, and it just didn't happen. And it didn't happen in a way that was very crushing for him. And a lot of us have been knocked down. A lot of us have been told no. A lot of us have failed. And it's hard, right? When you fail, especially so publicly as he did. And it would have been so easy to just go home and just decide, you know, I've done enough, and the people have decided they don't want me, and that's where I'm going to leave it. And he did the exact opposite. I have a quote here, actually. This was there in Plains, Georgia. President Carter apparently sat up after he lost in 1981, which he said, and I quote, he involuntarily retired. He said that he was in bed and woke up his wife, Rosalind, and said, and I quote, "Rosalind, I know what we're going to do. We're going to build a mini Camp David in Atlanta where people worldwide can come to resolve conflict peacefully." And that was just an idea that blossomed into years, decades of service. He had helped advance peace and health in more than 80 countries. So, I mean, this was a man who publicly failed and decided he was still going to do everything he could to turn that into a win. And I personally took a message from that. He was relentless in pursuing his goals. He took every chance he could to learn, to be the best person he could be for himself, for his wife, for his family. I mean, what a lesson we can all learn.
This is just the beginning of commemorations for the former president. His state funeral services will stretch out over the next 6 days in 3 different stages, and we are in the middle of stage 1 as ceremonies take place for Mr. Carter here in his home state of Georgia. But over the next week, there will be tributes in his honor that will take place in Washington, D.C., before he returns to his final resting place next to his late wife, Rosalind, on the grounds of his family home in Plains. And that procession that we've been showing you is heading to Atlanta, the motorcade transporting former President Carter's remains to the Carter Center, where he will lie in repose. There will be a memorial service here, and the public will then be able to come and pay their respects. And then on Tuesday, January 7th, the late president will be taken to our nation's capital. There he will lie in state until his funeral service at the National Cathedral on Thursday, January 9th. That'll be a big event with dignitaries from all over the world. And then later that day, the former president's remains will be brought back to Georgia, back to Plains, for a private funeral service at Maranatha Baptist Church, of course, the church that the Carter family were members of, and where the former president taught Sunday school for so many years. And that will be a service taking place there before the internment, when the 100-year-old former president will be laid to rest beside his beloved wife, Rosalind. So
we want to go live now to Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy. He is live at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum right here in Atlanta. Adam, fill us in. I know there's got to be a lot of people there who are there to wait for that motorcade.
Lana, the sun is shining bright here at the Carter Center. I know the staff here has been working very hard in preparation for the final farewell of our 39th president. And I've had a lovely time chatting with Jenny Lincoln. Jenny is with the Carter Center. She's also the senior advisor for the Latin America and Caribbean areas. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you spent so much time with the family and the former president. And while it's a sad occasion, it's also a celebration, you were saying.
This is a celebration of the life of a great humanitarian. President Carter is exactly what you think he is. He is a person who is interested in the welfare of every single human being on the earth. And he set out, after his presidency, to build a center that would try to support human rights, defend democracy, and look for the good in what has become a polarized world.
Yeah, and I know that not only have you worked for the Carters for many years, but you knew them on a personal level. And you have, I'm sure, some really great stories. We all want to pull back that curtain. Can you tell us some of the memories from the past that stand out to you as you reflect back on his life and his service?
One that jumps out is the fact that he and Mrs. Carter were a team. And you knew when they had a discussion in front of you that it might be resolved or they might take it offline and come back with an answer. But they were a team. She traveled with us everywhere, in the backs of airplanes with her sock feet up against your leg. And they were so personal to each other and to us. One story is when Daniel Ortega lost the election in 1990 now, that President Carter sent him a letter that invited him to come to visit him in Atlanta, and he did. But he assured Daniel Ortega that he had run a clean election and he had lost, and he understood how that felt. But the personal touch with good guys, bad guys, it was his feeling that the human connection was the way to solve conflict.
And I understand, too, you had an opportunity to play some softball with the former president, and this is quite the story. Share that with us.
It was my fellows. My then 13, 14-year-old was first baseman. My 10-year-old was the catcher for a staff picnic. President Carter was the pitcher. My husband was chosen to be the ump by the staff because he wasn't staff. And the fun part is that when he would call a ball on President Carter, a security man would say, "Your wife's going to get fired. Your wife's going to get fired." But that was a very, very personal and just a family type gathering of the Carters in planes with the staff.
And I recall former President Carter throwing out the first pitch, I think in the 90s, after the Atlanta Braves had won the World Series, and he had quite the arm. So I want to know, during this picnic softball game, how was his arm? Did he pitch pretty well?
He did fairly well. He did fairly well. And he was very gentle with a 10-year-old catcher.
I love that. And were there any other moments that you can share with us that you would like folks to know, that stories they maybe haven't heard before?
Stories of his determination, his discipline. First of all, his discipline. For example, when we traveled on planes, he would carry 2 books, one fiction and one nonfiction, and he would alternate reading them. He was so disciplined. His time management was astounding, and again, he didn't expect anything of the staff that he didn't expect of himself. He was a tremendous role model.
Do you feel like in his incredible life and service that he accomplished everything he had hoped to do?
I'm sure that he would say no, that the work goes on, and especially these days with conflicts escalating in the world, polarization rocking the United States and other countries, he would encourage us to go on. Another thing he would say is that failure is an option, and you have to try, and that's the point. Sometimes when there are risky decisions to take, he would favor on the side of risk because if you don't try, you don't succeed.
I love it. Thank you so much. Jenny Lincoln with the Carter Center. Great stuff. Really appreciate your time. And it just shows you how many people were impacted by the life of the Carters. Quite the stories, so many of them. They go on, but certainly heartwarming. We do want to point out that if you would like to come down here to the Carter Center beginning tonight to actually pay your final respects, they will be receiving people at 6 o'clock this evening. So you may want to prepare to be warm, because if there's a possibility you have to stand in line or wait outside, it will be chilly. But you have that opportunity beginning tonight at 6 o'clock up until Tuesday at 6 in the morning. And that's when his remains will then be taken to Washington, D.C. We'll have much more and many more great stories to tell throughout the morning and afternoon right here outside the Carter Center. Guys.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much, Adam. I love hearing the reflections and the memories.
Yeah.
And people who knew the former president, knew the former First Lady, some stories that only she could tell. Thank you so much for sharing that with us again as we take a look at these pictures from about an hour and 10 minutes or so ago. And this was the beginning of today's events when the former president's casket was brought out of the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, escorted by the former president's security detail, Secret Service agents who protected Jimmy Carter, former President Carter, and his wife in the years after they left the White House. They were there to accompany and to help place the president's casket into the hearse that is now making its way towards Atlanta, towards the Georgia State Capitol, which is the next stop on this journey for Jimmy Carter, this final journey that took him past his boyhood farm in Plains and will now bring him through South Georgia up into Atlanta, and where it will pause. The motorcade will pause briefly in front of the Capitol building. Of course, Jimmy Carter was a former state senator and former governor of Georgia before he ran for the presidency and won in the year 1976. And so the Capitol here in Atlanta holding special significance, and there will be a moment remembering that. And then eventually the motorcade will make its way to where Adam is at the Carter Center, where, as Adam mentioned, the public will be able to come and pay their respects over the next couple of days. And I'm sure that will be a very moving scene as we watch people lining up and filing past and paying their respects to former President Carter.
Yeah, certainly there were a lot of people in Plains, Georgia, and that is where we find Atlanta News First Don Shipman. Don, we know you've been out there for quite some time. You've been talking with people who really considered former President Jimmy Carter family. So what can you tell us?
To say family and friend, right? He knew so many people. He had conversations with so many people who lived here, and then people who didn't necessarily know him personally, but they knew of his work. We've been talking a lot about his life of service. He, after college, going into the Navy and then becoming governor, becoming president, giving back. And you talked about the struggle of losing a presidency, right? And how that could really, set someone back. Someone might say, I'm not going to move forward, and be really down and out about that. But he found other ways to give back in this community. One of those things, and we've talked about this a number of times, is with Habitat for Humanity, a number of the homes in this community being built by way of that organization, but not just here, really around the world and in neighboring communities. We talked with a woman from Albany.
His connection to the community, connection to Habitat for Humanity, which he was a very big part of. And there are a lot of homes in Albany and in this area that people have been able to get homes and be able to provide for their families. And it's really important that the legacy that he left outside of his presidency was very impactful.
And that right there is why she said she wanted to be here. She wanted to make sure she was here to pay her respects to the former president and to his family. She got up bright and early this morning to make sure that she was here when that motorcade went through right here. Right now we're watching as Georgia State Patrol makes their way down West Church Street right here, and we're curious if this is part of the motorcade or it's just more security detail. But from what I understand, it is just security detail. Keep in mind, that over the course of the past few days here, security is really ramped up. We've done a number of stories on this. We've talked to a number of officials here in Plains, for example, and Sumter County, the Sumter County Sheriff's Office, bringing in more personnel to make sure that any gaps are being filled when it comes to security, helping out the Plains Police Department, Georgia State Patrol here with all of their crews as well, just making sure all is set to go, helping to put up these barricades and whatnot, and making sure that everyone here stays safe. And then also at the same time, we know this, that a lot of the Georgia State Patrol and other security detail, they've had interactions with the former president as well when he's had to make trips to to Atlanta, to the State House, for example, or any other trip for that matter. They've had those interactions. So many of the security detail, they're here to pay their respects as well. Guys.
Thank you, Don. You know, when I think about President Carter, we think about the end of his life, the last few days and weeks and months. And back in October, the former president made history when he turned 100 years old. He was the first former president in the United States ever to do that. And these are images of the former president, and of course you see him frail. But it is remarkable, though, Lana, when you think about how, you know, for a lot of people, when they reach an advanced age, they really don't want to be seen publicly. They don't really want to be so out in the open. I think there's probably some vanity involved with that.
Of course.
But here, this is a man, and I think that his late wife was also the same, in that they were not afraid to show the signs of aging. They were not afraid to come out and be in public and let people see them as they were, even late in life.
He was working on those Habitat for Humanity homes until he literally needed help, and he was still out there. He was doing whatever he could. He might have had someone come and do the heavy lifting for him, but he and his wife were still out there building and repairing homes with Habitat for Humanity into the later years of their lives. So we do have a package for you, a story. Tracy Hutchins, she has more on this side of the story.
And they said, but you don't want to talk to them. I said, that's who I think the president wants me to.
The power of politics surrounded by the power of friendship.
I mean, when I first met him, he was too good to be true.
That was 1970, when Andrew Young was running for Congress and a youthful Jimmy Carter trying to become Georgia's governor. Both men won before Carter eventually became president and tapped Young to be on his cabinet as UN ambassador.
And he was an extremely complicated man. He was probably the wisest and most knowledgeable person I've known.
So many people have said that he was a champion for civil rights, human rights, the common person.
Well, he grew up in a county that was 80% black. He was a minority. He wanted to make life better for everybody on the planet.
From his home in West Atlanta today, Young showed me the many memories that fill his walls. The one with Carter usually hangs behind his desk, but today he holds the framed glass close.
And when was the last time you saw him?
About a month ago. His caregivers were there, his son was there, and we talked about old times. And he just smiled and grinned. It was pretty clear that he had given America and the planet his best. It was time for him to go on to glory.
Well, that was Atlanta News First anchor Blair Miller, who spoke with Ambassador Andrew Young, as he knew Jimmy Carter for 55 years, former President Jimmy Carter, I should say, for 55 years. And, you know, in 1974, former President Carter placed a portrait of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the state capitol, and that was a very symbolic act for the context of the times. As governor, he hired the first African American to serve on the staff of a Georgia governor. He increased employment of African Americans in the state government by nearly 40%. So a lot of the African American community really know and recognize him for the work that he did to advance that part of our society.
And very famously, in his inaugural address, when he took the oath of office as governor of Georgia, he stood at the state capitol and said that the days of racial discrimination in Georgia were over. Making that declaration at a time when, for a lot of people at that time, in the early 70s, there was still a lot of discrimination and a lot of attitudes towards black people that really at that point had not come along as far as they have now. But again, these are scenes from earlier this morning as the former president's security detail, Secret Service agents who protected him, helped to escort his casket and put it into the back of the hearse. This was at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, and our Madeline Montgomery was there for this ceremony. And we now can talk to Madeline, who is on the phone and on the road. Madeline, tell us, first of all, your impression of the events that you watched unfold this morning in Americus, and then fill us in on where you are now.
Rick, it was just a really moving and humbling moment to watch just this crowd of 200 or so people go completely silent as that motorcade rolled up to Phoebe Sumter Medical Center and hold those flags, put their hands over their hearts, and honor the former president and offer their condolences, their tears to the Carter family, this man who has meant so much to the state of Georgia. I told this story to some of the friends of the former president that when I was a little girl growing up in Georgia, I remember, and the fact I remember this is crazy, but in kindergarten you learn Georgia state history, and I remember making my little project about Georgia state history, and of course there's a page about Jimmy Carter, Georgia's president, our only president from the state of Georgia, and gluing peanut shells, real peanut shells, onto the page about Jimmy Carter because he's the peanut farmer who became president of the United States. And just Georgians take so much pride in former President Carter, and so you could see these people just so proud to have a connection to him and just so honored to be a part of this historic moment. And it was just amazing. People were excited to be there, moved to be there, shedding tears that they could just see this sad moment. And I was talking to people who said, you know, it's this huge moment in history. It's a state funeral, but at the same time, it also takes them back to, you know, when their mom died, when their grandfather died, because at the end of the day, it is a person, and you're seeing this hearse go by, you're seeing the flowers that are out there, you're seeing a family in mourning, and so it was just a really moving moment.
Yeah, it really was.
To speak with the great niece of Jimmy Carter. She works at the hospital. She's a nurse. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lana.
No, I cut you off. I think you dropped out of my IFB a bit there.
Sorry.
But let me let you
cut
keep
out,
going.
But okay, so I was talking to the great niece, and she was saying, you know, she said with Uncle Jimmy, we just always felt like he'd always be around because he's been around over 100 years, and we're glad he's back with Aunt Rosalind, but it's so hard to say goodbye. And they did get to have a private moment as a family where everybody got to go and see him one last time on Tuesday at his home in Plains and have a private family farewell. And they're of course also having a private family funeral at their church in Plains on Thursday after all of these huge state funerals. Of course, the service today at the Carter Center, and then there's going to be the huge service that's happening on Thursday in Washington, D.C. So many different things happening in order to honor this president, and we haven't seen, you know, something of this magnitude in so long. Of course, we did see a pretty big service and procession for former First Lady Rosalind Carter a little over a year ago, and so we had some expectations, but that all was within the state of Georgia, whereas this is going to continue on to Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. And for perspective, for those who are just tuning in and wondering why I'm chilling in the car right now, we're playing the catch-up game to get to the procession. So I'll flip the camera around and you can see we're on the back roads here in Georgia, just trying to get up to where the procession is. So it's going from Americus at the medical center, going through Plains. We caught up with Dawn, who was in Plains, and you could see where the procession was there, and it's going to eventually be going up to 75, and so we're going to be meeting up with where it is in Byron. And because of where we were, where it first began, the highway was shut down so that the procession could get onto the road and get to Plains, so it could follow its very tight schedule, because it's getting to the farmhouse, and then it's getting to the Capitol for the moment of silence with all of these leaders, and then it's getting to the Carter Center by a certain time because it has a service that they're having, and not only a service but also a little welcoming ceremony. There are so many things that they have going on, and they're shutting down roads at different points to make sure that the family and the motorcade and the hearse can all stay together. And so we are a bit back, and so we're cutting a different way from the way that the motorcade is going so that we can catch up with it. So that's what we're doing right now, and I'm gonna check a map so I can tell you exactly where we are.
Well, drive safely.
Georgia. We are on
good luck with that.
Walnut Street, and we're just yes. Oh well, I'm not driving, so we're fine. Don't worry. I'm not the one driving. I'm just chatting. But yes, we're going to be catching up with that, and we're going to be talking with more people who decide to spend their day honoring the president. And I think that's just what's beautiful, is that people made sure to go out, and I was amazed. People came in from all over. It's not just people who live in these areas who are wanting to stand out with flags, who are wanting to stand in the cold, but it's people from all over who are coming in from different states and making sure to wait for hours to honor the former president. I just think that speaks to his legacy. And this one, it was cousins who drove up from Cocoa Beach. That's almost 6 hours. And they were telling me that part of the reason they really wanted to make sure that they came out and said their farewells to him is what he did for the civil rights movement, what he did. A man from South Georgia, and he still wanted to make sure that people of color had a voice in our country, and that he stood up for Martin Luther King and put his picture in the Capitol. And they said that alone just meant so much to them, and it meant so much to them that he stayed alive and voted for Kamala Harris. And those were just some of the reasons that they said they had to be there today. And they said that they've made sure to go to a number of different historic things. They went to the funeral of John Lewis, and so this was just one more thing that they had to make sure to drive up for, even if it was almost 6 hours to drive up here. So we're excited to get to, I think we're gonna try to get to Byron, where the motorcade should go by on 75, and speak to more people about that. But I will let more of my colleagues speak. For now, we are live somewhere in South Georgia.
Okay, drive safe, as we said. Thank you very much, Madeline. And as Madeline said, as the motorcade makes its way through South Georgia, it will be pausing at a number of different towns and counties, giving the public an opportunity to see the motorcade drive by and to pay their respects to President Carter, as we take a look at these images from earlier this morning, when his family members arrived at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center for the beginning of today's events. And those towns in South Georgia where the motorcade will briefly pause are Preston in Webster County, Ellaville, which is in Schley County, Butler in Taylor County, Reynolds, which is in Taylor County, and Fort Valley, which is in Peach County, Georgia. Again, just sort of signifying the importance of South Georgia for the former president, and how he wanted to give people the chance from all over the chance to come and pay their respects. Maybe people from the southern part of the state who might not be able to make it to Atlanta to pay their respects in person at the Carter Center.
And there are a lot of people expected to pour into Atlanta for the services. Former President Jimmy Carter is going to arrive at the Carter Center sometime today. So Atlanta News First reporter Abby Casores went to the Carter Center and talked about how they're preparing.
The Carter Center wants to make sure that everyone can have that personal moment to pay their respects. We've seen people laying out notes, cards, and flowers today, but you want to have a plan first.
On Saturday, starting at 7 in the evening until 6 Tuesday morning, mourners are welcome to come to the Carter Center in Atlanta to pay their respects to Jimmy Carter. Like his wife Rosalind's service, they expect lines of people will snake around the presidential library. The parking lot at the Carter Center will remain blocked off, leaving you with only 3 ways of getting here. You could walk or bike along the Beltline or take a bus.
Carter Center is keep a 90-minute wait time.
About 10 minutes away, the King Memorial Station. It's the pickup and drop-off spot. You'll need to take a train to the station or get dropped off. There are no public parking spots. MARTA is expecting big crowds.
So people will exit out here. They'll be lined up.
Peter Bruno, Senior Director of Operations, says they'll offer continuous shuttles for 60 hours straight, with a bus leaving every 5 minutes. Many of their workers are picking up extra shifts.
I got to tell you, I was mentioning it to one of the Carter Center people the other day. He was thanking me for our efforts. I said, no, thank you. It's a privilege. It's an honor for the authority, for MARTA, to serve the Carter family and the Carter Center.
Without Carter, MARTA might not exist. In Carter's first year as the governor of Georgia, he pushed for a transit system. Voters passed a 1% sales tax to fund MARTA operations.
So he's a huge supporter of ours. He was instrumental in getting MARTA started, providing transit service for those that need it. So, I mean, this is the least we can do.
You may have to wait in line, so they do suggest you dress warm. Secret Service will be doing sweeps, and you can't carry a backpack, bag, or purse with you. It's like the airport. Anything they collect, you cannot get back. In Atlanta, I'm Abby Kasoris.
All right, as we take a look at these pictures, this was from this morning, a little over an hour or so ago, when the president's casket was removed from the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, Georgia, escorted by former members of the president's Secret Service detail. These are men who protected the former president in the days and years after he left the White House, really became members of the Carter extended family, if you will, traveling with the president as he made his way across the globe. This was not a former president who went quietly into retirement after leaving the White House in 1981. As Lana was saying earlier, he made the decision to come back and build sort of a Camp David here in Georgia. And that is how the Carter Center was first formed. And it was from that home base at the Carter Center in Atlanta where he really launched decades of humanitarian work, where he and his wife traveled the globe on efforts to monitor elections around the world, make sure that those elections were being carried out honestly and honorably. Of course, they were also, the Carters, very heavily involved in eradicating disease, probably most notably guinea worm disease, which is something that afflicted millions of people in Africa. They were able to determine that clean water was needed in order to stop the spread of this. And so the Carter Foundation, the Carter Center, instrumental in delivering clean water and saving all of those lives. We've heard the numbers estimated in the millions, people who would have gotten sick had it not been for the efforts of former President Carter. And of course, we know that the former president was very involved in giving his advice and counsel to his successors, whether they wanted it or not. He was more than happy to reach out and had relationships with all of his successors, even forging a very close relationship with the man he beat when he took the presidency, when he beat Gerald Ford in 1976. The two men forming a very, very strong bond in the years that followed. In fact, President Carter delivered a eulogy at President Ford's funeral, and President Ford's son will be reading a eulogy that President Ford had prepared before his death to be delivered at President Carter's funeral. That's one of several eulogies that will be delivered on Thursday at the National Cathedral in Washington.
Well, our coverage continues. We have team coverage all day long, so you know every moment of these services here for former President Jimmy Carter, and that continues with Don Shipman. He is still live for us in Plains. Don, you have been there since early this morning. Fill us in on what's going on now.
Well, right now we're noticing a lot of security detail. The Georgia State Patrol, for example, they're kind of dispersing at this moment. They're heading out of town, so to speak, and they're starting to dismantle some of the barricades and whatnot. And the media, of course, is breaking down. And there's a lot of media here to cover this state funeral, the start of this state funeral. I want to say about 30 minutes ago, there were still people milling about, and in the midst of all of it, there were hundreds of people lining the street right here. This is West Church Street right here, right in front of the main town center area. And just to kind of give you an idea of how small this town is, I was chatting with one of the townspeople here in one of the stores, and we're just chatting and whatnot. And she's like, "Well, yeah, some of the Carter family, they're staying upstairs. They're staying here tonight." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So that just gives you an idea of how small the town is. Everyone knows everyone, and that was one of the big takeaways from everyone that I've been chatting with. I chatted with some of the people that showed up here today. Just about 20 minutes ago, you heard from a woman who drove in from Albany, Georgia, not too far away from here. She wanted to be here just because she really liked the way the former president basically gave his life to service. She talked about Habitat for Humanity. And then I talked with another woman who lives just a town over here outside of Plains. She said that she would see the former president making his way just out and about around town, running his errands and that type of thing. And this is what she had to say.
We don't know him personally, but we feel like you do. He's one of us, and grew up down the road, a peanut farmer. You know, everybody in this community can relate to him. When we've had people come in from out of town, we would take them to Sunday school with Jimmy Carter because that was such a big deal. But it wouldn't be uncommon to see him riding his bike down the street. I mean, he was just another citizen, just like everybody else.
So over the last few days, we've been noticing a lot of security detail, the state police here, for example, and the sheriff's office here. And then, of course, the Parks Department, the National Parks Department, they're here all the time because many different aspects of this town is a national park. They were here this morning handing out the American flag for people to wave as the convoy went by. And I mentioned it earlier too, and I'm not sure if we have video of portions of that, but what I thought was kind of interesting is that the Georgia State Patrol leading that convoy, and they went racing by as they started this out. But as soon as the hearse made its way into this area where all the people are standing behind the barricades and waving their American flags, and that convoy of all of those black SUVs and those black vans full of the Carter family watching on from inside those vehicles, the convoy slowed down. And then right away, it became a bit quieter here in this one area of West Church Street right here. Moments before the convoy made its way here, it was, I don't want to say everyone was laughing and chatting, but people were talking and maybe telling stories of their interactions with the Carter family. You could hear that. But when the convoy made its way here and that procession made its way down the street, it quieted down, and you could tell that there were moments of reflection that was taking place. Guys?
All right, Don, thank you. And we've heard from some business owners recently talking about the fact that the president wanted them to remain open during these days of remembrance so that they could make some money from the tourists who he knew would be flocking to Plains to remember him. A lot of people also flocking to the Carter Center in Atlanta as the presidential motorcade makes its way there. Our Patrick Quinn is there for us now. And Patrick, sort of set the scene. Tell us what it's going to be like today. What can we expect?
Well, Rick, first, just on that note of businesses making money, I'm sure a lot of peanut butter ice cream will be sold in Plains. And here in Atlanta, it's not too cold for ice cream. It's actually a really nice day. Well, maybe a little cold for some people. Hovering around 40 degrees, 45 degrees. The sun is out. Yes, we are here at the Carter Center. We're all anticipating the arrival of the former president to his namesake institution, and this is the entrance of it. I'm going to step out. You can see, you've seen these images over the last week or so. Tons of flowers here. We continue to see families show up and couples show up and have a moment. If you're thinking of headed down this way and you're wondering when's a good time and how do I want to honor the former president, this is something that's been really special just to watch. There's been a steady stream, I would say, over the last week or so. You don't have to wait. You're not going to have to hover behind a lot of people. You can even have a little moment by yourself. It's kind of a touching experience I've seen. There are cards there. You can read them. So it's a really cool thing that we're starting to see a lot of people continue to show up. And of course, this is only going to get much busier as the afternoon progresses, as the former president makes his way with his motorcade here around 3:45 is when he's expected here at the Carter Center. Then there there will be a private service here at the Carter Center. Family, friends, colleagues. A lot of these colleagues, of course, are also personal friends of the former president as well. So that private service is at 4 o'clock here at the Carter Center. And then starting at 7 o'clock tonight, that's when the public will have their first chance to see the former president lie in repose here inside the Carter Center Library. And we've given you all this information before, but I'm just going to give it to you one more time. If you're thinking about heading down here tonight or tomorrow or Monday into Tuesday morning at 6 a.m., you're going to have 59 hours in which you can see the former president lie in repose. It is a closed casket. You cannot park here on site. So public transportation is the way to go. You can walk or ride your bike up here or take MARTA to the King Memorial Station. Free shuttles. They will bring you here. But we're all anticipating the former president's arrival. Things are really just starting to gain a little bit momentum. It will be a few more hours before we really expect things to really heat up here. Rick?
All right, Patrick, thanks very much. We'll check back with Patrick, of course, as the day goes on. And a lot of people are going to be wanting to come to the Carter Center to pay their respects, but they've got to plan ahead.
Absolutely, because you can't just drive there. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people, not a lot of parking, and some roads are closed around that area. So we have First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris here to help you get around that.
Hey everybody, I'm First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. We do have an important road closure around the Carter Presidential Center. We have John Lewis Freedom Parkway that's just west of the Carter Center. That'll actually stay open, that main road. However, East John Lewis Freedom Parkway, the smaller stretch of this road that literally surrounds the Carter Center, that is already closed and will stay closed until noon on Tuesday, stretching all the way up to Moreland Avenue. Now, if you plan on traveling to the Carter Center, your best option is to use MARTA. What you'll want to do is take the train to the King Memorial Station, and there's no parking at that station, which is why you'll want to take the train. From the King Memorial Station, they'll run a free shuttle every 3 to 5 minutes to the Carter Presidential Center. That'll happen from 6 o'clock in the evening on Saturday all the way until 6 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. That's your best option. We'll keep you up to date on these closures and your routes in the Atlanta News First app.
All right, good stuff. And this is the scene from earlier this morning as the bell on the grounds of the Carter Boyhood Farm were rung 39 times in honor of the 39th President of the United States. A very touching moment here, and you can see that's Randy Dillard who was ringing the bell. He's actually the longest serving National Park Service Plains staffer being given the honor of ringing the bell in memory of the former president.
And this was a very important bell for former President Jimmy Carter. Apparently, this bell would ring an hour before daylight every day when the family would get up and tend to the livestock before breakfast. He painted this bell in 2003. The same farm bell is being rung here on your screen right now, and it just gives us a little piece into what life was like for former President Jimmy Carter as he grew up there. He actually grew up on the family farm in Archery. It's 3 miles outside of Plains, and he was born October 1st, 1924, during the Great Depression. So while he was the first U.S. president to be born in a hospital, his boyhood on the farm, I mean, it was actually more reflective of an earlier era. There was no electricity or indoor plumbing until he was in his teens. So this is the kind of life he lived growing up. He spent a lot of time, of course, on the farm, in the woods, growing up playing with his friends out there. He just had a normal Southern Georgia boy childhood and became the President of the United States. It's really just so incredible when you think about it.
It really is. And I was reading about what a momentous occasion it was when President Carter's father was able to sort of rig the plumbing so that they were able to take showers inside the home. That was the first. They weren't able to do that for a long time until President Carter's father was able to make that change there. They didn't have any hot water for the showers, but it really didn't bother them at all because at least they were able to get showered inside the house as opposed to having to go to a facility outside of their home. And we take a look. This is, of course, the Georgia State Capitol. You see the flags there at half staff. Once word crossed that the former president had died, President Biden declared a period of national mourning for 30 days for flags across the United States to be flown at half staff in memory and tribute to former President Carter. This is the scene in Atlanta. That is also the scene at the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. As we take a look, you can see the flag on top of the White House there at half staff. It will remain so through the coming days and weeks during that 30-day period of mourning as we get set to say our goodbyes to former President Jimmy Carter, who is on his way right now to the Carter Center in Atlanta. Our coverage continuing right here on ANF Plus in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. For our live coverage of remembering ceremonies, remembering the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter.
So this is just the beginning of the commemorations for the former president. His state funeral services will stretch over 6 days in 3 stages. So we're in the middle of stage 1. The ceremonies are taking place for Mr. Carter here in his home state of Georgia, of course. And over the next week, tributes in his honor will also happen in Washington, D.C. before he returns to his final resting place in Plains. So that procession is headed our way as we speak. We have been there since Americus this morning when his hearse was loaded in and that motorcade started making its way through Plains and towards us here in Atlanta. And the motorcade transporting former President Carter is going to the Carter Center in for a memorial service. And he wanted to be there instead of the state capitol because this was a place that was very important to him. He did a lot of good work, decades of work here, and that's where he wanted people to come and see him and remember him the most, which is just so beautiful. And after that service, he's going to lie in repose until Tuesday, January the 7th. The late president will then be taken to our nation's capital, where he's going to lie in state in D.C. until his funeral service on January 9th. Later that day, his remains are going to be brought back to Plains, Georgia, for a private funeral service at Maranatha Baptist Church. The 100-year-old will be laid to rest beside his beloved wife, Rosalind.
Well, one of the biggest parts of the president's legacy, of course, is going to be his work with Habitat for Humanity.
Yes.
Something that he and his late wife, Rosalind, dedicated themselves to on a regular basis. And think about it over the years, how many times you saw President Carter showing up, hammer in hand,
yes.
Sawing pieces of wood, putting up plywood and drywall and sheetrock and you name it. He was very, very hands-on. This is not an organization that he started, but he realized very quickly that it was a nonprofit that he could lend his name to and help to bring attention to spread the good work that Habitat for Humanity does here in this country and around the world. This is one of their restore facilities here in Atlanta. One of the ways that people can come and pay their respects to the former president and honor his life is by going to this particular restore facility in Atlanta and a couple of others around the state of Georgia. And again, this was a cause that was very near and dear to the Carters And Atlanta News First Patrick Quinn has more about their relationship with Habitat for Humanity.
The sound of service. President Jimmy Carter and former First Lady Rosalind Carter helped build and repair 4,447 homes across 14 countries, including here in Haiti in 2011. And in 2019 in Nashville, Tennessee, at 95 years old, Carter's dedication on display. A black eye and 14 stitches couldn't stop him from lending a helping hand.
We've always got more out of it than we put into it.
And in Atlanta, Habitat for Humanity just dedicated these 6 new homes along newly minted Carter Way, named after the former president.
I think about him every time I write down my address.
Ebony and her family just moved in last month. She said she's forever grateful to Habitat and the former president.
Just being able to find affordable housing, safe housing, my children have the ability to play outside.
For Carter, his partnership with Habitat in Atlanta spanned decades. In 1988, the Carters helped build 21 homes in the Edgewood neighborhood.
He has been such an incredible champion for our mission here at Atlanta Habitat across the entire Habitat network. But what an amazing humanitarian.
Rosalind Merrick, CEO and president of Atlanta Habitat, said arguably more impactful than President Carter's handiwork was him shining a spotlight on the housing crisis, an issue still very much front and center in Atlanta.
The spirit of everything that he stood for is so core to our mission and the work that we continue today.
We greatly, greatly appreciate him. Thank you, President Carter, for everything you have done for us.
Okay, so we have got to get to Atlanta News First, Asia Wilson. Asia, you couldn't see that package, but President Carter was literally sitting there in his older years with a bruise under his eye and still out there working on those Habitat for Humanity houses. It is just incredible. And this morning through the next couple of days, you're about to tell people about how they can do something special in honor of the former president.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I actually spent some time in South Georgia reporting in Americus, Plains, Albany, Georgia as well. And I've been in former President Carter's presence along with his wife as well. And I've seen them busy at work and impacting so many lives there. But also here today at the Atlanta Restore, as soon as you walk into the store, you'll be able to see a sign pointing to the back of the store showing people where that door is, a memorial door where people can come in and sign and just basically pay their respects in another form here at the Atlanta Habitat Restore here, but also at the South Fulton location as well. You can do it here at the Atlanta Restore between now and Thursday, January 9th, and then at the South Fulton Restore between January 9th and January 16th. So a lot of people have been touched by the service that they have provided in this community in 14 countries. I know that they've helped and had their hand in rebuilding and helping homes in, I guess, nearly 4,500 homes across the country, across the nation, the world. So if you want to pay your respects, you can do it right here at the Atlanta Restore. We are live in Southeast Atlanta. Asia Wilson, Atlanta News First.
All right, Asia, thank you. I'm sure a lot of people are going to come and do that.
Oh, yeah.
To pay their respects to President Carter. You know, the town of Plains, obviously where former president lived and where he died and where he will be buried. Really, Jimmy Carter put Plains on the map.
Really, yeah.
A very small town in South Georgia that probably the rest of the country, most of the country had not ever heard of before until all of a sudden there was a president who hailed from there. As we take a look at these images from earlier this morning, people lining the streets, waiting for the president's motorcade to make its way through downtown Plains, which it did, of course. But you see people, young and old, coming out, a lot of parents and grandparents bringing the children to witness a moment in history. This is really an opportunity that you don't get very often, to say goodbye to a former United States president, and of course here in Georgia, the only president to have hailed from our state. And so a lot of people taking this opportunity to come and pay their respects. Our Don Shipman has been there for all of it, and he joins us once again. And I'm sure things have quieted down a little bit from an hour or so ago when the motorcade was making its way through. But talk to us about Plains, how it's been gearing up for this day, and about the legacy that the former president leaves behind and the stamp that he made on that town.
Well, I can tell you right now that it's back to business as usual here in Plains in many respects. For example, there's a business over there along, basically on the corner over there. They play music outside. You didn't hear that music earlier this morning as everything was getting ready and they were getting ready for the procession to go down West Church Street here. You did not hear that music, but now that music is back on. The businesses, they have been open throughout all of this, from what I understand, from what I could tell. I could see the open sign. And yeah, that's what Plains is all about. And that's one thing I think it was you, Rick, that mentioned that the former president didn't want everything to stop here in Plains for this event. This is a state funeral, so there is some pomp and circumstance. It is well planned out. When we tell you that we were told that the convoy would make its way to the medical center there by 10:15. We watched it go by here at 10 o'clock. It takes 15-20 minutes to get to the medical center. It would stay there for 15 minutes. It left at 10:15. So it was very, everything was right on cue, then making its way here, which was really an incredible sight to see, because you knew that so many people who were lining the streets here, they were here because they wanted to pay their respects, and they were given an opportunity to do just that. You guys had mentioned too that the business is staying open. Yesterday while I was here, I was walking along and I was just checking out some of the businesses. There's a great store over here that has a number of political signs, and I was kind of canvassing the store. And it's nonpartisan, by the way. I thought that was kind of interesting. There's from all sides, basically. But you would see the bumper stickers and all the different stickers and stuff like that, and pins. Great little store to go into and check out and go down memory lane. Then there's an antique store. I went in there. Like you mentioned, they were open, and I spent some money in there. It's just a great little town, and it's a town, like you mentioned, that maybe a lot of people didn't hear about it, but they know about Plains, Georgia now. Jimmy Carter growing up here and leaving to go off to college and starting a life elsewhere, but then summoned back here to take over the family business and doing just that. And then the struggles of running that family business, keeping it afloat and finding unique ways in ways to do that. And then finding ways to help out this community. We talk about his love for the medical community, for example, making sure that there was places where people could go in rural communities, rural health care. Definitely a problem, not just here in rural Georgia, but across the country for that matter. Making sure that there are hospitals where doctors can be trained in more rural parts of our country, and that's happening right here in Southwest Georgia. And that has a lot to do with Jimmy Carter's passion for the medical industry and making sure that people are healthy, and making sure that it's not just people who are living in large cities that are staying healthy and have access to health care, making sure that people in his hometown have access to health care. So you will see his name everywhere here, and you will also know the lasting legacy that he leaves behind. Guys?
Don, thank you.
Well, President Carter obviously traveled the world in his lifetime, and he just kept going back to where it all started for him there in Plains, where Don Shipman just was. But we have done a lot of digging on this, and Atlanta News First anchor Sean Gables has more on his story.
It is in some ways the same now as it was 80 years ago. To stroll around downtown Plains in the 21st century is to walk virtually the same steps Jimmy Carter would have walked as a young boy. The same country roads and storefronts, the same farm on which Carter grew up, forever preserved as a National Historic Site.
This is where he lived from the age of 4.
With park rangers like Randy Dillard helping tell the Carter family story.
In 1928, they had no electricity or running water, so you see the outhouse here in the backyard. Of course, the Carters lived off the land.
For Jimmy and his siblings, it was a life of hard work. Their father Earl and mother Lillian demanded nothing less than a full day's labor on top of excellence in school and regular attendance at church. In the evening, if they wanted chicken for dinner, they had to go out back and catch one.
Growing up, President Carter thought...
Dillard says perhaps more important than the work ethic President Carter learned on his father's peanut farm were the character traits he developed. At a time when segregation was still the rule, Carter's parents went against the grain in what they taught Jimmy.
This place was very significant in the fact that as a young child, he would help his mother take care of the African-American residents in this area. And Miss Lillian taught all of her children to take care of those people.
They were the principles Carter took with him to the governor's chair at the Capitol, where in 1971, he announced in his inaugural speech that the time for discrimination in Georgia was over. And even as he ascended to the presidency of the United States, Carter never forgot where he came from. The experience he gained while serving on the school board in Sumter County helped pave the way for his career in politics and service to the world.
It's hard for me to say how much it must mean to him. The thought that he didn't think of going anywhere else when he retired from the presidency. From what he says, he just always wanted to come back to Plains.
Friends like Elaine Halgabook knew President Carter from their days as children. She recalls when he first asked her friend Rosalind Smith out for a date. Carter and Smith were engaged not long after. Their marriage, born in Plains.
We all knew each other from the beginning of our lives. We had to sort of pinch ourselves to realize that the Jimmy from Plains was the Jimmy in the White House.
Even she was surprised when in his later years, President Carter spent more and more time back home. He was often seen walking the streets of Plains with Rosalind.
You take for granted ability.
And he continued teaching Sunday school at his church until he was no longer able to serve. In the end, his life revolved around the town he treasured so deeply, the town that helped shape the man who would become president.
And, you know, one could argue that his humble beginnings really shaped who he was and how he looked at the world. And it almost seemed like he was ahead of his time with some of the quotes he said over the years. And on this day that we are remembering him, I hope you'll remember these words. I want to share two quotes from a speech he gave in 1979. You won't even believe how relevant they are. This was from what was called the Malaise speech. The first one, and I quote, says, "In a nation that was proud of hard work, strong families, close-knit communities, and our faith in God, too many of us now tend to worship self-indulgence and consumption. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns." The second one, "As you know, there is a growing disrespect for government and for churches and for schools, the news media, and other institutions. This is not a message of happiness or reassurance, but it is a truth and it is a warning." So that is from 1979. And fast forward to 2022, he wrote in part, "I now fear that what we have fought so hard to achieve globally, the right to free, fair elections, unhindered by strongman politicians who seek nothing more than to grow their own power, has become dangerously fragile at home." Coming out of the quote here, I think we can all say both sides have accused each other of that. And another quote, "Our great nation now teeters on the brink of a widening abyss. Without immediate action, we are at genuine risk of civil conflict and losing our precious democracy. Americans must set aside differences and work together before it is too late." And I felt that was particularly important to share as we've just seen two very awful events this week, a terrorist attack and a Cybertruck explosion. And you just get this sense that, you know, what's happening here in America. All these years ago, former President Jimmy Carter tried to tell everybody, hey, let's take a look at each other and let's welcome each other as humans, as Americans, as we are all on the same team. And he did a lot of work to put his money where his mouth was, especially at the Carter Center, where he worked for decades to make the world a better place here and abroad. And we want to go live now to Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy. He is live at the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum here in Atlanta. Adam, what's happening there now?
Well, good afternoon, Lana. I can tell you right now, all is calm before there's much more activity coming this afternoon. We do know around 3:30, 3:45 or so, that is when we expect the remains of Jimmy Carter and the motorcade to arrive here at the Carter Center in Atlanta. There will be a service inside. We understand the governor will be here. We understand the mayor of Atlanta will be here, and many other dignitaries as well. And then later this evening, around 6 o'clock, I'm told at 6 p.m., they will be ready to receive the general public. So if you would like to come out and pay your final respects, you can certainly do so. And I understand the former president will be lying in repose here at the Carter Center beginning tonight at 6 o'clock up until Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. And at that time, that's when the casket and remains will be transported to Washington, D.C. for services and so forth there in our nation's capital. Now, I want to give you an idea of what's going on here behind me. You'll see the sign to the Carter Presidential Center. This has been a growing memorial. You can see the number of flowers that are up there. People have left thank you letters. There's notes. There's also peanuts. I love that. Many people have dropped off bags of peanuts. Just little tokens of appreciation and thank you for all that Carter has done. Now, I will tell you, this is also a fantastic place to visit. If you have not visited the Carter Presidential Center, put this on your bucket list because you really get an opportunity to learn more about all of the accomplishments, many of which we're telling you about today right here inside the Carter Presidential Center. It talks about all the work that was done on guinea worm. There's also a Nobel Peace Prize that you can see that the former president received. So many great opportunities to really understand what he contributed, not just to Georgia, but across the country and the world during his lifetime. And you know, he's one of those former presidents that receives a lot of recognition and praise for the work that he did beyond his time in office. In fact, many say that that work was so much more important and has done so much more for so many around the world. And of course, that legacy lives on right here at the Carter Presidential Center. And we've seen a number of people, as I mentioned, come throughout the morning and over the last couple of days, leaving their tokens of appreciation, also giving and paying their final respects. Now, there will be an opportunity, as I mentioned, tonight, beginning at 6 o'clock this evening. If you would like to come down, they will receive you here, and you get a chance to actually walk by the casket of the former president and take a few moments of your time to say your final farewell. We do expect this to be a very special occasion here. I do want to point out another thing that I think is a special note to share with you, and that is the former president actually requested that he lie in repose here at the Carter Center as opposed to the state capitol. And the reason for that, he said this is really where his life's mission began and continues to live on, and the work that he's done, the humanitarian efforts, not just locally, but again, across the world. And he felt like this was the place that was appropriate for anyone in the community and across the metro Atlanta area to come and say goodbye. And so you'll have that opportunity 24 hours a day, beginning tonight at 6 o'clock, all the way until 6 in the morning, Tuesday morning, that's January 7th. So we will continue to monitor events throughout the day, but I can tell you this much, it will become a much busier scene here as the casket arrives in the 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. There will be services, and then the facility will open up to the public, and that's your opportunity to come back over here one more time and thank the former president for his efforts throughout his lifetime. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, I think a lot of people are going to be taking advantage of that opportunity to come down. You talk about, you know, kids in schools here in Georgia taking Georgia history classes.
Yes.
Well, here is a chance, as Adam said, to come and take a tour of really sort of a living exhibit, a living testament to the history of President Carter and the service that he provided to the state and to the country. And we see these images of the president standing at Maranatha Baptist Church, where, of course, he taught Sunday school for many, many years. If there is a through line for President Carter from the beginning of his life to the very end, it really has to be his faith, his strong faith. It's really what pushed him, what guided him in the decisions that he made, in the directions that he took. And we can see again some of these images of the late first couple. But we want to talk a little bit about the former president's faith and the importance that held in his lifetime. Let's take a listen to this.
Came back to Emory so they could check me over. Take care of you.
That we had torn down the barriers that separated those of different race and region and religion.
When Jimmy Carter was elected president in 1976, Newsweek magazine declared it the year of the evangelical. A born-again Christian, Carter's religious faith guided every aspect of his life. He evangelized foreign leaders and often said it was his faith that pushed him to fight for peace between Israel and Egypt.
What he has reminded us of is that faith is not a private matter. It is something that we live out publicly. And even though we can be committed to separation of church and state, we can still be also very committed to living out our faith publicly, out in the open, and seeking justice and peace, because of our faith. And I think he's shown us how to do that.
That pursued charitable works.
Pastor Jeremy Schulte leads Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, Carter's hometown, and where he taught Sunday school for more than 35 years.
Okay, I need any number up to 20.
Hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world
What's your number, sir?
would line up outside the small church to hear his ministry.
It's been an interesting experience to call him a friend and parishioner. And when you've served alongside him here in Plains, you can truly 100% say that his faith is genuine and meaningful to him personally, and that he has grown in his faith throughout the course of his life.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Carter's rise to become the 39th president ranks as one of the most unlikely political victories in U.S. history. He was virtually unknown to the country, except for Georgia, where he served as governor. He campaigned on a promise to never tell a lie.
I think he was very committed to the concepts of honesty and fairness. Now, you can always argue about what's honest and what's fair, but I do think he had a very strong attachment to that and was willing to devote himself to those values in ways that would not always be normal in a political environment.
Not since John F. Kennedy, a Catholic, had a presidential candidate been so frank about his religious beliefs.
And I'm pretty sure that was right after we won the caucuses.
Jay Hakes is a historian and former director of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum Center in Atlanta.
It was a very intense thing with him, and I think it did, it was another part of what I would call his self-discipline, because he set very high standards for himself, and I think that came from a religious foundation.
Americans didn't always react favorably. A controversial interview with Playboy magazine threatened to derail his 1976 campaign, after Carter said that in his mind he committed adultery because he had lusted in his heart.
Well, the Playboy interview was a problem for the Carter campaign. I don't think it was a coincidence that his polls started to drop a little bit afterwards. And I think a lot of Americans weren't just used to talking about people talking that way. But if you grew up in evangelical circles, that was not a weird thing to say.
Carter used Christian themes of love, charity, and peace to shape his presidential agenda and the humanitarian work he became synonymous with.
He had a style of talking that that wasn't the kind of careful language that normal politicians would use.
In 1977, he returned the Panama Canal, stating fairness, not force, should lead international affairs.
Tonight I want to have an unpleasant talk with you about a problem that's unprecedented in our history.
and in an impassioned speech compared the energy crisis to the moral equivalent of war.
I do think compared to most politicians, he was pretty determined not to do a lot of the things that politicians did. And I think that came back to hurt him.
What God is telling us here is when we experience grief, do what?
After his presidency, he returned to Plains and teaching Sunday school at Marantha. Some say Carter knew the Bible better than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
You don't see that much a lot of times in our politicians. And America has always been known for being a country of great values, and we've kind of gotten away from that.
In 2015, he shared with his congregation, and later the world, that cancer had been found in his liver and spread to his brain.
When he shared with our church that he had cancer before he told the whole world, I said this to him after he shared it. I said, I just want to tell you that God is not through with you, but we're going to fight this and we're going to have the whole world pray for you. And God was not through with him.
Carter's religious example is part of his legacy.
I consider him someone who has imparted on me a lot of wisdom and love and grace, and something that I really appreciate and am thankful for. I'm reminded through his example that the man from Plains, who was raised in a town of 600 or 700 people, can still pursue peace and live out his Christian call wherever it takes you.
As we take a look now at some video from a little while ago this morning, as the president's motorcade arrived at his boyhood farm in Plains, and you can see the members of the National Park Service there ready to receive the former president's hearse. It paused there, and then there was a very emotional and solemn tribute to the former president, a bell that has stood on the property for many, many years, dating back to the former president's childhood. That bell was rung 39 times in honor of the 39th president, Jimmy Carter, of course, the 39th president of the United States. And so wanted to show you, in case you missed it earlier, these were images from this morning before the presidential motorcade left Plains and began its journey towards Atlanta, which is the route that it's on right now.
Yeah, we have Madeline Montgomery, who started her day in Americus, which was the first stop where former President Jimmy Carter was put into his hearse and loaded in for the motorcade, and then it traveled along here to where you're seeing at this farm. So she was able to give us some insight earlier today about what that was like, seeing that. There were hundreds of people around her, she estimated, and she essentially said that it was so quiet. It felt like people just really understood what they were seeing, what they were experiencing, the history, the moment that was watching former President Jimmy Carter start his travels on this motorcade as he makes his way here to Atlanta. So we're going to check in with her as this continues, because she has been able to see what people have been doing on the road. She is traveling as we speak on the road. She's trying to make it in front of that motorcade. So she's been able to see the response from people who have been down from South Georgia all the way up to where we are here in Atlanta. So we'll check in with her in just a bit.
So, of course, today's events all planned to commemorate and pay tribute to certain locations that were very significant in the life of the former president. Of course, here, his boyhood farm, where he lived from the age of 4 until he went off to college. It was here that, really during his formative years that he, was able to watch and take lessons from his parents, who taught him the values, the hard work, the importance of faith that would stay with him throughout his entire life. And of course, another major another major location in the former president's life was the center that he founded after his presidency was over. It is customary for former presidents to have libraries that hold their papers and important mementos from their presidency, libraries that are open to the public, and where people can go and really learn about a particular president. And the Carter Center here in Atlanta, serves that purpose, but it was also really the home base for the decades of public service that the former president engaged in after he left the White House. So not only is it the presidential library and center, but it is also a living monument and tribute to the humanitarian work that would really define the president's life after he left the White House. Patrick Quinn is there joining us live now, and this is going to be the scene, Patrick, of some very significant events as this afternoon moves forward.
And Rick, you mentioned all that work that has been done at the Carter Center, and from talking with the CEO over the last, well, I talked with her yesterday, saw her again here today, that work will continue. I mean, it has been a hub, a mecca, a center for disease eradication, for conflict resolution, for mental health awareness. I mean, I've been here every single year. They have a summit solely dedicated to mental health research, advancing those efforts forward, and all of that will continue. So from talking with the CEO here at the Carter Center, she said, while we no longer will be a founder-driven institution with the passing of Jimmy Carter, all that he established, his legacy, that will very much continue on. And just moments ago, I talked with Adam Weiss. He is now the head of their guinea worm eradication program here at the Carter Center. It was a really interesting conversation. We're going to bring you some of his interview shortly once we can kind of turn it around. A couple things that really stood out to me just from talking to him. In 2004, Adam was a Peace Corps volunteer in North Ghana, and he met with Jimmy Carter then about guinea worm, and they were supposed to just have a little briefing. All right, how is guinea worm? What's the eradication effort looking like in Ghana? And Adam, in theory, was supposed to be the expert. I mean, he had just spent a lot of time in Ghana. He was giving Jimmy Carter kind of the nuts and bolts of where things stand right now. And after the briefing, Adam was like, well, he's the expert. He corrected me on a lot of things. He knew the climate, the culture in North Ghana. Adam was telling me, he was like, how does former President Carter know all of this about Ghana? Was he there? Did I miss him? Was he around when I was going through these communities and these villages? And so that gives you a sense of how sharp former President Carter was around some of the issues. I talked with Adam. I was like, Adam, what was former President Carter like in these boardrooms? I mean, we've heard so much about him as a humble man, as just a public servant, humanitarian. And Adam said, well, not always was that the case. I mean, he was sharp too. And if there was something that needed to be said, he would say it. And oftentimes he knew these issues back and forth, up and down so well that he would find his moment. He would find his window. He would listen, and then he would come at you with questions or points and emphasis. So he knew what he was talking about. He had done the work, and he certainly knew when to strong arm a lot of different people. But in terms of guinea worm eradication, you'll hear a lot more about this over the course of our coverage today. And for many of you at home, you're like, well, what is guinea worm? Well, that just shows you how well the program is doing. Right now, they're down to 11 human cases worldwide. 11. Just incredible. Right, the Carter Center, this hub for disease eradication and conflict resolution, and you're going to hear a lot more about that today. Of course, over the next 59 hours, once he is here, there will be a private service at 4 o'clock. Well, I guess it will now be 60 hours because they have just moved up, which I think we've passed on to you guys. Now the public can see him lie in repose from 6 o'clock tonight rather than 7 o'clock. They just moved that up today, all the way until 6 a.m. Tuesday morning. We'll be back. We'll be talking about this. I'm going to try and bring you some of that guinea worm sound, just to give you a little bit more of who Jimmy Carter was around this issue, and maybe some of the nuggets of information that you haven't heard about yet.
Yeah, he is very fascinating as a person. There's a lot that you might assume if you're talking about somebody who's from Georgia, southern Georgia, grew up on a farm, but this was a smart man. This was someone I was reading when he was working on submarines. He would, on his downtime, just read books, learn something new every day. I mean, so I can't wait to hear what you have to tell us, Patrick, because he really was an impressive person, and he deserves all of the accolades that we're sharing today.
And on the subject of guinea worm, which we will get into more when we hear your interview, this is a disease that was killing millions of people. And President Carter, former President Carter, found out that the best way to get rid of it was to supply clean drinking water. It was as simple as that. And the act of doing that saved millions of lives.
And if you guys can still hear me, I think I'm still connected with you guys.
Yeah.
But it was that point, Rick, that they didn't use a lot of money. They didn't, I mean, from talking with Adam just a second ago, I was like, how are y'all able to do this? He was like, a lot of it's common sense stuff that's now common sense, that he had the forethought. A lot of it's community-driven volunteers. It's washing your hands. It's making sure you have clean drinking water. And so he saw that he was making a foothold in eradicating this disease early on, and he just went after it. Right, and I think that's, I kind of asked, it's a tricky issue right now in terms of, because I asked what's the disease eradication landscape look like now compared to when Jimmy Carter was getting involved, and Adam immediately talked about COVID and how just the whole nature of international relations with the U.S. around certain viruses, diseases, it's all changed. But something that Jimmy Carter really got a hold of early is just how easy it can be to address some of these healthcare issues that we take for granted here in a first world country, that wasn't always the case in some of these third world countries. So we'll be talking a lot more about this. A lot of it's certainly relevant today. It's an intriguing and complex conversation.
Yes, and a major part of Jimmy Carter's legacy, which we will be examining today and in the days to come. We'll check back with you in a bit. Patrick, thanks so much. Patrick, of course, is at the Carter Center in Atlanta, sure, where the president's casket will be lying in repose, a chance for the general public, as Patrick said, beginning at 6 p.m. tonight to come to pay their respects to former President Carter. And so we know a lot of people will want to make their way to the Carter Center beginning today, but you've got to know how to do it, because you can't just drive there. You can't just pull up. Right. They have put some, some different, different methods barriers in place to allow the public to come, though.
Yeah, so we have your help with that. First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris is here to tell you what you need to do to get around those road closures.
Hey everybody, I'm First Alert meteorologist Rodney Harris. We do have an important road closure around the Carter Presidential Center. We have John Lewis Freedom Parkway that's just west of the Carter Center. That'll actually stay open, that main road. However, East John Lewis Freedom Parkway, the smaller stretch of this road that literally surrounds the Carter Center, that is already closed and will stay closed until noon on Tuesday, stretching all the way up to Moreland Avenue. Now, if you plan on traveling to the Carter Center, your best option is to use MARTA. What you'll want to do is take the train to the King Memorial Station, and there's no parking at that station, which is why you'll want to take the train. From the King Memorial Station, they'll run a free shuttle every 3 to 5 minutes to the Carter Presidential Center. That'll happen from 6 o'clock in the evening on Saturday all the way until 6 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. That's your best option. We'll keep you up to date on these closures and your routes in the Atlanta News First app.
All right, we want to go now to Asia Wilson, because over the next couple of days, one way that people can honor the former president is by heading over to 2 different Habitat for Humanity Restore locations here in Metro Atlanta. Asia is at one of them on Chester Avenue in Southeast Atlanta. Talk to us, Asia, about what people are able to do when they come down there.
So as soon as you get to this Atlanta Habitat Restore, you'll be able to see a sign right behind that glass door. You can kind of somewhat see it on the chalkboard there. It's pointing you to Jimmy Carter basically memorial door that's in the back of the store. You can come in, you can sign it between now and Thursday, January 9th. But then also at the South Fulton Habitat Restore, you can do the same thing there between January 9th, which is this Thursday, and January 16th. And the Carters, as you know, have helped build and repair nearly 4,500 homes across 14 countries. So this is just one way to kind of pay your respects and maybe even put your memories, if you've seen them in your communities, just helping out, just put some kind words to kind of help the family during this difficult time.
All right, Asia, it sounds like a very fitting way to pay tribute. And you can see the locations here, the Restore in Atlanta and the one in South Fulton, where you can stop by and honor the former president's legacy there. Let's go back to Plains, Georgia, of course, the president's hometown. Don Shipman has been there all morning for us. You've actually been there for the last couple of days preparing for the events taking place there today. And you've gotten a feel of Plains, Georgia, I'm sure. Share it with us. What has it been like? What's your takeaway from Plains?
My takeaway, one, is that it's a tiny town, and it reminds me a lot of where I grew up in upstate New York, a small town outside of Utica, New York. And, you know, everyone knows everyone here. It was funny, I was in one of the shops yesterday at an antique shop, and I picked up some really nice bowls. But while I was there, the mayor walks in. And how did I know that it was the mayor? Well, it was because he had a little name tag with his name that said mayor. So that just gives you an idea of how tiny this town is. Everybody knows everyone. The mayor was going up and down helping out the business owners here. You can see him over there. You can see all the businesses, and just making sure they had everything in order, because it was getting busier and busier throughout the day yesterday. We were here early in the morning yesterday. It was quiet, of course, but 6 o'clock popped up, and all of a sudden, you know, you could see the vehicle traffic, people heading to work. And then as the morning went on, we saw more and more tourists. I actually ran into a few young ladies who were traveling back from Florida on vacation, and they decided to stop in Plains, Georgia on their way back home to Nashville. I asked them, what did you think? What are your thoughts on Plains, Georgia? And, you know, one young lady said, well, it's small. It's what I expected. I see a lot of cotton fields and peanut fields as well. So, but she said it was really neat to see all of the hustle and bustle, and the media coming in here, of course, getting ready to for today, and that procession that went down West Church Street right here, which is really the main road beside the little main street that's in front of all of the buildings right here. And then, you know, that was a really incredible moment. Just a few hours ago, when this road was closed off to traffic, there were people lining the streets right here. The barricades are up. And throughout the morning, more and more people started showing up. When we first got here, maybe a couple dozen. And then it became maybe 3 or 4 dozen. And then literally lining the entire street right here. People from all over Georgia stopping by here. Many of them from Plains, Georgia, of course. They wanted to be here, but I talked to a number of other people. And I talked to one woman from Albany, Georgia. She drove in early in the morning. She said she had to be here.
His connection to the community, connection to Habitat for Humanity, which he was a very big part of. And there are a lot of homes in Albany and in this area that people have been able to get homes and be able to provide for their families. And it's really important that the legacy that he left outside of his presidency was very impactful.
And I think she brings up a good point, and it kind of springboards off what Asia was talking about with the Restore, for example. Of course, he was heavily involved in Habitat for Humanity, and like she mentioned right there, Ashanta, she was saying that a lot of the homes here in Plains, a lot of the homes in Albany being built by way of Habitat for Humanity, giving people an opportunity to own a home, to provide for their family. That was something that was really important to the former president, and of course the former president's family as well. And then, I mean, we've seen that video. I know we've run different clips over the years when he would recruit his friends, many of them politicians in Washington, saying, hey, we're going to be building a house. This is where it's going to be. Maybe it's in Middle America, maybe it's here in Plains, Georgia, and he would invite them to come, and of course the local press would also be invited to come and take pictures and get video. And it was always kind of funny because, you know, sometimes people would show up, some of those other politicians would show up to quote unquote help out and think that they were there for maybe the photo op. That was not the case. Jimmy Carter would make sure that he gave them a hammer and some nails, and they were put to work. You were there to help build a home. Yes, the cameras were going to be there, take some pictures, but at the same time, it was their opportunity to help out the Carter family, Jimmy Carter, and Habitat for Humanity, and ultimately help a family in need get the home that they need. Guys?
That is so funny, only because I can imagine that happening. I was watching a documentary about his life recently, and he talked about not wanting to be what people may consider as a traditional politician. He wanted to do things right. He wanted to do things with integrity. Not to say that they don't, but, you know, in the negative connotation that people may think of when they think of a politician who's just out for power, he wanted to be everything that was opposite of that. So the idea of him going to a Habitat for Humanity project and giving them nails and hammers and ensuring they knew that we were not here just for a photo op is hilarious. I love that story, Don. That's amazing.
I also like the idea of hustle and bustle in the town of Plains. Probably not something that people there are typically used to, but again, with the influx of media and well-wishers from around the state, around the country, that will be flocking to Plains in the days leading up to President Carter's private burial service that will be held on Thursday. There will be a lot more hustle and bustle than is usually the case there in Plains.
And then all of the businesses, of course, staying open. And I think that was really important to the Carter family, that throughout this process that there is disruption, obviously, with the pomp and circumstance here in Plains. That's important because it is a former president of the United States. And the family understands that, obviously, that there's going to be some formalities with this state funeral. But at the same time, this is a small town and there are business owners. They rely on people going to their businesses and purchasing their items. So they wanted to make sure that these businesses stay open throughout this process. And it's interesting too, because there is this interesting give and take where obviously this road was shut down for a short time. There are some barricades and fencing put up here, but people are still making their way over to the shops over there. The shops are open. That store right there on the end is the antique shop. Right up above it is an inn where they can Airbnb out some rooms, and that's actually where some of the Carter family stayed for the night. So they could be here bright and early in the morning for that motorcade and that convoy and that trip around southwest Georgia, visiting all of those towns that they're doing right now, pausing for those moments as people in each individual town awaits for their arrival and for them to drive by and then ultimately make their way back to where you guys are there in Metro Atlanta.
What a family. I mean, especially because these are people who all traveled across the world and they all just come back to Plains. So we'll just stay in the rooms above the old antique shop. You know, what a beautiful family this is.
And Don Shipman doing his part for the local economy, going and buying some antique bowls. Thanks, Don. Great story. Appreciate that. Former President Carter and his wife, Rosalind, of course, helped put the small city of Plains on the map. It's where they called home. Less than 600 people live in Plains, about 2.5 hours south of Atlanta. As we take a look at these
probably shutting it
live
down.
pictures. This is in Byron, Georgia. We've mentioned that the motorcade is stopping and pausing at a number of different towns along the way as it makes its way to Atlanta, stopping in these towns in order to give just regular, everyday folks a chance to pay their respects to the former president. Our Madeline Montgomery has been traveling with the motorcade, and she joins us now. So give us a sense of what's going on there. Madeline, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
We just saw about a dozen highway patrolmen drive through here. So we're at Byron and Perry, right by 75, and we've seen a number of the state troopers drive through here. It seems that they're trying to get traffic stabilized in order for the motorcade to be able to eventually make its way through here and make its way towards Atlanta so that they can get to the Capitol, have that moment of silence, and of course get to the Carter Center so that there can be the service and then the lying in repose. And so I just think it's really special to see the folks who are standing out here just wanting to get a glimpse of the president. I walked into the Circle K over here and had the opportunity to hear people just talking about how excited they are. They were saying, Jimmy Carter is coming, Jimmy Carter is coming. Just, even though he has passed on, they just want to be able to pay their respects and be a part of this moment in history. And so folks standing out in the cold, people are shivering out here, just wanting to be able to say goodbye to Georgia's president. And we've seen a number of police all night last night, and of course all day today, state troopers out here. And earlier today, I had the opportunity to speak with former President Jimmy Carter's great niece, Cameron Carter, and she works at the hospital where this motorcade began. And she says it was a little over a year ago that they were doing all of this for her aunt that passed, of course, former First Lady Rosalind Carter. And she says all of this is really bittersweet, knowing that her Uncle Jimmy and Aunt Rosalind are reunited. And she says it first starts moving and pulling at your heartstrings when you see all of the media lined up in planes, and then you see all of these people in these little towns lined up and waving their American flags and paying their respects. And she says it just means so much to the family, and you can listen to what she had to say.
When Aunt Rosalind passed, when they bring them out, that really tugs at your heartstrings and hits you a little bit. But just seeing the outpouring love and support of just from the small town here, from the state of Georgia, and then go on to other states and just like the nations around the world, it's incredible.
By our estimate, we're thinking that the motorcade is going to be coming through here in 10 to maybe 20 minutes so that it can stay on schedule to getting to the Capitol at 3 today. So we will be staying out here and keeping an eye on things. But it's been really special just talking to people and getting to hear their interactions that they've had with the Carter family, and just really interesting stories. I had the opportunity to speak with a woman who was a friend with the Carters, Jill Stuckey. She actually is the superintendent at the Jimmy Carter Historical National Park, and she said that not only was she working at the park, but she also was friends with the Carters. And a really funny story she shared about the former president was she had the Carters over for dinner one night, and she says that when they were leaving, the former president walked out with her kitchen chair, and she said, what are you doing? And he said, oh, it's broken, I needed to fix it. And she was like, okay. And she says the next morning at 7:30 in the morning, the former president knocked on her door and brought back her chair, and he had fixed her chair. So she said not only was he the president, he was my handyman. So just really humble and interesting stories that we're getting from talking to people. Pretty much everyone who lived in Plains, Americus, had some different interaction with him, whether they were friends or whether they ran into the Carters on the street. So we're going to keep speaking with people about their impressions and memories of the Carters, and we're going to stay right here to keep watching for that motorcade that should be here soon. But for now, reporting live out here in Byron, I'm Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
Actually, before we let you go, Madeline, I have to ask, because I am just so touched seeing all these people behind you just standing on the street waiting for his hearse to pass through. How special is that? Okay, so did these people, have you talked to them by chance? Did they know that he was coming? Did they just happen to hop out of their cars? Because you're literally standing where the highway starts. So how did this even happen? Do you know?
Yeah, so it seems like it kind of was a trickle effect. So when we first pulled up here, time is an illusion at this point. I've been working a long time, but we first pulled up here maybe 30 minutes ago or so, and it was like 2 people, and there was a Department of Transportation officer out here. And so then it just started spreading by word of mouth, people either getting gas or by a Waffle House. Of course, people getting their Saturday lunch at the Waffle House and saying, oh, what's going on? And oh, well, you heard the president's coming through here. The president's coming through. And so then people felt motivated. Okay, well, if the president's coming through, I've got to see the president. And so that's when people started feeling like, okay, I might not be dressed to stand out in the cold, but I'm going to stand and I'm going to wait, because if the president's coming through, I've got to see him. I've got to pay my condolences to the Carter family. And so they just had, heard about the route. They knew, if you live down here, you know where Plains is. So, all right, there's only a certain amount of ways you can get from Plains to Atlanta, and figured maybe they'll come this way. And especially now that several of the highway patrolmen have stopped their cars along this area, they figured, well, they must be coming through here. And so they started lining up. And so more and more people have started to stand out. We even, I won't show them for fear of getting them in trouble with their bosses, but even some Waffle House workers are standing outside the back kitchen door to make sure they can catch a sight of the motorcade.
That's great. And I'm sure a lot of kids come out too, and I'm hoping that teachers give extra credit to these children who come out to see the president's motorcade. I mean, Georgia Studies, the class that everybody who goes to school here in public schools in Georgia has to take those classes, but here is a chance to see it up front, up close and personal, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be able to pay respects to a president of the United States, the only president to have hailed from our state here in Georgia.
Oh, and we're hearing... Oh, sorry, we keep hearing sirens. Yeah. It's like spurts of the State Patrol officers, I think, just going through. So every time we kind of get a jump of, okay, is this them? Is this them? They're going to be coming from west of where we are. But think it was a false alarm for now.
Well, you're on it.
Yeah, you're on it. We'll check back with you. Don't worry. Talking about planes, much of the Carter family's life in planes was actually captured by one man and his camera, a photographer who stayed with the family and captured these moments. And of course, we'll be introducing you to that coming up a little bit later. But we want to show you some of the images from a little bit earlier this morning. And this is really the beginning of today's ceremonies.
Yeah.
And this was the first time that we saw at around 10:15 this morning, the flag-draped coffin of former President Carter as it was brought out of the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Americus, Georgia, and then loaded into the back of the hearse. And those pallbearers that you see on either side of the casket are the former Secret Service agents who worked for so many years protecting President Carter and his family in the years after he left the White House. It's customary, of course, for all former presidents to receive Secret Service protection throughout the course of their life. And these are some of the men who provided that service to President Carter and really became members of his extended family, which is why he wanted them to have this honor, this distinction of being pallbearers today.
Yeah, Madeline Montgomery started her day off there and said hundreds of people were there, but it was so quiet as they took in this moment. And we are going to stay with this coverage throughout the day to bring you every moment of it. Our former President Jimmy Carter coverage continues coming up.
And you're watching our live coverage as we say goodbye to former President Jimmy Carter, Rick Fulbam, along with Lana Harris. You're watching us streaming live on ANF+. We're glad you're with us for this very significant and solemn day.
Yeah, but you know what? It's also a day of celebration. We're celebrating a wonderful life lived, and this is just the beginning of the commemorations for former President Jimmy Carter. His state funeral services is going to stretch over 6 days in 3 stages. So we're in the middle of stage 1 as ceremonies take place for Mr. Carter here in his home state of Georgia. And over the next week, tributes in his honor will also happen in Washington, D.C. before he comes back here to Georgia to his final resting place in Plains. So the procession is headed our way as we speak. The motorcade transporting former President Carter's remains to the Carter Center in for a memorial service. And after the service, he's going to lie in repose until Tuesday, January 7th. The late president will then be taken to our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and he will lie in state there until his funeral service on January the 9th. Later on that day, his remains will be brought back to Plains for a private funeral service at Maranatha Baptist Church. And then the 100-year-old will be laid to rest beside his beloved wife, Rosalind Carter.
And let's go back and look at some of the other images from this morning. This took place just before 11 o'clock. So a couple of hours ago, and you can see there the president's motorcade arriving at his boyhood home, a farm in Plains where he lived from the age of 4 until the time that he moved away to college. Of course, these were his formative years when he really acquired and learned a lot of the lessons and developed a lot of the skills that he would carry with him for the rest of his life. This is the place where he really sort of started to become the man that he would be for so many years, 100 years. And this is a ceremony that took place on the grounds of that farm, a ringing of the bell. And this was a very significant bell that has stood on the property for years. And this farm bell rang 39 times. Of course, President Carter was the 39th president of the United States. He was a prolific author. He wrote over 30 books. And in one of them, called An Hour Before Daylight, that he wrote, he talked about the farm bell and the significance that it had on the family and in the day-to-day life there on the farm. He painted a picture of that bell, and as we just saw, the bell being rung, it was rung by Randy Dillard, who was the longest-serving National Park Service staffer in Plains there on the property. So the motorcade stopping briefly for that bell ringing ceremony, and then continuing on a journey that it is still on right now. As we take a look at these live pictures right now of the motorcade, the beginnings of the motorcade, some of the law enforcement officers that helped to clear the path, and anybody who's been part of a funeral procession knows that law enforcement gets involved really for anybody's funeral. Right. But here in the case of a former president, even more of a law enforcement presence clearing the way so that the president's motorcade, which includes, of course, the hearse carrying his casket, and then a number of different vehicles, coaches and small buses that are carrying his family along the way as well, all as they make their way up to Atlanta, where there will be a service at the Carter Center this afternoon, and then where he will be lying in repose beginning at 6 p.m. tonight. Until 6 a.m. Tuesday, a chance for the general public, anybody who wants, to come to the Carter Center, to take one of the free shuttles that will take you there, and to pay your respects to former President Carter. Again, this is the motorcade as it arrives, as it makes its way from South Georgia up to the northern part of our state, to Atlanta, for the events that will take place there this afternoon.
Yeah, pretty soon we will check in with Atlanta News First Madeline Montgomery, who is there where you are watching live right now. And I asked her earlier where those people came from who are standing on the street there. This isn't necessarily a city stop. This is an entrance to a highway where she is right now. And she said that people just kind of found out that former President Jimmy Carter and his motorcade were headed in their direction, and they just decided to stop, get out of their cars, park nearby. Some people are peeking out of the Waffle House that's nearby, and they just wanted to be there. They just wanted to stand out there in the cold, cold weather. What is that, 45 degrees right now? And just wait and pay their respects as his motorcade drove by. And it really gives you an idea of the impact that he's had on people, and just what he means to people in this area. This is a couple dozen miles out from our area here in Atlanta. It's kind of not the midway point, but between Americus, where this started, and here in Atlanta. And this, what you're looking at now, are all the people who came out earlier in Plains, Georgia, where the motorcade passed through as soon as it left from Phoebe Sumter Hospital there. And Don Shipman is there live, and he was saying, he was talking to people out there who said they just felt like they had to be there, that it's such a tight-knit, close, small community. A couple hundred people live in Plains, Georgia, where former President Jimmy Carter is from, and they all feel like friends, if not family, because this is a place that he kept coming back to. He went off to the Navy and came back to Plains. He was the governor and came back to Plains. He was the president and came back to Plains. He has traveled all over the world with his philanthropic work, and has always come back to Plains, Georgia, small town where he's from and where he just feels the most at home. So this is another live look in Butler, Georgia, where it seems the procession is just about to make its way, Byron, Georgia, where it is just about to make its way, if it's not there as we speak. So Madeline Montgomery is there now, and we'll check in with her as the show continues.
Yeah, that's the way to get on to 75, and that is the main highway, of course, that will take the procession up into Atlanta, and we're keeping our eye on this corner because we've been told that that is where the president's motorcade will pass by. A number of different stops, brief pauses, but significant pauses that demonstrate the affection and the love that former President Carter had for the southern part of our state. He really wanted to make sure that people who live in South Georgia, who might not be able to get up to Atlanta to get to the Carter Center, that they would have the chance to pay their respects and to say their goodbyes. And so the president's motorcade pausing briefly in Webster County, in Schley County, Taylor County, where Butler is, also in Reynolds and Taylor County, and in Peach County in Fort Valley, Georgia, a chance for people to come out, and that's what we're seeing here. People just wanting to come and really see history up close. This is, we don't have that many presidents of the United States. Only it'll be 47 when President-elect Donald Trump is inaugurated later on this month. He'll become the 47th. He'll be the 45th and the 47th president of the United States. So you think about only a few dozen presidents in the history of our country, and President Carter, the only one of those presidents to have hailed from the state of Georgia. And so this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of Georgians to come out and pay their respects. Kids being brought out who obviously were not born during the time that President Carter was serving as the governor of Georgia or serving as the president of the United States. But these are kids who have learned about or who are learning about President Carter in school in their Georgia Studies classes, and here is a chance for them to be able to say that they watched his motorcade as it made its way up towards the Carter Center in Atlanta. So a significant moment that I'm sure a lot of families are wanting to take advantage of all over the state of Georgia during these days of remembrance.
And we have team coverage for you. We want to bring you every moment of the motorcade as much as we can on this momentous day for our state, for our country, for our world. And that continues with Atlanta News First Don Shipman. He is still live there for us in Plains, where he has been all morning. Good afternoon now to you, Don. It's a lot quieter than it was when he first showed up.
Good afternoon to both of you. And yeah, it really was a remarkable moment just a few hours ago when that motorcade came through. And the motorcade itself, leading that convoy of Carter family members, came racing through. But then as soon as the convoy arrived, those dark SUVs and black vans and buses full of the family, they slowed down, and everyone here lining the street, pressed up against the fencing right here, everyone quieted down and they paused for a moment, many of them with flags in hand waving that were given to them by the National Park Service this morning, and paying their respects, giving their condolences. And then also, we've been talking about a somber day for the Carter family and for the nation, a former sitting president of the United States, and remembering him. But it's also a celebration of his life, and you are definitely seeing that here today. I've talked to so many people here in Plains, Georgia. Many of them live here in Plains, or they live in the surrounding area here in Sumter County, but then others who drove in to be here early in the morning. And you're seeing all of those faces. You mentioned the young people as well. We saw a lot of young people here too, sitting down behind the fence waiting for the procession to take place. It only happened for a brief moment, but it was a moment in history that they were able to see in person. I talked to one woman who said that she was here when the president made his way back after his presidency, returning home. And now she was here again for him going home in a different way. Take a look.
We don't know him personally, but we feel like you do. He's one of us, and grew up down the road, a peanut farmer. You know, everybody in this community can relate to him. When we've had people come in from out of town, we would take them to Sunday school with Jimmy Carter, because that was such a big deal. But it wouldn't be uncommon to see him riding his bike down the street. I mean, he was just another citizen, just like everybody else.
He was just a regular citizen like everyone else. And can you just think about that for a moment? And I asked her this too, because what is it like to just be kind of hanging out in your town when you watch former President Jimmy Carter riding down the street on his bicycle. You know, like they are people who live here are witnessing history in such a different way that none of us have really an opportunity to do so. So it really is quite remarkable, guys.
All right, Don, thanks. We'll be checking back with you. You know, Lana, you were talking earlier about when President Carter lost his re-election bid. In 1980, he lost, of course, to Ronald Reagan. It was a very tough pill to swallow, as you can imagine. He had wanted to win a second term, as most presidents do. All presidents do, I'm sure. But he didn't get that opportunity. So he really had to sort of look in the mirror and say, what are we going to do? And I think that you said that he decided that he wanted to create a Camp David here in Georgia.
Right.
And of course, Camp David is such a significant location. It's a presidential retreat that is used by all presidents. It's in Maryland, in the outskirts of Washington, D.C. And it was from that location that President Carter really was the driving force behind the peace talks that led to the very, very famous Camp David peace accords that were signed in the 1970s during his time in office, when Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, the prime minister of Israel and the leader of Egypt at the time, two countries that had been at war with each other for so long, that they came together and signed that historic peace agreement, a peace agreement that holds to this day, Israel and Egypt continuing to have diplomatic relations. But it was President Carter that brought them together. He did it at Camp David. He wanted to recreate that kind of setting in Georgia, and it was the Carter Center that really became the Camp David for him post-presidency.
And I was looking at old footage of that moment, actually, and it was saying that the two leaders couldn't even be in the same room, couldn't even get through a conversation together when it started. And by the end, when everybody was clapping, they hugged. And you think of that moment, and you think of, you know, losing this presidency where he was in the position to do something like that. And the fact that he then took that loss and made it into a win for the world is really just so powerful, because it's such a public stage to feel like you lost. You know, you got the world, you want to root for you, and it just doesn't happen. It's enough to make anybody, you know, want to sit down and just, you know, hang their head. But he said to his wife, Rosalind, hey, I have an idea. We're going to do this. And the two of them, they did it, and they did it across the world. They visited dozens of countries. They personally helped build or rebuild, restore homes in 14 different countries, thousands of homes across the world. We've shown you video of them building a Habitat for Humanity homes here. We showed you video of him in maybe some of his final years when he was a senior. He had a bruise under his eye after he had just fallen, and he was still out there doing the physical work of building homes. Nothing could stop him. So, I mean, this was just an incredible person. When you think about why people are standing outside before a highway, just waiting for a procession to come by, this is why. This is why. This is a person who teaches everybody. I certainly learned a lesson myself of just sometimes you lose. Sometimes things don't work out. Here's some of that video that I was talking about. Sometimes things don't work out, but what next? That's what I got from Jimmy Carter and his life and his legacy, and it's just so beautiful.
Well, it was the Carter Center. That was what was next for him after he left office, and that's where Adam Murphy is standing by for us today. And Adam, that is the scene for events that are going to be happening in the coming hours as the president's motorcade makes its way to the Carter Center in Atlanta.
Good afternoon, Rick. In fact, we're 2.5 hours away approximately from the casket arriving here at the Carter Center in Atlanta, and then there will be services followed by an opportunity for anyone to come down and pay their final respects to the former president beginning tonight at 6 o'clock. But one of the key components of the Carter Center, if you have an opportunity to come and visit this facility, it's amazing. But one of the key components that you'll learn about when you're here, and if you know the former president, that is the guinea worm eradication program. And I'm fortunate to have Adam Weiss with me from the Carter Center. Adam is actually responsible for this program. Very important to the former president was eradication of the guinea worm. What can you tell me about the accomplishments through the years? I know this was top priority for him, you know, in his years after the presidency, and you have a big responsibility to make sure that happens, right?
Yeah, I feel like the weight has only gotten heavier over the years, but I'm proud to say that from 1986, when there were 3.5 million people each year with guinea worm disease, As of today, there were only 11 in 2024. So amazing accomplishment for the Carter Center. But more importantly, and according to President Carter, it was always about the community members. They're the ones that don't have to suffer anymore from guinea worm.
And would you say that this accomplishment and really, I mean, you've almost eradicated it here. We're talking about 11 cases, right? So would that have been able to be accomplished with the former president's goal and the Carter Center's mission?
I don't think we would be where we are today. I'd like to think that development would have helped reduce some cases over time as you would bring in safe water or other healthcare infrastructure. But let's be honest, the people that suffer from diseases like guinea worm disease or other neglected tropical diseases, these are the most marginalized, disenfranchised people on planet Earth. They're disconnected from their own government. And so President Carter was able to help connect dots between local authorities and their own population to make sure that they got the information and knowledge that they needed to stop the disease themselves.
And this is one that you don't hear about often. I mean, you certainly hear about others, cancer being a very big one, but why guinea worm?
I think President Carter saw something back in the mid-1980s where this disease was ravaging, like I said, 3.5 million people every year. So one of the first villages he visited in Ghana, everybody was down with guinea worm. So you can imagine if your livelihood is farming or fishing or hunting and gathering, if you have a 3-foot-long worm coming out of your body, you're not running around looking for food and water and firewood to take care of your family. And so he saw the devastation. And there were a number of studies that had been written up about the economic impact of the disease. And so he saw that there was an urgency to do something about it.
Was it your goal to get to zero before his passing, or is it your goal to get to zero in your lifetime?
President Carter gave us that moonshot objective of getting to zero before he passed, and I'm sad that we weren't able to achieve it because I know it meant so much to him personally. But what gives me hope and inspiration is that President Carter's vision will continue to live on in all of us and all the people that we've worked with in the countries that have diseases like guinea worm. And so I have not lost hope that we will get this done, and President Carter will still be proud of all the success and accomplishment that's been achieved.
And it's certainly a sad day to say goodbye, but at the same time it's a celebration. You had an opportunity to spend time with this great man. What unique memories do you have? What stands out to you today?
Well, I think a lot has been said just about how compassionate he was. He never had to use that word. He just was compassionate. He was humble. But I met him in a number of different environments where you might think, is he really paying attention to what I'm saying? And then he'd ask laser-focused questions. Or other times he'd just interrupt you and say, hey, I'm wondering about this. But what was always clear to me was that his intent was always about furthering our collective understanding. And it wasn't about him getting accolades for getting guinea worm down to just 11 cases this past year. It's always been about uplifting people so that they could really feel like they own their own destiny. They could take on any challenge that they saw as important and do something about it.
What would you say to people that have not visited the Carter Presidential Center? I have done so. I've brought my children here. I found it very inspirational. Is that what people can come here and get as the legacy lives on?
Absolutely. I think you have the museum and library. If you want to see archives of his time in the White House, information about him as governor and other parts of his life that are so important to the character that he really embodied as a person. I do think it's a great way to see some of the work that we don't really talk about a lot here in Atlanta. Working on neglected tropical diseases, we think about those as being distant and far away. But I hate to say that some of those diseases will come back because there are breakdowns in our own public health system. So you can come and learn about the things that we're doing overseas that we are going to have to start doing even here in the United States.
And finally, I would ask you this. In his prime years, Mr. Carter's prime years, how much time did he spend here?
He used to spend 1 week each month. And they actually have residents inside the building where they would sleep. They have some Murphy beds. You might even look at them and say, is that comfortable? But they loved being here. It was a great joy to them. Of course, when they were back in Plains, they would be painting, or he'd be hunting and fishing and taking care of the farm. But while they were here, they dug in deep to all of the issues that he and Rosalind cared so much about. human rights, democracy, peace, and of course public health and a lot of the diseases that we're trying to eliminate and eradicate around the world.
Well, thank you for enlightening us on so many incredible stories, things that you were a part of in conjunction with the Carter family. We appreciate it. Adam Weiss with the Carter. Thank you for your time. And there you have it. I mean, the stories just keep on coming. It doesn't matter how long you cover the former president and how much coverage we do. You continue to hear stories you haven't heard before. That's what makes this so great. There's a lot to take away from it as well. Tonight, 6 o'clock, you have an opportunity to come down here until 6 in the morning on Tuesday morning. Of course, the former president will lie in repose here, and you can come here and say your final farewell. We're live at the Carter Center. Adam Murphy, Atlanta News First.
Thank you, Adam. On the left-hand side of the screen you see right there, this is the entrance to I-75 North in Byron, Georgia, about an hour and a half or so south of Atlanta. And the president's motorcade is going to be passing through here momentarily, we're told. We did see some state troopers, law enforcement coming through a little earlier to sort of clear the way and prepare that area for the arrival of the motorcade. Madeline Montgomery has been there as well, and she joins us live once again. And Madeline, we can see some people who have come out of some of the local restaurants and storefronts there in that area to come out and pay their respects and just see, even if only for a few moments, a former U.S. president as he passes by.
Rick, more and more people keep coming out and braving the cold weather in order to just get a glimpse of the motorcade, and folks are getting a little nervous now that maybe the motorcade went a different way. I'll admit, I'm getting a little nervous that the motorcade may have deviated, just because this is always still a Secret Service measure, and we actually had an interview with a retired Army chaplain earlier this week who talked about how this is a no-fail mission for the Military Joint Task Force as well as Secret Service, because this involves a state funeral. This is a former president, leader of the free world, and so they make sure that everything is buttoned up in these kinds of situations, and so they are pretty hush-hush with the routes they take. And so therefore, while we see plenty of state troopers over here, there are never really complete guarantees on the ways that they are going, where exactly they're stopping on the motorcade route, because they want to make sure that everybody is safe and everything goes smoothly in these kind of situations, to make sure that everything is just wonderful in honoring the 39th president of the United States. But well, we were doing an estimate of how this would all play out in order for the motorcade to reach everything on time, which they are supposed to be arriving at the Georgia State Capitol at 3 o'clock. It would time out for them to be getting to where we are, the entrance to I-75 in Byron. It would make sense for them to be getting here around now. So we may not have missed them. That's what we're hoping, and that's what dozens of people out here are hoping as well, standing out in the cold. They've been standing out here for, some of them, an hour now. And it's so interesting how this became kind of a snowball effect. When we were getting out here, there were 2 people standing out here in just a Department of Public Safety car, and now there's probably 10 state troopers parked out here, as well as maybe 24, maybe even more people standing, just hoping to catch a glimpse of this motorcade as it passes through. And not everybody is dressed for the occasion, because not everyone was planning to come. There's a Waffle House that people were eating at, and then once they heard that the president would be here, they decided they had to make sure and honor this moment. And where we are, if you've ever driven through this area, so we're by Perry, by Byron, it's that place where there are the giant American flags flying, and it's really incredible to see these flags in particular, because they're flying at half staff right now in order to honor the 39th president who passed away almost a week ago today. And Jimmy Carter, of course, meaning so much to Georgians as the only president from Georgia. And everybody I've talked to says he's just somebody who means so much to them, and being a part of this moment is being a part of history. And we just saw a sheriff's deputy pass by, and we've seen so many police, so we're just hoping to see that motorcade soon. Of course, we're going to keep everybody updated, and we will be back live as soon as that happens. For now, reporting live in Byron, Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
All right, Madeline. I do think that the motorcade will be coming through. This is obviously part of a well-choreographed and planned-out procession that had been in the works. I mean, obviously, President Carter was 100 years old,
Right.
so everyone knew that this moment was coming, and there was a lot of planning that went into it so that we would, that they would do a proper goodbye to President Carter when the time came. And one of the things that was planned were these sort of brief pauses and stops in some of the towns in South Georgia that were so important to former President Carter, from his early days, obviously, in Plains, to his days as a state senator and his days as the governor of Georgia. And it was important to President Carter that people get a chance to be able to come out and pay their respects and say goodbye. And so the motorcade passing through places like Byron, passing through other southern Georgia counties like in Webster County, Schley County, Taylor County, Peach County, all places that were obviously very significant to the life and career of the former president. And so they were put on the route for this funeral procession, which is making its way from South Georgia up 75 north, eventually ending up later this afternoon and a couple of hours from now at the Carter Center in Atlanta.
Yes, and that is where our live team coverage continues. We want to get right over to Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy and Patrick Quinn. Patrick, we will start with you. You were at the Carter Center as well. So can you tell us what you see, what's been going on there?
Well, a lot of energy is starting to build. We're having a lot more people coming up to us asking, when's he coming? When's he coming? How do we see him? What's the route? Where's the motorcade going? So we're all trying to figure out those specific instructions. A lot of people just wanting to see that motorcade formally come here to the Carter Center. And again, you'll be able to see the former president lie in repose for 60 hours straight, starting tonight at 6 o'clock all the way until 6 a.m. on Tuesday. And in fact, we are going to be there for the arrival ceremony. He's expected to get here on campus, his remains and the motorcade at 3:45. And we've been able to get a little bit more access. So we'll have a camera there as the motorcade is arriving. I'll go ahead and tell you now, we won't be able to talk with you. Like I will not have a microphone on, but we will be able to show you what's happening. It will certainly be a very emotional time for that motorcade to return here to the Carter Center. And we'll have those visuals on when that motorcade arrives. There will be a private service here at the Carter Center starting at 4 o'clock. That's really just for those family members, also a lot of his colleagues, a lot of people who worked here. And so that private service will start at 4 o'clock, and then starting at 6 o'clock tonight. That's a change from 7 o'clock. 6 o'clock tonight, that's when the public can have their first chance to see the former president lie in repose. It will be a closed casket. A lot of people are still coming to us, asking a lot of questions. What's the route of the motorcade? Also, can we get into the Carter Center today if we want to go through the museum? No, the museum, it's closed. The library, it's closed formally to the public. But all of the anticipation is for later this afternoon when the former president expected to arrive here again, 3:45, and we will be there for that arrival moments. But we're certainly starting to see a lot of this energy start to build. And I hear that Adam Murphy, we were talking guinea worm earlier, and I was talking to you about the interview with Adam about the eradication program, and then Adam got ahead of me. He got Adam as well, and then he brought him on live. So you got to experience all that and learn more about guinea worm before I could bring it to you. I'm not sure if Adam's standing by, but yeah, it's an exciting time right now. A lot to talk about, a lot to cover.
Well, you should tell those people that are asking you when the president's motorcade will be arriving that first it's going to be stopping in front of the Georgia State Capitol, where there will be another moment there. There will be some guests, including Governor Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Mayor Dickens will be there. The Speaker of the Georgia State House, John Burns, and his wife will be there, as will members of the current General Assembly of Georgia. And there will be other former governors of Georgia, former senators, former representatives, along with the Georgia State Patrol Honor Guard and members of President Carter's gubernatorial Georgia State Patrol detail from when he was governor. We saw his Secret Service detail playing a role earlier this morning when his casket was removed from Phoebe Sumter Medical Center and placed into the hearse. His pallbearers from his time who were with the U.S. Secret Service, they were the pallbearers for that ceremony, and his protective detail from his days as Georgia governor will be a part of that ceremony that will take place briefly in front of the state capitol later on today as it makes its way, as Patrick was saying, to the Carter Center. So a number of different events, and of course all of this very well choreographed and planned out so that the significant places and moments and achievements in the president's long life are all recognized and observed on these final days as we say goodbye to him.
Yeah, and it's well deserved. I mean, back in October, former President Jimmy Carter made history when he turned 100 years old. First former president in our country's history to do that. We do have some video. We can pull it up coming up in the show sometime if we can. But we had video of Carter celebrating in his backyard in Plains. And we both felt, Rick and I felt it was just remarkable that, you know, a lot of people who may be in their final years, here it is, maybe in their final years may not always want to be seen, may not want to come outside. But that's not something that former President Jimmy Carter or his wife, Rosalind, really seemed to care about, you know, the optics, what they looked like. They were more invested in how they could help people and what they could do for the world and the impact they could leave behind. So to see him out, getting some sun, just getting out of the house as he was there in hospice, which he had been, it's just so beautiful and remarkable to see. And I think that he and his wife, Rosalind, really made a conversation about what you can still do when you feel like your big act is over. It's only over until your next one. I think that's what they leave behind, for me especially.
Well, I think, you know, that he taught lessons really to all of us really until his final days.
Yeah.
And, you know, you talk about hospice care, and that was, you know, that's a subject, it's an end-of-life care that does not involve hospitals. There are hospice facilities where sometimes people go to spend their final days. President Carter chose at-home hospice care, which is another option for hospice care. It basically means that there will be no more medical interventions.
Right.
That this is someone who is terminally ill, who is nearing the end of his or her life, and that they've decided they don't want any more tests done, medications given to try to cure whatever they have. They want to be able to live out their remaining days with the best, you know, highest quality that they can. And so the president, in announcing publicly that he was entering at-home hospice care, I think really began a conversation that a lot of families here in Georgia and around the country have begun to have with relatives, loved ones, saying, you know what, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
What would you like at the end of your life? What kind of care would you like to receive? And I bet you that as a result of President Carter's decision to receive at-home hospice care, that is an option that a lot of people are going to turn to now as a way to live out their final days. And so again, another lesson that President Carter was teaching us even as he entered the end of his life.
And you know, he really hung on for quite some time after he entered hospice. I remember when that announcement was first made and everybody thought, wow, this is really the end. And we thought, you know, could it be days? Could it be a week? He hung on for quite some time. He ultimately outlived his beloved wife, Rosalind Carter, and he's had a lot of health scares over the years. In 2010, he was hospitalized in Cleveland. In 2015, he revealed he had cancer. And in the end of 2015, he revealed that he beat cancer. But then he became dehydrated at one point when he was working with Habitat for Humanity one day, and he had to go to the hospital. 2019, he fell a few times, and we even had video of him working on a house for Habitat for Humanity after he had a bruise on his eye there.
He had 14 stitches.
Yeah, I mean, he's been through the ringer. And he has hung on and done so much work, and he's used every moment of his life, it feels like, in service to other people. So when you talk about a man that prompts people to get out their cars and wait in the cold just for his hearse to come by, this is it.
This is it. On the left-hand side of your screen, if you're just joining us, is Byron, Georgia. We are expecting to see President Carter's motorcade passing through there any moment. A lot of people have come out to pay their respects. We also are keeping our eye on the Georgia State Capitol, where at around 3 o'clock this afternoon, the motorcade is expected to arrive there. The hearse will stop in honor of President Carter's years first as a state senator from Georgia, 1963 to 1967, and then to honor his years as governor, which he served here in Georgia from 1971 until 1975, before launching his presidential campaign. A campaign, of course, that he won that election in 1976, which took him to Washington, D.C. So the hearse will stop in front of the Georgia State Capitol, and there, Jack Carter, who is the eldest son of President and Mrs. Carter, will get out of the vehicle and shake hands with Governor Kemp and his wife, the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, and other dignitaries. Our Abby Kasouris is there as well as we wait for that ceremony that will happen again around 3 o'clock, Abby, and some activity and movement there. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Yeah, we're up here on some risers to get a look at that moment of silence, and you can start to see people are starting to line and work on the practice to figure out where everyone needs to be. We are expecting there will be about 90 lawmakers, as well as the governor of Georgia, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens will be here, and there is Secret Service in the area, so definitely very high security here. But this Georgia Capitol building really has so many marks of Carter throughout it. Yesterday we were able to actually go inside and get a look at some of the memorabilia, as well as today we were able to go to the governor's office, and in a desk Carter actually started a tradition of signing that desk, and so you can see Jimmy Carter's signature in that desk, as well as all the other governors who have followed in his footsteps. Out here today, there's a very solemn mood. We're starting to see people show up, different lawmakers who have personal stories with Carter, and they're out here to really pay their respects, be able to say goodbye.
Abby, talk to us about the impact that President Carter had as a state senator, and then, of course, he ran for governor and lost his first attempt at the governorship before winning. Some of the lasting impacts, aside from the signature on the desk, that people might not be familiar with.
Talking to lawmakers yesterday, they said that he helped forge a path, and now is the time to follow it. Certainly leaving a mark here in Georgia, both as state senator and as governor. I don't know if you can pan to the top of the state capitol building where the flags are flying at half staff, but there is a story in the history books that really kind of shows who Carter was. The governor before him would not fly the flags at half staff after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, and then that was Lester Maddox. And then when he was here at the state capitol, he had a portrait commissioned of Martin Luther King Jr., which still hangs in the capitol today. At the time, there was some upset after that portrait was hung among other notable Georgia figures. But as it stands today, it's something that as tour groups go throughout the building, helps speak to Carter and how at the time, we talked to a lawmaker who said it might not have been comfortable, but he always chose to do what is right. And I don't know if we can pan down to the statue of Carter that will kind of look over some of the events today. It is made of the same material that will be on his tombstone and is at the sign of the Carter Center. You can see him with his hands open. There's a wreath there as well with white roses and lilies around the seal of Georgia, another way to help pay respects to this man who had such an impact here on Georgia and our state.
Abby, thank you for that. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you might be able to see some of the flashing lights of a Georgia State Trooper vehicle. We do expect to see the motorcade coming by any moment now. This is in Byron, Georgia, about an hour and a half or so south of Atlanta, and that is right at the entrance to I-75 North, which of course the motorcade will take as it makes its way up to the Georgia State Capitol. And Abby was talking about, the way that President Carter, then Governor Carter, commissioned the portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. at a time when there were still deep racial divisions here in Georgia and other places around the country. And it was in his inaugural address, when he took the oath of office as Georgia governor, that he uttered these words: "I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over. Our people have already made this major and difficult decision, but we cannot underestimate the challenge of hundreds of minor decisions yet to be made. Our inherent human charity and our religious beliefs will be taxed to the limit. No poor, rural, weak, or black person should ever have to bear the additional burden of being deprived of the opportunity of an education, a job, or simple justice. And now these are words, of course, that today we might take for granted, but they were radical at the time. And he was not exactly beloved for having said what he said. A lot of Democrats who supported him, they were in favor of continued segregation and thought that he shared their views. And then all of a sudden he got up and in his inaugural address announced that the time for racial discrimination was over. And that caused him some issues here in Georgia. But of course, they were important words that needed to be said. And as we've been talking about, it wasn't always the easy path that President Carter would take. He did what he thought was right. And at that moment, as he took the reins of the Georgia governorship, he felt that that was what needed to be said, and he said it.
And his upbringing had a lot to do with that. He was raised alongside other black children. So his friends growing up were black. And of course, he's in rural South Georgia, where there were a lot of racial tensions, to put it lightly, when he was growing up. And it never tainted him. You know, the upbringing that was happening maybe in the world around him, it never impacted who he was and the love that he still had for those friends and the love that he still had for people of a different color. When that wasn't popular, when it did get him into some trouble with some people that he probably would have wanted to vote for him or support him. So, you know, he stuck to his laurels and he wanted to do the job that he did as honorably and as with much integrity as possible. So that's why we are here today commemorating this man. And we are waiting right now as we're taking a live look here in Byron, Georgia. That procession started in Americus, and it is now headed our way up here to Atlanta. The motorcade transporting former President Carter's remains to the Carter Center for the memorial service. So after that service, and we can show you on our screen here, he's going to lie in repose until Tuesday, January the 7th. The late president will then be taken to our nation's capital, where he's going to lie in state until his funeral service, which will be on January the 9th. Later on that day, he's going to be brought back to Plains for a private funeral service at Maranatha Baptist Church, and that's just for his family. And then the 100-year-old will be laid to rest beside his beloved wife, Rosalind.
Well, it's been a while since we've had a state funeral for a former president. The last time we've seen something even remotely similar to this was back in 2018 when President George Herbert Walker Bush died. That's the last time we lost a former president. But a lot of these events are carried out. They are reserved for former presidents, people who made significant contributions to our country. And it was when we learned of President Carter's death that President Biden officially made the declaration of a period of national mourning of 30 days for flags to be flown at half staff. That is going on right now. And he also announced that he would be organizing that there would be a state funeral, a state memorial service for President Carter at the National Cathedral. And that will take place on Thursday. So he'll have a couple of days here for Georgians to come and pay their respects at the Carter Center. He will then be flown to Washington, D.C., where, as you mentioned, Lana, he will lie in state under the Capitol Rotunda in the U.S. Capitol. And he'll be there for a couple of days before that memorial service, which will be attended by every former living president, first lady, governors, dignitaries, lawmakers, and foreign leaders as well will be coming to pay their respects to Jimmy Carter. Of course, this is a president who, after he left office, continued to travel the world in pursuit of peace and in pursuit of election fairness. He was very involved in monitoring elections around the world to make sure that they were carried out fairly and equitably. And that was one of his major causes after leaving the White House. And so we're going to see a lot of dignitaries from around the world coming to Washington, D.C. to attend his memorial service at the National Cathedral on Thursday.
And speaking of President Biden, President Carter and President Biden actually have a long history together. In the Carter White House diaries, Carter only had great things to say. President Carter, I should say, only had great things to say about President Joe Biden. And at the time, President Joe Biden was a young senator, and they met on January 31st, 1978. And fun fact for you, President Biden was the one who told then President Carter that Ted Kennedy was going to be challenging him for the Democratic presidential nomination in 1980, which then proved to be accurate. So, it really is just fascinating when you watch history play out and you see, all these years later, here's President Joe Biden as the president who is, organizing the send-off essentially for former President Jimmy Carter. And it's just so amazing to be a part of this history.
It is, and President Biden was Senator Biden at the time that Jimmy Carter announced his campaign for the presidency, and Senator Biden of Delaware was the first senator to come out and to back Jimmy Carter in his presidential campaign, and so that was the beginning of a long relationship. And we've heard President Biden over the last week speaking very touchingly about his friendship, that he's saying that he misses Jimmy Carter. And of course, there's a very famous photo of President President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden visiting President and Mrs. Carter at their home in Plains. He was the first sitting president to visit Mr. Carter in Plains, and there was a photograph that maybe we can find for you of the four of them, with the Carters sitting in chairs and the Bidens kneeling beside them. A very touching photograph just showing the deep friendship, the long friendship that was enjoyed by these two presidents. And again, those flashing lights that you see, we believe are because law enforcement there is clearing the way for the presidential motorcade, making its way eventually north, but heading right now in the direction of Byron, Georgia. This is a motorcade that began this morning in Americus, Georgia, before making its way to Plains, Georgia, about 20 minutes away from there. Of course, the site of the president's boyhood home. And that's where Don Shipman is. And Don, you've been there all day. This motorcade has long since passed, but I'm sure a lot of people there will hold on to memories of having witnessed that motorcade for many, many years to come.
And there were so many people who were lining West Church Street right here. All of this fencing right here, you could see people pressed up against it. And then just beyond that, that's the town center right there. And this is what Plains is all about. This is what Plains normally looks like right now. You can see all the people kind of just hanging out right there. But this is what Plains looks like. It's quiet here, definitely not quiet as you see that motorcade make its way up to Atlanta.
Yeah, we had to cut you off in a second there, Don, because we see it, we believe, coming through at Byron, Georgia right now.
That's right. You see the law enforcement there sort of clearing the path for the motorcade, as they would for really for anyone's funeral, but especially obviously in the case of a former president. And this is a motorcade that includes not just law enforcement and not just the hearse, but also the Carter family. And there are a lot of them, the Carter, large extended Carter family, his children, his grandchildren, who will be following behind in a number of different vehicles. You'll see them in a moment, big black minibuses and coaches that the Carter family is riding in as they accompany the hearse making its way north. But again, these are some of the official vehicles at the front end, the head of this motorcade, and the other vehicles with the president's casket and with the family are going to be coming up any moment now. We want to just keep our eyes glued to this. This is an overpass at I-75, and you can see there law enforcement traveling with the motorcade and making sure that it's able to get up to the Atlanta area without any kind of problems. And let's just pause for a moment as we watch this play out here in Byron, Georgia, about an hour and a half or so south of Atlanta. And a chance to view history as we come up on the 2 o'clock hour. You saw all of the people holding out their phones and recording images of the presidential motorcade, the hearse making its way onto I-75, and the procession that continues here with law enforcement now at the rear of this funeral procession. But it looked as though they had stopped traffic on both sides of 75. Traffic heading south also coming to a stop in respect, paying respect to the former president. And you see all those folks who've come out and they just want to sort of see history firsthand. They'll be able to tell their children, their loved ones, I saw President Carter as he made his way to Atlanta.
And we've seen some of them out there for quite some time. And it's cold, 45 degrees on this Saturday afternoon. And some people stood there at least for the last, I would say, 45 minutes or so, since we could see them standing in that shot. They were just waiting for the motorcade to come. There were several rounds of Georgia State Patrol officers who came, or troopers I should say, who came to get on the highway first. So there was some indication that they were on the way, but we knew, and we've been telling you, the motorcade was intentionally slow in some areas as they traveled through rural South Georgia, because these areas were just so important to former President Jimmy Carter. And they knew that people were going to want to take a moment and pay their respects and say goodbye. So they purposefully went pretty slowly in a few different areas. We had, of course, where it started in Americus and as it traveled through Plains, but also in Preston and Webster County, Ellaville, Butler and Taylor County, Reynolds, also in Taylor County, Fort Valley and Peach County. It was purposefully slowed down in that area because this is where he was raised. He was born right there in Plains and raised, kept going back to that area even after his years in the Navy as governor and as president. So it was very important for them to ensure that the people who came out in that area to say goodbye to him really had the time. And that's why it took a bit longer to get to this area.
And here you can see these are the traffic cameras from the Georgia Department of Transportation, and giving you a sense here of the northbound lanes, which is really all motorcade. This is the presidential procession carrying the president and his family as they make their way up to Atlanta. They'll be stopping in about an hour or so in front of the Georgia State Capitol for a very brief ceremony involving Governor Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Jones, members of the Carter family who will come out. It'll be a brief moment where there will be some handshaking and a recognition of the years that President Carter spent in state government before he entered national politics, when he was a state senator from Georgia, and then later the governor of Georgia. And so that will be the next stop on this motorcade as we look at these live images. And you can see the traffic there in the southbound lanes of moving very, very slowly. But again, wanting to make sure that there is a clear path for the motorcade to get its, to be able to make its way up to Atlanta and make its way to the state capitol, where it's expected to arrive at about 3 o'clock. So about an hour and 5 minutes or so from now.
Well, our team coverage on this momentous historic day continues all afternoon and through the evening as former President Jimmy Carter is making his way here to Atlanta. But we want to get you back to Atlanta News First Don Shipman, who is live there in Plains for us, doing such a fantastic job with the coverage. You have contributed to the economy there in Plains, where former President Carter is from, and you've really gotten to know what this community is like. What can you tell us?
And it's so simple to do. All you need to do is take about 10, 20 minutes and just walk through the town, and everything really is quite walkable. From the museum where he started his campaign to all of the town's little shops, and I want to show you some of them right there. When you look across West Church Street over there into the Main Street area, you can see the antique store there on the end, and just above that antique store is what I would suspect is an Airbnb of sorts, and that is actually where some of the Carter family stayed during the overnight, so they could be up bright and early and then make their way over to the medical center. And as you work your way down, there are more businesses. There's a general store of sorts. And then down here near the end, where you actually see the big sign that says Plains, Georgia, home of Jimmy Carter, our 39th president, is storefront that's just below that where you can find that famous peanut butter ice cream. I have not had the ice cream yet, but I can tell you that I've had already about a half dozen people tell me that I need to make my way over there and get some of that ice cream. So that's likely what I'll be doing this afternoon. But this is what Plains, Georgia looks like on a normal day. It's relatively quiet, but you still see people who are here as tourists, people who found their way to Plains, Georgia because they want to see where Jimmy Carter grew up, our former president. And literally just down the street, I can see from this vantage point down the street, just as you're heading out of town, you can see the vestibule to Secret Service, and that's the end of his driveway to his home down there. And then just about 3 miles outside of town, that's where you can see his boyhood home. And after that procession made its way right down here with everyone lining the street here, pressed up against this fencing, paying their respects to the Carter family, they made their way to his boyhood home where they paused. They turned off their engines to the entire motorcade. And they were there for, I want to say, just about 5 to 10 minutes. And that was where the National Park Service also paused. And there was a moment where they lowered their flags. And then there's a bell that that is something that the former president would hear each and every morning there on the farm, telling the family to get up, get ready, take care of all of the farm animals, and then off to school. That bell was rung 39 times for our 39th president. And then from there, it was off to a number of different small towns throughout South Georgia here, where that motorcade would race ahead, and then the convoy of vehicles carrying the Carter family would slow down ever so slightly just to give some time for the mourners along the way to kind of pause and pay their respects to the Carter family. One of the things I keep bringing up is I wonder what's going through the family's minds when they drive by a group of people that are lining the streets like this, to know that their loved one was so beloved here in Georgia. Guys?
You know, Don, you heard from people that talked about the fact that throughout his life, Jimmy Carter kept coming back to Plains. He kept returning to the town where he was born. And he will return once more, even as he makes his way to Atlanta and then to Washington, D.C. It'll be next Thursday that he comes back to Plains for his burial, for another private service at Maranatha Church, and then his burial right next to his wife on the property where they lived.
And that's exactly right. There's church services happening here tomorrow too, where no doubt there will probably be more parishioners there than on a normal Sunday, for example. And it's really just kind of goes to show you that this community, people throughout Georgia and those who have traveled in from other states, for example, they're finding different ways to pay tribute to the former president and also to pay their respects and give their condolences to the Carter family here. And there really are so many ways to do so. You can walk down the street here, you can see the Carter name on buildings everywhere, and the people who work and live in this town, they know the Carter family. So in many ways, just paying your respects to the people who live in this town, because they looked at Mr. Carter as one of their own, a family member, a close friend. So just as the family is grieving, I would suspect that many people in this town are grieving as well.
For sure. A somber day, but a celebratory day in that we're talking about the life of a man who lived to be 100 years old, who did an awful lot with all 100 of his years. Go get some peanut flavored ice cream, will you? Don, I don't know what you're waiting for.
Yes.
Pack some up and bring it back to with you, will you, please? He's making it over to the antique shop, but not to the ice cream parlor.
I know. Good. That's all we ask. You got to do it for former President Jimmy Carter. Don, thanks so much for that. Well, hey, our team coverage of this momentous day continues with Atlanta News First, Madeline Montgomery. Madeline, we just saw the procession pass by you.
We did, and we went from dozens of people waiting out here in Byron to say their final farewell to former President Jimmy Carter and send their condolences to the Carter family, to no one behind me, but I do have one very special woman with me. She's from Macon, she's a veteran, and she waited out here for hours in the cold to make sure she said goodbye. So what compelled you to come out here and make sure you could salute the president?
President Carter was a true American. He was a true person. And I think he was the best president we've ever had and ever will have in our lifetime. It was so important to me for me to just show my respects in a small way. And as the motorcade went by, I saluted, because that's what you do when someone dies, especially someone with such humility, such grace, respectability in the country. He's done so much for us. And I was just glad to be here.
And what really stuck out to me was the fact you were saluting, because we were at the motorcade earlier in Americus, we were at this, and so many people, you know, these days always on their cell phones, which I understand wanting to document the moment, but I just thought that was so profound that you were really soaking in the moment and paying your respects to the Commander-in-Chief.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. That's what we're taught to do. You are to show respect when respect is due. And a president deserves that respect regardless, but President Carter was one of the few that showed that compassion, the humility. He was a great American, and he made us feel like great Americans. And I think that's so important to come out here and just let him know we're thinking about you still.
And talk about your pride for President Carter, especially given the fact that you are from Georgia, and from fairly near Plains, because I know as someone else who's from Georgia, it's just, he's someone who, you know, you see yourself in a way.
I absolutely do. My mother was much like him. My family, we gave, we taught, we learned. We believed in sharing. His mission with Habitat for Humanity after he was no longer president has been such a profound influence on the whole country. So many people were homeless or near homelessness, and he showed them a way that you can do a little bit of work along with your friends, and you can have a place to stay. And that is, I have a friend who has a Habitat home, and it is so important. We have so much homelessness today, but because of his Habitat for Humanity, many people do have homes now, and they will know a different way to do it, because everybody doesn't have money. But he gave you sweat equity. He gave you sweat hours. Your friends can come in and help with you with that. And that's so important, because we are a community. The United States is supposed to be united. It is not a divided state. And we are supposed to be community together. And that's what he showed us how to do. And I love him for that, very much so.
And something else that y'all have in common, the fact that y'all are veterans. I know he was Navy and you're Air Force, and you know there's always that little division there. But talk about how that was something else that's pretty profound, because he understands what it's like to serve his country.
He absolutely did. He served his country with pride. He was so smart. His whole family is very smart. And as an Air Force veteran, I was not able to vote for him the first time because I was not old enough. I joined the Air Force in '79 when he first came into office. And when I was able to vote for him the second go around, and he did not win. And honestly, I got out of the Air Force because I did not want to be in under a different administration. And I think I made a good choice there personally.
And talk about, what do you think the Carter legacy will be now that both Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter have passed? Because I know, you know, there's still the Carter Center, there's still Plains, but it's just, they're gone. Do you think their legacy will continue on?
Absolutely. He has children and grandchildren and a community behind him. We are going to make sure that continues. His children, he's taught all of us how to be giving, how to be caring, because caring is sharing. And he's taught all of us that it's not about us individually. And he's just done so much to be able to reach out. They say reach one, teach one, teach one, reach one. That is so important, and he has done that for us.
And I guess, what's the biggest takeaway you'll have from today and being a part of this historic moment?
Just being able to be here for just a second. I was able to see his flag draped coffin, and it brought me to tears, to be honest with you, because it was a moment I would never, I'm sure, experience in the rest of my life. And so many other people were blowing their horns, they were shouting at us when we were standing out here. And it's just a very profound moment for me to know that I was able to, for a snippet, be a part of history.
Thank you so much. It was amazing to experience that moment with you and experience that moment in Americus as well. And we're going to keep on with the procession as it makes its way to Atlanta. Of course, it's going to be by the Capitol at 3 o'clock. And then it will be making its way to the Carter Center. For now, reporting live in Byron, I'm Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
Madeline, thank you. I'm Tracy Hutchins here at Atlanta News First, taking over for Lana Harris and Rick Folbaum. Certainly this day is one that will go down in history, an opportunity for so many to pay their respects and remember our 39th president, the only Georgian to ever become president, as he will, of course, make his way from Plains, Georgia. We are taking a live look right now at the Carter Center, but before he heads to the Carter Center, the former president will be taken to the Georgia state capitol. Of course, he was a state senator for 2 terms and also a governor there as well. There will be a brief stop there where Jack Carter, the eldest son of President and former First Lady Rosalind Carter, will actually have an opportunity to shake hands briefly with Governor Brian Kemp, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens and House Speaker Buddy Carter as well. And this is something we will continue to watch as the afternoon goes on. Right now, we are waiting to see where the vehicle carrying former President Jimmy Carter is right now. It should be entering Interstate 75, actually on my way into Atlanta News First. I saw a number of Georgia State Patrol troopers standing by, waiting to block off the roadways there. So if you or someone you know at home is heading out, just be aware that there will be rolling roadblocks as we watch that procession go by and make its way to the state capitol up through Macon from Plains, Georgia, of course, former President Carter's hometown. We do want to, if we are able to, head out to Atlanta News First reporter Abby Kastouris, who's at the state capitol and has been there throughout the morning, and really talk about what's going to happen there, Abby. From what we understand, it will be brief, that the president's vehicle will stop there, an opportunity to pay homage and reflect as well. What will happen?
The motorcade is expected to stop right around 3 o'clock and then head on right around 3:05. But during that brief moment of silence, it's really a way for lawmakers all over the state of Georgia to pay their respects to the mark that Jimmy Carter has left here on our state. I don't know if you can take a look at the top of the dome where the flags are at half-staff. That is to honor former President Jimmy Carter. He was elected Georgia's 76th governor in November of 1970. During his inaugural address, he declared, "I say to you quite frankly that the time to end racial discrimination is over." And a part of that is really memorialized here in his legacy today. When he became governor, there were only 3 African Americans who were members of state boards and commission. There were 53 when he left state office. His efforts to include human rights and equality are really something that he is remembered for, and it all really started here during his time as governor of Georgia.
Abby, thank you. And of course, you mentioned one of those very famous statements that former President Jimmy Carter said when he was elected governor of Georgia. And just to reiterate that, because at the time, that certainly did not go over well. Of course, at the time, in that day and age, segregation was a very large part of Georgia. When he was elected, Jimmy Carter said the time for discrimination is over, and went on to say no poor, rural, weak, or black person should ever have to bear the additional burden of being deprived of the opportunity of an education or a job or simple justice. Abby, if you could talk a little bit more, because really that was former President Carter's goal, to help make sure that schools were integrated, that blacks and poor had an opportunity for an education just like everyone else. He said that is the reason he went into politics.
During his time in the state Senate, he actually chaired the Education Committee, and it was definitely one of his passions. It was creating more equality, not only here in Georgia, but then when he was elected president as well. There is a story that is famous for what he was able to accomplish. Lester Maddox, the governor before him, had refused to fly the flags at half-staff here at the state capitol after Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. And then when he took office in 1976, 1974. He commissioned a portrait and now hangs here at the state capitol and of Martin Luther King Jr. And that portrait is something that a lot of those tour groups, elementary school, middle school, high schoolers, they get to hear that story and appreciate how ahead of his time he was, standing on the right side of history.
Abby Casores live at the state capitol for us. Abby, thank you. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Right now on the left side of your screen, you can take a look at the motorcade. These are live images right now of the vehicle carrying former President Jimmy Carter leaving Plains, Georgia, on its way to the Georgia State Capitol. So there will be a brief stop there. Then it will head to the Carter Center, where we do expect to have a service this afternoon. And certainly where many people are lining up at this hour to pay their respects to the 39th president. Atlanta News First will continue in just a moment.
Now from Atlanta News First. Remembering Jimmy Carter.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy Hutchins with Atlanta News First. This is a live look right now on the roadways heading north from Plains, Georgia, of the vehicle and the motorcade carrying former President Jimmy Carter. It is on its way to the Georgia State Capitol at this hour. Of course, Carter, before he became president, he was governor of Georgia, and before that, he served 2 terms as senator. So that's an opportunity for many there at the state capitol to pay their respects to the former president. There in attendance will be Governor Brian Kemp, along with his wife, and the speaker Speaker and Lieutenant Governor, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens as well. So again, you're taking a live look at this motorcade. So if you or someone you know is heading out in the next few minutes, just be aware that this is all happening along Interstate 75. You can see just how clear that roadway is. That is for a reason. Georgia State Patrol troopers have blocked off those entrances to the roadway there so that motorcade can go through freely. And it is traveling at a relatively slow pace considering how fast traffic can go on the roadway there. But as we see these images from our Atlanta News First chopper, you can see a number of vehicles kind of pulled off the side of the roadway. They are there, pulled off to pay their respects as well. That motorcade, those motorcycle officers helping lead the way there. And of course, you can see the traffic on the left side of the road slowing down as they see the vehicle carrying the former president making its way to Atlanta at this hour. And a number of overpasses, those are also too filled with people just waiting for that opportunity to see that vehicle. And maybe this is the only opportunity they get to be as close as they can be to the former president before he is placed in his final resting place. Again, this is live coverage that we have brought you all morning long as, of course, we continue to watch this motorcade right now. Earlier in the day, services began there in Plains, Georgia, where the former president was honored, and a motorcade leaving Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. That happened earlier today. We had live coverage for you there. And from there, a number of pallbearers with the Secret Service. And keep in mind, these Secret Service members had been with the president for quite some time. And really, they were the ones who protected and watched over the president and built a very special relationship with him as well. And many of them had a number of things to say about the former president. In speaking to one earlier this week after Jimmy Carter's passing, he really talked about the humanitarian that former President Carter was and how he cared about them and their families, even though these were men and women, and it was their job to protect the president. Former President Carter was worried about them and their family members. We apologize. We lost that signal for you. We'll work to get it back shortly. But those Secret Service members really built a relationship with the former president and would go out fishing with him many times and really talked about how often he would want to go to locations where the Secret Service said, you know, you may want to rethink that. It may not necessarily be safe for you to do, but the former president wanted to do it anyway. They talked about how he was really a person for all mankind. And even though those are the things we heard him talk about, not only when he was a governor, but when he was president as well, and watching the work he did around the globe, not only with Habitat for Humanity, but also with the Carter Center too, watching over elections around the world. So they talk about, the Secret Service members talk about, this was not just a man of words, he was a man of deeds as well. And the number of things he did for his fellow man, that I think is something that so many of us will be left with a lasting impression of the former president. Of course, we have coverage for you throughout this evening. We are still waiting for that motorcade to arrive at the State House. And of course, when that does, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, there will be a service at the Carter Center, the Carter Presidential Center. And that's where my colleagues Sean Gables and Blair Miller are at this hour to really give us an idea of what that will be like, Sean and Blair. And I'm sure people are lined up at this hour because they will have an opportunity to get as close as they can to the former president, but there just must be an electric energy out there as so many come out to pay their respects to former President Jimmy Carter.
Tracy, and on behalf of Blair and myself, I mean, this has been a very chilly day. We have seen families come outside of the Presidential Center here and showing tribute to the former president by laying wreaths of flowers. A lot of heavy media presence here, both local and international and national coverage, because we've lost Georgia's native son, the oldest living president, before his death at 100 years old. This is a day that, Blair, is both sad and solemn, but at the same time, how fortunate are we as a generation to have witnessed the man known as Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, and you certainly get a sense out here, the weight of the moment that people will be taking in. The Carter Center is special to the Carter family. It is important to the people who work here. It's important to our community. Keep in mind, this is a place where President Carter, in the middle of the night, woke up and said to his wife Rosalind he wanted to create a Camp David style place for him to come to, his supporters to come to, and now here we are celebrating him, celebrating his life. You know, one thing that struck me coming here earlier today is seeing people in those overpasses, and I had to look down at my clock thinking, when is this happening again? And it's cold out here.
It is, and you would think, you know, for me, I'm not a cold-natured person, and we all know that, but to see the level and the interest of those who want to pay their respects, I do think there would be far more people here had it been a lot warmer. But still, that just shows you the gravity and the gratitude of the levity of this man. That for him to be able to bring out hundreds and thousands of people to see his hearse, because it's really a final way of saying goodbye and showing reverence to a man who brought so much to Georgia.
And all week long, we have seen people show up here at the Carter Center, some old, some young. I know earlier this week I saw some kids out here. You see some people just standing out here taking it all in. And then you see some people moved to tears, thinking about the impact he has had, not just on our community and our country, but all across the globe. We have heard from so many people talking about how former President Carter had such an impact. And much of that goes to what they do here at the Carter Center and looking at democracy, not just here in America, but democracy all across the world. Yes.
So we are honoring today Georgia's native son who was a peanut farmer. You see the procession as it makes its way here to Atlanta at first, and making its stop at the state capitol. It'll eventually wound here at the Carter Presidential Center, but to honor again a peanut farmer who became a military veteran, who ran for the state's highest office, became governor of Georgia, and ran a race that many thought at the time he was very unlikely to become president. He beat the odds, became the president of this country, the 39th president, and in his life, I believe his term as presidency, it's great, it's to be in awe of, but his life after the presidency is what really has made people really know who Jimmy Carter is.
That is such a great point, Sean, because if you go back and look at his presidency, he was not very popular, which is why it was a one-term presidency. And he lost mainly because of inflation issues at the time and the Iran hostage crisis that he just simply could not resolve in time. It was resolved on the day of Ronald Reagan's inauguration, but not before that, and the American public was frustrated with that. Time has really treated his presidency much better over time, and when people look back now, they look at his impact during his presidency, but also his impact since then, and the impact almost has been more and deeper since then.
The humanitarian work that he has done has really pressed hard on the hearts of people, not only Georgians, but across the world. Let's go to Atlanta News First, Patrick Quinn. You're outside the Presidential Library. Patrick, you've been speaking to visitors who are here to pay their respects today. This is yet a somber day, but one also where we're grateful to have known President Jimmy Carter.
And Sean, just to touch on the point that you and Blair were just making a moment ago, I saw this on social media right after the announcement of his passing, and a Texas lawmaker said for Jimmy Carter, for former President Carter, his goodness was his greatness. And I think that's something that's really lasting with people right now, is all that he cared about. So many different sectors of a community that he cared about, the underserved, is humanitarian nature, building houses. I mean, it really has just revived a lot of people in the last week. I've had so many incredible conversations with friends, with family members, with people out here at the Carter Center on what brought them out. And every different conversation I have, we've learned so much about who he was, what he stood for. A lot of it wasn't public at the time, and that was intentional by him. He was a very humble public servant. And I mean, you talk about every sector it feels like he touched. Watching Sunday Night Football, you learned that he was the first president that had a Super Bowl winning team come to the White House. Then you talk with different Asian American groups, African American groups, LGBTQ groups. I mean, he was ahead of his time in so many different ways, advocating for minorities. Here we are at the Carter Center. Just over this hill is the library. That's where he will lie in repose for 60 hours straight, from 6 o'clock tonight all the way till 6 a.m. on Tuesday morning. The public can come out and see the casket, see the former president there. There will be an honor guard standing by for all 60 of those hours, and it's been tremendous talking with people here on the ground. The cold hasn't kept everyone away from the Carter Center today. A lot of people made it an intention to come out here today. Just texting with some friends, they're wondering when's the best time to come, when can we start to see the motorcade. We're certainly starting to see a lot more energy, a lot more flashing lights like this passing by as the former president getting closer to Atlanta, right? He'll stop by the Capitol first, and then he'll come here to the Carter Center. And I talked with the Carter Center CEO, Paige Alexander, yesterday. This is a place he spent 40 years building up. It was a mecca, a center for civil rights, human rights, mental health awareness, disease eradication, so much that this legacy will continue long after he has passed here, and that's something that they will continue to strive for. Yes, this will no longer be a founder-driven institution. The founder now has passed, but all that he stood for will very much continue. We're expecting that motorcade to come here to the Carter Center at 3:45. And we will be here and a part of the media team that will be here present for that arrival. So we'll be able to show you images right when that motorcade arrives here at the Carter Center, 3:45. There'll be a private service starting at 4 o'clock. And again, the public can enter into the Carter Center Library, which is, again, just over this hill, starting at 6 o'clock tonight. Sean, Blair, Tracy.
Patrick, I wanted to ask you a quick question, and I know since his passing last weekend, you've covered a number of different aspects in all this. One that I think we focused on earlier in the week was Habitat for Humanity, and Carter's believed to be maybe the first president to live in public housing, and so much of Habitat for Humanity and their efforts and what they've done for Habitat for Humanity was born out of that, out of a shortage of public housing. And I know you spoke with people who think about President Carter every single day as a result of living there.
Blair, that was such a touching interview. Earlier this week, there is now a Carter Way. It's in South Atlanta. There are 6 affordable houses there, a part of Habitat for Humanity, and I spoke with a new homeowner. She just moved in last month. She was so excited because she got to host her family for Thanksgiving, and she said, yes, I live on Carter Way. It was just established, and every time I write down my address, Carter Way, I think about Jimmy Carter. I think about what he stood for. And she says, when I've been sharing my address, we're just a new street. It was just formed. When I'm sharing my address to friends and family, they're like, Carter Way, where is that? We don't know where Carter Way is. And she said, I get to explain it's a new street. It's named in honor of the former president, Jimmy Carter, all that he stood for, and his connection to Habitat for Humanity. And I live in a house that I got to move into thanks in large to Habitat for Humanity. So yeah, if that's not proof that the Carter legacy will live on, we're seeing it time and again, so many different instances of that. Yes, I mean, the striking image of him holding that drill and the hammer with a black eye the day after he fell. He had to get 14 stitches, and there he was, and that was in Nashville, Tennessee. His long commitment to Habitat for Humanity, he and Rosalind Carter, the former First Lady, they helped build nearly 5,000 homes. Gosh, what have we done? I mean, if anything, over the last week, I've just felt insignificant. I mean, I haven't built one home. I mean, you know, like we volunteered here and there, but we just like don't see anything like this. So we got a lot to live up to, guys.
We absolutely do. And Patrick, the procession you can see on the left side of your screen here is about 50 miles away from the Georgia State Capitol. I know that there's still time for those who may, Patrick, want to come to the Carter Center to see the former president lie in repose. You can get here, but there are some street closures. We've already seen them on our way here. Also, there's no parking on site. I know you've covered that earlier this week. But you can take MARTA. MARTA is the way to go today.
And we do know that this service, you know, once they arrive here around 3:45, they're going to go to the state capitol first, and that will be a brief stop, maybe 5 minutes to be there on the state capitol grounds. Then they will make their way to where we are this afternoon here around 3:45, and then there'll be a service about 30 minutes or so that will take place inside the Carter Center as we show you the live pictures there in the state capitol grounds, where a number of lawmakers will be there waiting for the former president to come by there. And again, it'll be a brief stop. They'll meet with the governor, the mayor, the lieutenant governor for a moment to take this all in, and one final salute there at the state capitol.
It will be the third stop of the locations of 4 that were planned today as President Jimmy Carter's procession approaches Atlanta. When he arrives at the Georgia State Capitol, Governor Brian Kemp, along with his wife Marty, their daughters Jarrett, Lucy, and Amy, will be there for that short stop to show honor and respect and a moment of reflection. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, along with his wife Janice, will be there at the state capitol. Again, the motorcade is about 50 miles away from the Georgia State Capitol, where it will be greeted by a delegation of state leaders, including Mayor Andre Dickens, along with his daughter Bailey, will be there. Speaker John Burns, the current General Assembly of Georgia, will be there to represent, as well as former governors of Georgia, former senators, former representatives, and Georgia State's Patrol Honor Guard will be there for a moment of reflection.
Sean, I think something to watch will be how people respond to all this, because there's going to be a Georgia State Patrol Honor Guard there lining the edges of the plaza. But at the top of the steps, in suits, look for those who are holding their Georgia State Patrol caps. They will be the surviving members of President Carter's State Patrol detail from his time as governor. I know one of the more emotional moments earlier today was those Secret Service members from his time as president who were there, and you can only imagine what they're feeling today, those surviving members.
And when they arrive at Georgia State Capitol, the hearse will stop in honor of President Carter's years as governor. He was the governor of Georgia from 1971 to 1975. He also served in state senate from 1963 to 1967. We do know that Jack Carter, who was the eldest son of President and the former First Lady Rosalind Carter, who also passed away, they will exit the vehicle. We're expected to see Jack Carter shake hands with both governor and spouse, Governor Brian Kemp, as well as the Lieutenant Governor and his spouse, the Speaker and the spouse, and the Mayor and the daughter. Jack Carter is expected to depart out of the car to show respect by shaking of hands.
Sean, you were talking about his time as governor, and we heard, I thought it was a funny story from State Representative Al Williams earlier this week, and they were standing on the top of the steps there at the Capitol, and they were asking him, so what's next for you, Governor? Your time's almost up. And he said to them, I'm going to run for president. Well, Representative Williams said they all started laughing at him.
I remember that story well.
They thought they were going to give, security was going to come over to them. They were laughing so hard. But he said, that was quite a moment on the steps of the Capitol where, Governor at the time, Governor Carter said, yes, I'm running for president, and few didn't believe it. It kind of speaks to, what was happening. And that went on to be the case as he was running for president. So many people across the country were saying, who's this Carter?
Who was a Carter? In fact, when he was the governor, he was on a game show.
Right.
And they had all of the famous participants on this game show. No one could recognize who former President Jimmy Carter was, even showing him with his full face. There was very low recognition. So it was when he decided to run for president, he seemed an unlikely candidate. And it was strikingly interesting that the current president, Joe Biden, came behind and really rallied in support for Jimmy Carter to win the presidency. He won, and now we've also learned that President Joe Biden will deliver the eulogy for his funeral in D.C.
And this is something that was all planned out. President Carter had planned out what he wanted his funeral to look like, who he wanted to speak at his service. He wanted his vice president candidate, Mondale, to come speak. Unfortunately, he's not with us, and so he's not able to speak there. But he had planned this all out. And so what we're going to see when it starts here and then goes up to Washington, D.C., and then back to Plains, will have every bit of former President Carter's touches and fingertips on it.
And this was something that we knew was coming. We knew President Carter was in hospice, but that doesn't mean it makes it easy. It is a sorrowful day, but one that hundreds of people have come out to show immense amount of respect as the motorcade carrying President Carter continues to head to the state capitol in Atlanta. Once he arrives here, we know that the motorcade is 45 miles away from the Georgia State Capitol. And again, we do know that Jack Carter, the eldest son of President and Mrs. Carter, will exit the vehicle and shake hands with Governor Kemp, along with his spouse and the Lieutenant Governor as well.
You were talking a few minutes ago about, yes, we knew this was coming, and earlier this week we spoke to Hosea Helps, which does so much great for our own community, and they said that exact point. We knew this was coming. This is something we were preparing for, but then when it actually happened, it's the magnitude of us all looking within to say, what have we done? What is President Carter, what kind of example is he for us? And Rosalind Carter as well. What kind of example are they for us? There's still that sense of shock, that the magnitude and the impact they've had in so many different ways is now being felt as we show you these live pictures. And wow, what an image. People at those overpasses holding the American flag, the colors of a nation, looking down at a president who has served our own country.
And we don't take it lightly. It is bitterly cold out here. But this shows you how the residents of Georgia, looking at Georgia's native son, paying their respects, especially over that overpass. So being at the ground level, you get a feeling of the cold from the wind whipping, but once you're elevated, it feels much, much colder than what it actually is. But again, this is a day to bring honor and reverence, and our community, our state is showing an immense amount of respect by paying their dues and coming out and just being able to see the hearse. It kind of brings it home that we see the pictures, and he's so alive, and there's a look of the peanut farmer who became the president. You look at him with awe, but once you see the hearse, you know that it's final, it's real.
And when you see these images, let's be frank about what it is. There's so much divide in this country, and when you see these images of a country, there is that sense of unity. There's no Republican or Democrat or independent on a day like this. It's all Americans remembering President Carter, his legacy. You know, so many people have said he was a champion for this, he was a champion for that. He was a champion, and so many people taking that in today.
Our Adam Murphy was working this story earlier today outside the Presidential Center, and he spoke with a family. It's interesting you brought that up about there is no red or blue or green when you lose the leader of our nation. And there was a woman who traveled to the Carter Presidential Center. She came from Miami and spoke to Atlanta News First and shared how there was great divide in her family when it was time to vote for President Jimmy Carter, and how the family created a lot of tension because they felt like he was not the right candidate to vote for. But her family was originally from Panama, and she shared how her mother, second-guessed voting for Jimmy Carter, but voted for him and then was elated with the results because he was the critical behind the Panama Canal opening up. And the family, she said that she came all the way from Miami, where it's nice and warm, came to Atlanta. She was shivering while she was talking to Adam Murphy, but said that there's no way that she could not miss today. That she wanted to be here, and she was carrying an American flag and said, I'm an American citizen now, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to be able to have the resources to leave Miami, come to Atlanta, and pay my respects.
Well, and those respects certainly being paid here today, and this is the start of all of that as it gets underway, as they make the procession from Plains to the Georgia State Capitol. And so you're seeing the procession on the left-hand side of your screen in the State Capitol, where former President Carter will make a brief stop and see lawmakers will be there to salute him one last time, but you can see the procession as it's approaching Henry County.
The motorcade has now passed the exit of Locust Grove en route to the state's capital. And again, there's still plenty of time. I know there are individuals. The stop at the state capitol will be very brief. Former President Jimmy Carter's son will come out and address the contingent of state legislators who will be there. But then it will carry on and head toward where we are, Blair, and that's at the Carter Presidential Center. And for those who may want to participate, MARTA is providing transportation to all guests because Carter will be lying in repose here after that special ceremony here at the Carter Center.
They have a number of streets blocked off around here. If you're familiar with the area around John Lewis Parkway, a number of the streets are blocked off. It is not easy to get to, but they're expecting thousands of people to come here by the hours here once he is lying in repose here at the Carter Center. He will be here until Tuesday morning, when then he heads up to Washington, D.C. But as we show you the Capitol grounds there, you know, one thing I think you have to kind of look at, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it in any of our live pictures, is there's a statue of President Carter there on the grounds at the state capitol, and it was designed and sculpted by an artist named Frederick Hart, and was designed with specific meaning to portray Carter as an everyman and a working man. And if you've ever been there and seen it, it shows him in what's supposed to be khakis with the sleeves of his shirts rolled up, speaking to not who President Carter was as the statesman, but as the everyday man, and why he appealed to so many people. And I was talking to former UN Ambassador Andrew Young about this. You know, why do you think he appealed to so many people, and why was that so genuine when he was talking with people and how he treated them? And he said, you have to kind of keep in mind that, and there's that statue I was talking about. And Andrew Young said, you know, you have to keep in mind where he came from. You know, he was in an area where 80% of the population was black. And this was an area he wasn't just saying things to appeal to people.
No, he lived it.
He believed this.
He didn't believe it, he lived it. When you hear his story of him growing up, he's the first president to have lived in public housing.
Right.
He is the first president where he very openly shared the story about how he worked on peanut farms, and not only did he work on the farms, the person who was the second in command to that farming with his father was a black man.
Yeah.
And that Jimmy Carter grew up spending time as a child, spending the night over in a home of a black family, unheard of during those times.
Absolutely.
And when he took office, he gave a speech that literally some of the state leaders that were sitting behind him when he gave his inaugural speech when he won office, he talked about how this was the time for racism to end. Very, very controversial. Some of those state leaders that were sitting behind him got up and walked away. But this shows you that the type of person that Jimmy Carter was, that we've heard this often throughout the day. He was not just a man of words, he was a man of deed. He actually did what he said.
Yeah, absolutely. and that continued on, you know, not just as president, not just as governor, but it continued on and continues, it will continue beyond. I think it's such a huge part of his legacy and what makes this community so proud of him.
Well, as you see, we're showing live pictures on the right side of your screen of the state capitol as the motorcade carrying former President Jimmy Carter heads to the Capitol. There will be a ceremonial pause in tribute to his service to the people of the state that he's always called home, and that's Georgia. And invited guests on the plaza, it will not be a large contingent of people. It will be Governor Brian Kemp and his wife and daughters, Lieutenant Governor Burke Jones, his wife, Mayor Andre Dickens, Atlanta's mayor, Speaker John Burns, the General Assembly of Georgia, former governors of Georgia, and guests of the governor.
Yeah, you know, the lawn there, it is open to members of the public, but it's so far off that
it's difficult to see. You got the best seat in the house right here.
Absolutely. And so you can see it is a very small group of people who will actually be on the Capitol grounds. But you can see the procession now, and it is getting closer. They're expected to be there at 3 o'clock, and so that's about 18 minutes away, but I think our producer was saying about 30 miles
30 miles away.
So we're certainly going to be seeing more people at those overpasses. We've seen some of those powerful images of people out there on this cold, windy afternoon, some of them waiting hours just to get a glimpse of the motorcade and the procession going by, making this trip from Plains, Georgia, to the heart of Atlanta.
And as it heads to the motorcade, as it heads to the state's capital, a Georgia State Patrol Honor Guard will line the edges of the plaza. At the top of the steps, you will see them in suits, but holding their Georgia State Patrol caps. There will be surviving members of President Carter's State Patrol detail from his time as he served as governor. President Carter, he was very involved in the plans of his memorial service, and he had asked that we honor these men who protected him during his term. To him, they were more than a protective detail. According to President Carter, when he was making plans for his services, President Carter said they were his family. And so we're going to honor them today. I'm going to mention the surviving members' names who protected President Carter's State Patrol during his term as governor. They include Joe Daniels, Myron Freeman, Bill Hitchens, Bill Holton, Buddy McDermott, and Dan Sproul.
And Sean, as we look at this motorcade making its way, you see traffic, you know, on the left-hand side of your screen really coming to a halt there. But you know, people taking this moment in, and as they arrive there on the Capitol grounds, we know the governor's going to be there, we know the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House, and the mayor. They will all be there on the sidewalk to receive the motorcade. Jack Carter, who is the eldest son, we understand will leave the car and then greet each of them. And again, this is only supposed to last about 5 minutes, but it's going to be a very private moment. Certainly, this will be heavy with meaning, significance, and just taking in the moment of what all this means, not only to the dignitaries, but the people who live in our city and state.
And as you mentioned, Blair, the public will be allowed to be on a part of the lawn that is outside of the state's capitol. It is a bit of a distance away, maybe tough to see, but I think for Georgians who want to be there, this is a way to be as close to the president as some people will ever be able to get.
Sure, when there's something like this, and you look back on if you were taking in the funeral for Ronald Reagan, Secret Service is all over this, and as it should be, and they want to make sure this is done right, safely, and appropriately. So that's why here at the Carter Center where we are, it is very hard for people to get up here, but looking off camera, I do see people on their bikes and some people walking by. Plenty will be showing up here, certainly to take in the moment, but certainly taking the next few days ahead as President Carter, his body lies in repose.
Once the motorcade leaves the state capitol, it will then make its way to the Carter Presidential Center. And on its way here, if you've never been here, it houses the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library Museum. It's part of the National Archives and Records Administration, the Carter Center, which is a non-governmental organization. This all started for the Carters as a midnight idea.
I love that story.
Right.
I think it's, it speaks to so much about it.
It really does. It blossomed over the last 40 years into a thriving organization. The Carter Presidential Center has advanced peace, health in more than 80 countries. Adam Murphy earlier spoke to one of the members of the Carter Center who talked about the importance of stopping guinea worm.
Right.
Something that
right.
here in the United States, you're like, well, what in the heck is that?
Right.
But for third world countries
it
who
was
were
a big
relying
deal.
on the superpower of the United States and its leader to come in and help intervene and help others. And that's really synonymous of what Jimmy Carter's administration and his life has been about. It's about service and helping others.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you're talking about administration officials, I've heard them talk about, how big of a deal food stamps was during his administration, that at the end of a cabinet meeting, he had said, is there anything else? And someone brought up, President Carter, we need to talk about food stamps, because at a time, people had to pay in to get food stamps, and they brought that to his attention, and he said, we need to change that. And they did. And it wasn't too hard to do, but it certainly had a profound impact.
Under the Carter Presidential Center and the Carter Center, President Carter led the eradication of guinea worm, observed over 125 elections in 40 countries to help establish and strengthen democracies, and also began work on the U.S. electoral process, working for both sides of the aisle to bring their international experience and expertise to the local level. He furthered avenues of peace in Ethiopia, Liberia, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, the Korean Peninsula. He strengthened international standards for human rights, pioneered new public health approaches, preventing tropical diseases in African and Latin communities. But also here, he advanced efforts to improve mental health here at home, diminishing the stigma that people with mental illnesses in the U.S. and globally have to deal with. And he also worked with the state of Georgia on recently passing Mental Health Parity Act, which will help Georgians access affordable mental health care and substance use disorder treatment for themselves and their children. This is what he did, working to his last day.
And look at how far we've come on mental health. So there's so much more to be done. But you think about the stigma now, but the stigma
But imagine then.
Absolutely. The late 70s, into 1980, and how significant it was then. That was a major deal. It still is. I'm not trying to diminish that. But it certainly adds to what has been happening with him and the legacy he leaves behind. And some might argue, looking at the impact and the improving mental health care and trying to deal with that stigma and how it's grown to today may not have been as successful without Jimmy Carter.
We know that the motorcade has now passed Clayton County. It is less than 25 miles away from the state capitol. What we've learned from the Carter Center and from the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and also the Carter family is that it was very important to President Carter that his first service took place at the Carter Presidential Center to be reserved for the staff who will continue to fulfill his legacy into the future. President Carter, he believed that all of the Carter Center's programs fell under the umbrella of human rights, and that's a cause that he dedicated his entire life to. He is responsible, if you look on the left side of your screen, President Carter is the reason why the portrait of Martin Luther King Jr.
Absolutely.
now resides in the state capitol. At the time when he asked for that to be put in, was considered controversial.
Right. They wouldn't even lower the flag to half staff when Martin Luther King was assassinated here in this state, and he wanted to change that.
He's changed a lot of lives, both in life and now in death.
And as we show, sorry to cut you off, Sean, as we show you the live pictures of the procession, you know, as we get closer to the city and get closer to where more people are, you certainly can see the impact he has had on so many people. As you see the American flag hanging there in the whipping wind, a crowd of people standing there in silence, firefighters there standing at salute. One last moment to say goodbye to former President Carter. I always think it's so powerful and so really almost no words when you see a procession like this, when you lose someone. Maybe it's a line of duty death, former president, and the impact it has on so many people, almost no words when people are standing there just wanting to take it again, just wanting to be part of history.
We're looking now at the state capitol in Atlanta as the flag flies at half-staff. Governor Brian Kemp had specifically asked for this to be done to respect the life and death of former President Jimmy Carter. We have seen this motorcade, and it is reflective of people coming out to pay their respects, to show their gratitude, but also to just honor the memory of Georgia's native son, who passed away 100 years old. He was the longest living president in the United States. Former military veteran, was a peanut farmer, grew up playing in peanut fields with little black boys at the time. That was considered absolutely controversial in the South.
Well, you know, what's funny about that is we keep referring to him as this, you know, peanut farmer, and almost so simple and everything. And I was talking to Ambassador Young about that. I said, this was a simple man. He said, Jimmy Carter was no simple man. He was a nuclear physicist, but he was simple on that peanut farm. But he grew up to do so much more. And those experiences really formed into everything else going on, and that he was a very complicated person. He was a serious person who was focused on perfection, and that's why he was so committed to so many different things and did them well.
But I think that's what made him so endearing
Absolutely.
to so many people after he left office and became the humanitarian that both he and his wife was, is because how his upbringing shaped his life. Growing up impoverished, not broke, but not having all the bells and whistles that he had later in life, but he showed how you can work from the bootstraps and climb and pursue your wildest dream of becoming a nuclear physicist, and then also becoming the president of the biggest nation in this world and the most powerful nation at the time. And now, after becoming president, serving one term, maybe had left with his head down because of losing in re-election, but then resurfacing and reinventing himself to the tenets of his childhood and remembering of what was important. And what was important to him is that I'm here to help others. And he did that, both he and his wife, in so many ways.
They really did. It's almost in countless ways. Now, as we show the procession, it's getting closer to the state capitol, where they will meet with lawmakers and pass through there. There will be a brief stop that will maybe last about 5 minutes. But here at the Carter Center, where Sean and I are certainly getting a sense that things are about to be busy here this afternoon, where there will be a service. I know behind us we've seen a number of people starting to line up, and it seems like people trying to get their spots so they can see the motorcade when it comes by here and starts to arrive here at the Carter Center, where the body will then lie in repose until Tuesday morning. There'll be a brief service, about 30 minutes long this afternoon, and we'll hear from members of the family. And there will be more of a traditional service, one of, I believe, 3 services that will happen over the next few days.
And if you're planning to attend and would want to be on site, both at the state capitol or even here at the Carter Center and the presidential center here, just know that there are a lot of street closures. And there is absolutely no way you can drive a car here unless you live in this area. The best thing to do is to take MARTA. There's still time to get here to be able to witness the motorcade as it passes through. The motorcade, as we mentioned, it is en route to the state capitol in Atlanta, where it will make a brief pause. The motorcade will then depart Jimmy Carter's, the Georgia State Capitol for a moment of silence to honor his service as governor and as a state senator. This is expected to happen at 3 o'clock. I'm looking at the time. We're about 5 minutes away, maybe running a little bit behind time. But the dignitaries in attendance that are expected to attend include Governor Brian Kemp and his family, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, Georgia Speaker of the House John Burns, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens along with his daughter, and members of Georgia's legislature and the Georgia State Capitol staff. This is what Jimmy Carter wanted. He helped plan this.
Well, and you know, the state capitol meant so much to him because that's really where it all started for him as a member of the legislature and then going on to be governor. And you know, when he was campaigning to be governor, you know, you hear stories about how he'd go into these restaurants and he wouldn't just say hi to people sitting there. He'd walk back in the kitchen and he'd go talk to the cooks and he'd say, they vote too. You know, I want to talk to them as well.
But that could be key why he won.
Exactly.
Could be the key. And what is really special when they do make this arrival at the state capitol and there's that moment of silence. Look closely. There will be Georgia State Patrol troopers gathered on the steps of the state capitol. The troopers were assigned to Carter's detail during his time as governor. They will be standing in a position of honor. And what we're told that will follow this sequence of events include the hearse stopping on Washington Street Southwest. This will be outside the main entrance of the state capitol. Jack Carter, who was the eldest son of Jimmy and Rosalind Carter, will exit the vehicle to shake hands with Governor Kemp, the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, and Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. And then he will return to the vehicle. This is all supposed to happen within a brief 5 minutes or even less.
Yeah, and much of this, people may say, well, what's the point of that if it's a 5-minute stop? That much of this is meaning and significance to President Carter. He respected local lawmakers, state lawmakers, and because he came up through that path, and he wants to share that significance here today. And all of this, as you pointed out, Sean, was drawn out by former President Carter in the days when he was alive.
Then the motorcade will depart Georgia State Capitol for the Carter Presidential Center, where we are now. Carter's remains will travel in the motorcade for arrival that was expected for 3:45 p.m. We don't know yet if that will still be on time, but there will also be a service for the family and invited dignitaries at 4 p.m.
And this was important to President Carter, that his first service, you know, there's going to be this one, there'll be one in D.C., there will be one back in Plains, but it was important to President Carter that the first one be here at the Carter Presidential Center and be reserved for the staff who continue to do the tough work, continue to fulfill his legacy long into the future. You know, many of President Carter believed that all of the Carter Center's programs fell under the umbrella of human rights, a cause, of course, Sean, which he and Rosalind dedicated their lives to.
The procession has just passed. If you can repeat that again to me for our producers that were giving us some indication of where the procession is.
Morrow and Clayton County?
It just passed Morrow and Clayton County. It's en route to the state capitol in Atlanta. Again, the motorcade will stop at the Capitol for a moment of silence. The prediction, the ETA, potentially of maybe 15 minutes away. And again, this will be, once the motorcade comes through, it will make a physical stop. This will be for a moment of silence. It's reflecting President Jimmy Carter's service as governor and state senator. Once that happens, the son of Jack Carter, the eldest son of President and Rosalind Carter, he will exit the vehicle. He will shake hands with the list of dignitaries who will be outside of the state capitol to show their respects for the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. And those individuals will include Brian Kemp, the governor, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, and as we mentioned, the Georgia Speaker of the House. And the special touch will be the current and past Georgia State Patrol troopers who will be standing on the steps of the state capitol, including the troopers that were assigned to Carter's detail during his time as governor, will stand in a position of honor.
You can see more people taking to the steps there on the front of the state capitol. Members of the legislature who will be there to take this in. And we've heard from a number of members of the state legislature this week saying, talking about his significance and saying how important it was for them to be here today. And if not to say anything to anyone, but just really take in the moment because of what he did for this state and what kind of plan he put in place for what they do now, what those lawmakers do now here in the state of Georgia. Forget what he did as president, but as governor and a member of the U.S. Senate.
And the stop at the state capitol, as we mentioned, it will be brief, but if you plan to go or if you have been watching our coverage on Atlanta News First, you were able to see the signs and the mementos that chronicled Jimmy Carter's impact in and around the state, all around the Capitol building. The stop to just thank him for his enduring impact on Georgia history. Inside the state capitol, there is the photo of President Jimmy Carter when he was governor, also as a state senator. But there's a wreath, a mourning.
Yeah, the black bunting.
That's above the photo. That's just showing the respect and honoring his life now that he has passed. And then a beautiful floral bouquet of lilies and white roses that are underneath his photo to just show the respect and the reverence for the former president.
And you can see the procession as we get closer to it arriving there at the state capitol in Atlanta. Certainly a lot more people as we approach, making the trip from Plains here to Atlanta. Certainly a lot more people saluting the former president with one final trip to the state capitol before coming here to the Carter Center, where they will have a service here this afternoon that will last about 30 minutes, and we'll hear from members of the family. And it'll be a lot to take in. And it's a lot for people to take in the visuals of some kind of procession like this, Sean.
The motorcade and the procession is quickly approaching the state capitol in Atlanta. We are less than maybe 10 to 12 minutes away from arrival. The motorcade, it has traveled since this morning through Carter's hometown of Plains, Georgia, to his boyhood home, where it also had a brief pause in front of his family's farm this morning. During that pause, the National Park Service rendered a salute to the late president, and they rung the historic farm bell 39 separate times. And as he starts his final journey into Atlanta, the motorcade is about 10 minutes away from Georgia State Capitol, where there will be a moment of silence. And those participating will include Governor Brian Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and members of Georgia's legislature and the Georgia State Patrol troopers. This is a poignant moment. It's one that if you're alive to see this, you never forget it.
Right.
As a child, I remember you were seeing the funeral for Ronald Reagan, and now we've lost. We've covered George W. Bush during his funeral, and now losing former President, H.W. Bush. Correct myself on that, and then now President Jimmy Carter. These are images that will remain with you for a lifetime. It's a sad day, but at the same time, it's one where this man's legacy will be carried on because of the good work that both he and his wife and the Carter Center continues to do, that is dedicated to doing even in his passing. And his family, we just give our condolences. This is never easy. If you've ever been down this road and you've lost a parent, a grandparent, it's tough.
And we heard from Jason Carter a couple times this week, the grandson of Jimmy Carter, and he was talking about the outpouring of love and support and how much it genuinely means to this family. Every New Year's, which passed right before New Year's, every New Year's, this is a family that would always get together and do some kind of trip together or get together around New Year's Day. And so it was only fitting that the family is together once again here New Year's week. Certainly focusing on the celebration of his life, but a difficult time. Yes, we knew he was in hospice care for a long time. Yes.
He really revolutionized how he debunked so many myths that come with hospice care.
Right.
That many people think that, oh, you're in hospice care,
Right.
it means that you're gone in a couple of days.
Right.
President Jimmy Carter was in hospice care for almost, if not a full year, and
we saw him a couple times.
And we saw him a couple of times. He was there. He was for the passing of Rosalind Carter. He was there for her funeral. And before he passed away, he was able to cast his final vote in the presidential election. Right. He made it clear he was voting, how he was voting. It was very lucid and attentive to detail. But even into his last days, he was still very active, involved. And I read the story and the comments of his practitioner, his medical doctor, who said that the former president wanted to finish his life at home, not in a hospital. And he credits the fact that he made the decision to do hospice care at home is the reason why he lived longer than many people expected.
And those who served in his administration got the chance to meet with him. Those who could, I know fairly recently, within the last month, and said, it was nice to visit with him, but they also knew it was time. It was time for him to go be with God.
And I'm sure as soon as for those who are faith-based, you know that there's a scripture that says when you close your eyes on earth, you wake up in the presence of God. So this man is beloved. His legacy as what he did after the presidency, I think it is touching to the hearts of so many Georgians and those across the country and the world because of the humanitarian acts that he's done. We've learned that now the procession in the motorcade that you see on the left side of your screen has passed Atlanta's airport. It is en route to the state capitol. It's a little bit behind time from what they were expecting at 3 p.m., but you can see the dignitaries and the families of those on the state capitol steps waiting for this brief moment of honor to reflect on the life and death of former President Jimmy Carter.
And that is what you are seeing play out today, starting today, Georgia, along with the nation and really the world, taking in a moment, taking in a time, taking in the next few days to remember the 39th president, the legacy, the many legacies that he leaves behind for this country and for our community. And what you're looking at here on the Capitol grounds as we move the camera to get a better vantage point, look at all the people.
Oh, wow, they've shown up in force.
Really lining the
we're
streets
talking about
to see
40-degree temperatures out here, but the wind is making it feel much colder than what it is. And that is not stopping individuals from arriving at the state capitol to just catch a glimpse of what they can, because the position where they are, it's not very, it's obscured by the vantage point from where they are. The best seat in the house is what you're watching here on Atlanta News First.
That almost speaks more volume to me as seeing the people line the streets and being so patient on this day to kind of take this in.
And to say that I don't care if I don't get to see everything crystal clear. I just want to be here for this moment. This is American history that we're witnessing right now.
And so what you're looking at on the center of the screen is those lawmakers, those dignitaries who will be part of this brief meeting with the family as they stop there right at the steps of the state capitol, where former President Jimmy Carter was a member of the Senate, went on to be the governor of our state before he became the President of the United States. There will be a brief meeting here before they leave and then make their way to the Carter Center.
And after the pause and the respects that they'll be paying, the late president will begin his journey as that motorcade arrives in Atlanta for the moment of silence at the state capitol. He will be greeted there by Governor Brian Kemp, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and members of Georgia's legislature and the Georgia State Patrol troopers. And then after that, which is not supposed to last more than 5 minutes, Carter's remains will then be transported to the Carter Presidential Center, where we are right now, for an arrival and a service that will follow And then afterwards, he will lie in repose for mourners to come and pay their respects from 7 until 6 a.m. on Tuesday, January 7th.
And the Carter Center is estimating that's about 36 hours for people to come out here, and they're prepared to handle thousands of people per hour to be here, is what they're saying. It'll be interesting to see what kind of response is here for people to show up and come take it in. I know when we look behind us, I don't know if you've had a chance to turn around yet.
Oh yeah, we've gone from maybe a few stragglers
Right.
to now the entire lawn is packed with people here to await to see the arrival of the former president here to the Carter Presidential Center, and again just to pay their respects despite the cold, because once the sun sets,
Sure.
it's going to be way colder than what it is right now.
Absolutely. Right now, that motorcade is headed toward downtown Atlanta, where it will arrive there at the State House grounds, and there'll be about a 5-minute meeting with the governor, lieutenant governor, the mayor of Atlanta. There won't be any public speeches or things like that in this moment. It really is a visit of meaning and significance for the family and for those lawmakers who are showing up. But as you look at some of the live pictures of where the procession is, you know, anytime you have a visit by a sitting president, a past president, this is what you see. Streets in Atlanta closed off so they can move through easily. And that is what the former president is getting one last time here as he makes his way to the State House grounds.
And if you're wanting to take part in this and witness it for yourself in person, this is not an event where you can just jump in your car and drive. As Blair just mentioned, there are road closures because of Secret Service, because security is still paramount when you have a former sitting president, whether alive or has passed away. Their security is a top concern. A lot of local and state dignitaries are there on site at the state capitol. If you want to attend, whether here or at the Carter Center, there is no parking on site, but you can take MARTA to the King Memorial Station. There will be shuttles that will bring you back and forth, but for the majority of the day, the preparations here at the Carter Center and the namesake of our former president who has passed away, this is just to honor him, to show respects. At the state capitol, this will be less about talking and more about showing reverence. It's going to be short, it will be quick, and then he will head toward our direction.
Yeah, and Sean, I know when you and I came here, we've been here a few hours now, at least I thought, very quiet here is what I thought. And now I'm looking off the distance behind us and around us, many more people showing up and starting to make their way here because they want to be part of history and they want to take in this moment and they want to do for former President Jimmy Carter what he did for so many in this country, giving back to people, giving back on behalf of the Carter Center and his administration when he was president, and his legacy living on, and it will continue to live on.
Well, let's continue our coverage with Tracy Hutchins, Atlanta News First anchor, who is in studio. Tracy, the motorcade and the procession is just minutes away from arriving at the state capitol, and we're going to let you take it from here.
All right, Sean and Blair, thank you. If we can go back to a look right now, a live look at the state capitol, that's where we did see that motorcade just start to roll up. And you know, it's one of those things as you watch this procession coming all the way up Interstate 75, it is hard to think of a time that we hadn't been without President Jimmy Carter. And you're taking a live look once again at the state capitol there on Washington Street in downtown Atlanta. This is an opportunity to honor former President Carter for his years, not just as a state senator, but also as a governor as well, and as, of course, as the 39th President of the United States. Let's take a moment. And as we watch right now, we can see a number of local and state leaders lining up to receive Jack Carter, the eldest son of President and Mrs. Carter. He will be leaving the family vehicle in order to shake hands with all the representatives who are there, including Governor Brian Kemp, his wife and daughters, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, along with his wife, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, along with his daughter, Speaker John Burns and his wife, and current General Assembly of Georgia. You can see many of them are gathered behind those dignitaries. And there we see Jack Carter, the eldest son of President and Mrs. Carter. And alongside Jack Carter is Jason Carter, grandson of former President Jimmy Carter, who's been a vigilant spokesperson for the former president, really giving us insight into how the family is doing and how they're handling the loss of former President Carter. And of course, Jack and Jason both receiving a number of hugs from local and state leaders there in front of the state capitol. And this moment, of course, expected to be very brief, as the hearse carrying former President Jimmy Carter is expected to continue on, along with the family as well. And they are in several vehicles behind the former president. And Jack Carter giving a wave to the General Assembly as well. It is really, truly a beautiful day here in Atlanta to honor and remember the legacy of our 39th president. Atlanta News First, Abby Kasouris, who's covered local government here in the metro area and across the state, is there on the ground in front of the Capitol. And Abby, I know a number of people have been out there waiting patiently, waiting for this moment to happen.
Yeah, certainly. There are groups of people who are lining the streets here to be able to be here for this moment. Of course, it's very solemn, and getting to see those dignitaries and those state leaders pay their respects to this family. Even Governor Brian Kemp, you could tell, even on the way out with Jason Carter and Jack Carter, giving them a second shake of the hand, a hug to pay his respects there as well. You can see the honor guard still lining the pathway to the state capitol. Of course, Jimmy Carter creating a legacy here in Georgia, not only during his time as president, but also in the but also here as governor and a state senator as well. They're thanking him for his time that he has served our state and our country. We know that this motorcade, this stop was supposed to be pretty brief, but getting to actually see it in person and see the deep reverence and respect that people have, it definitely has you feeling a lot of emotions, especially as you see on the path there are 5 members who had served the family as state troopers. And we can see the motorcade continuing to carry on here. But they were honored today, those members who were his security detail, making sure that he was always safe. But Carter wanted them to be included in this ceremony because he said that they were essentially like family. And so he wanted to make sure that they're honored today. One of those members is State Representative Bill Hitchens. His son is still the head of State Patrol here in our state. We're hoping to get to talk with him. But you'll get to see the governor, his wife, his daughters, as well as the mayor will be heading towards the Carter Center where Sean and Blair are. They'll also participate in some of those later services, and there'll be dignitaries there as well. A lot of these remaining state lawmakers will stick around here, and we hope to get to talk with them about what it means to be a part of this type of ceremony. Beginning to talk to some of them earlier this week, they feel very strongly that now is the time for them to reflect and take up upon Carter's legacy and continue to help our state.
Abby, thank you. We'll let you stay there and have an opportunity to speak with a number of those people who really remember the impact of former President Jimmy Carter. And again, just sitting here thinking, it's hard to imagine a time when we didn't look to former President Carter for all of his efforts, for what he's done here in the country and across our state as well. This is a live camera right now at the Jackson Street Bridge, where we're waiting to see the motorcade roll up. And, you know, as we look back on that brief moment there at the state capitol, many forget that Jimmy Carter was a senator, a two-term senator. He was a one-term governor because then, of course, he decided to run for president. But during that time, the number of changes he made and really his efforts to work to change and end segregation and racial discrimination here in the South still reverberate today. And we see the lasting impacts of those things today. You know, during his two terms in the state Senate, former President Carter became known as being a person who was very tough and an independent operator and really working to end wasteful government practices and, of course, helping repeal laws designed to discourage blacks from voting. You know, he mentioned before that previously one of the reasons he got into politics is so that he could see little kids, young black kids and young white kids go to school together. He wanted to make a difference, and he was able to do that as he ascended to power, not just from state senate, of course, to governor, and of course, then to president as well. You know, when he was elected governor of Georgia, he had to run a second time. He was defeated the first time by a well-known segregationist at the time. But when he became governor, he really impacted so many because he said at the time for discrimination is over. A number of his segregationist supporters, loyalists, well, they walked out of the room because they felt like that's not what they were promised and not who they thought he would be as governor. He went on to say, back then, Mr. Carter said, no poor, rural, weak, or black person should ever have to bear the additional burden of being deprived of the opportunity of an education or a job or simple justice. So he continued to work throughout his time as governor and as president to make sure there were equal opportunities. And of course, making sure that there was a portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. in the State House. And that sparked a protest by KKK members right out in front of the State House, right there in downtown Atlanta. All right, on the right side of your screen, you can see that motorcade coming up at Jackson Street as it makes its way to the Carter Center. And that is where former President Jimmy Carter will lie in repose. And after a ceremony this afternoon, there will be an opportunity for so many from the public to have a chance just to walk by his casket, to get as close as they possibly can to the former president. So many never got a chance to meet him and really only saw him at a distance. And he was known to so many for the humanitarian work that he did. And we were speaking earlier just about all that he was able to accomplish in his 100 years of life. A lot of that after he left office, becoming known as the humanitarian that we remember him for today. He wrote a number of books, won a number of Grammys, won a Nobel Peace Prize, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor for an American civilian. The things that former President Jimmy Carter was able to accomplish during his lifetime, well, that just makes many of us, I think, feel very inadequate about what we've done during ours. You know, it struck me, there were some words that the former president said, because he was really a person who was ahead of his time before he even came to office. We've heard UN Ambassador Andrew Young saying he felt inadequate many times next to former President Jimmy Carter because he was so well read and so well versed. He was very misunderstood because when he went to Washington, he didn't play the political game. He wanted to do the best he could at the time for the American people. And one thing I ran across is something that Jimmy Carter said that I think speaks volumes today as we remember him as our president, as a former governor, as a former state senator, as a humanitarian who really spent his life caring for others. He said, "My faith demands that I do whatever I can, wherever I am, wherever I can, for as long as I can, with whatever I have to try and make a difference." And I think those words resonate so strongly today as we look back on the life and legacy of our 39th president. Here's a live look once again at the Georgia State Capitol, where a number of dignitaries came out to pay their respects to Mr. Carter, as the family was able to really have brief conversations with Governor Brian Kemp, the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens as well, for all of them to tell the family of former President Jimmy Carter how they felt about the man who represented our state and our country. We want to take you back out to the Carter Center, where former President Jimmy Carter will lie in repose. That motorcade is on its way to the Carter Center right now. Sean and Blair, that's a brief distance between the Georgia State Capitol and the Carter Center, and we know roadways have been blocked off, and watching so many just get out of their vehicles or walk to the side of the road to pay their respects is really heartwarming, and it says so much about what he meant to our state and to our country.
Well, Tracy, we know how close it is because we can now hear the blades of the chopper as that motorcade starts to make its way to Carter Presidential Center. This is really going to top off what will soon be an actual service that is for the family and an invited guest of dignitaries. But when we got here earlier today, there were maybe a couple dozen people that we could visibly see here. Now the lawn behind us, the Secret Service, it was packed with a ton of people. The Secret Service has now moved all of those individuals off of the lawn. It's going to be much tighter, more security here now as we prepare for the arrival of former President Jimmy Carter.
And Sean, that speaks to what's supposed to happen out here. Twofold. There will be a service here for President Carter, but it also is a moment for people, everyday people, to be out here to say their own goodbyes, to be out here and to take in this moment and to be able to pay their respects to a man who did so much for this country and so much for people across the globe.
And there's we've been told of some of the things that we're expecting to happen as Carter, as his remains and the motorcade arrive here at the Carter Presidential Center. During that service, we do know that Chip Carter, who was the son of the late president, and Jason Carter, the late president's grandson and chair of the Carter Center Board of Trustees, they are all expected to give remarks here for the service at the Presidential Center.
This will also have some pageantry involved, as you would expect from a former president, and the significance that he played in so many different aspects. You know, being a significant part of the U.S. Navy, that will be on display when this plays out. The U.S. Army will be playing a role. All branches of the military will be involved in this, as you'd expect, as the Commander-in-Chief, a former Commander-in-Chief, not just a member of the U.S. Navy.
And we mentioned about how during his life and his legacy, his upbringing, how it was pivotal in his role as a Southerner to be embracing of minority individuals. And there is going to be, at the ceremony today, Morehouse's Glee Club will be performing and singing today as part of the ceremony that will be held here. And there'll be also a list of dignitaries that we've learned. There will be a military ceremonial troops that will march in position. A motorcade, when it arrives and positions in the circle of flags, the Carter family will gather. We're told that the rear hearse door will open and a military body bearer team will remove the former president's casket. The ceremonial troops will present arms and they will render honor for the president. This will be immediately followed by the 282nd Army Band. They'll be playing America the Beautiful and be thou my vision.
We know the governor and the mayor will be here, but we're going to be hearing from Chip Carter, who is the son of Jimmy Carter, also Jason Carter, the grandson of Jimmy Carter. But while Chip Carter's speaking, please take note of there'll be a wreath here, and the wreath inside, we're told, we made up of 39 white roses reflecting President Carter's role as the 39th president of the United States.
It was very important to President Carter that his first service, because he was very involved in the plans of his memorial, and he wanted this first service to take place at the Carter Presidential Center and to be reserved for the staff who will continue to fulfill his legacy long into the future. President Carter, he believed that the Carter Center's programs fell under the umbrella of human rights, and that's where we're going to switch gears and turn to Atlanta News First Patrick Quinn. He is outside of the Presidential Library. Patrick, you have done a phenomenal job with your coverage when the news was announced that the longest living president, the 39th president of the United States, and Georgia's native son, passed away. He was 100 years old, but the 100 years old, the legacy of his life, Patrick, it will extend way beyond the 100 years that he lived.
Oh, it will be immense. Sean, we're about 100 yards from where you're sitting right now. Inside the Carter Center, we are waiting for that motorcade to arrive. We're right at the roundabout, right outside that library, the visitors entrance. Many of you, if you've come and you've gone and seen the museum, you know exactly where I'm standing. The long line of flags, of course, all of them at half staff. This is where the motorcade will come by any moment now, and I'm speaking in a hushed voice, they have asked us to not speak very loudly once the motorcade arrives. We're starting to see a military honor guard. They are staged, a military band. They are staged right now, bracing and preparing for the arrival of former President Carter. Certainly anticipation is building after he left the state capitol. And then this is where they will come right through, right by our camera. You'll get a first-hand look at that motorcade of the former president, his family, and it's all just moments away where they will then carry the casket into the Carter Center Library, and then starting tonight at 7 o'clock, that's when the public will have a chance to see the former president lay in repose. Of course, it will be a closed casket, but any moment now we are anticipating to see that motorcade come right by our camera here, just inside of where Sean and Blair are sitting outside the entrance. We are just outside the library. Any moment now, we're starting to hear a lot more activity start to build.
All right, Patrick, it's a little hard to hear you. I know you're trying to be respectful inside there, as this is a service, and you know the employees here. This is a moment for them as well. They will have their own private meeting, we're told, where they can pay their respects to the former president as well. After the service gets underway, we expect it only to last about 30 minutes. Where we will hear from some members of the family. It will be taking place inside where Patrick is. But after the ceremony, as I was saying, staff will pay their respects to President Carter.
During the service, just some of the things that we've learned that is expected to happen, because the plans for this service was laid out by the president himself before his passing. He was very involved in the final moments of how his life and legacy would be remembered. And during the service, we know that Chip Carter, the son of the late president, and Jason Carter, the late president's grandson, and the chair of the Carter Center Board of Trustees, they will provide remarks celebrating Carter's life. There will be musical selections. The Carter Center Chief Executive Officer and the director of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, along with Governor Kemp and Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, they are expected to lay wreaths for the former president. The service, Blair, also will include a prayer from a longtime friend of President Carter and retired the Carter employees. They will read a scripture from Tony Loudon, the Carter's personal pastor.
Yeah, and Tony Loudon has been involved with this family for many, many years, as you can imagine. And so it'll be quite touching to hear from him here today, as he has seen this couple together for years.
Many years.
And what a love story they have. You know, the Carter family. We've heard so much about their relationship over the last week and how special it is, especially when she passed away. That was such a big part of this, is their love story. And so, certainly we'll be hearing about that today as well, I imagine.
And some of the other sequence of events that are expected to happen with both the arrival and the service includes military ceremonial troops as they march into position. The motorcade, when it arrives and it is getting close to getting in position, we can now see the very front flank of the motorcade arriving into the circle of flags. Once the motorcade arrives in the circle of flags, the Carter family will gather. The rear hearse door, it will open, and a military body bearer team will remove the casket. Ceremonial troops, they're going to present arms, they're going to render honor. There will be a travel through a military cordon into the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum lobby, escorted by clergy, followed by the Carter family. Some of the invited guests, Blair, I know included, and today's ceremony will include the staff of the Carter Center.
And as the motorcade approaches here, I'm looking off in the distance and see a bunch of people just lining the streets, and they're ready for the motorcade to arrive here. But then the 36 hours of President Carter lying in repose here at the Carter Center will begin, and they are prepared to handle thousands of people who will be showing up here, who will filter through one by one to pay their own respects if they wish. And then President Carter will then head to Washington, D.C., where there'll be days of celebrations and remembering the legacy.
And again, we are live here at the Carter Presidential Center. We mentioned that security is a premium here because the former president's arrival here for a special service. I'm not sure if you can hear in the faint distance of the background of where we are, but there is someone who is yelling at the top of his lungs. We cannot see from our vantage point.
I can see, it's a lone individual there just yelling at the top. He's holding a sign. I can't see what it says, but you can imagine the silence out here, and then you have one individual
who
talking at that level.
Talking at a very loud level. Security has not removed that individual from the campus here, but again, it's so stark because we've gone from reverence and silence to some loud screaming. They may have removed him because I no longer hear it anymore. But if you take a look at the procession as it approaches the Carter Presidential Center, we know some of the invited guests are the staff of the Carter Center, the staff of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, Governor Brian Kemp and his wife and their daughters. Governor Kemp will participate in tonight's ceremony. Mayor Andre Dickens and his daughter will be here as well. Meredith Evans, who is the director of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, she's part of the invited guest list, along with Paige Alexander, the CEO of the Carter Center, and Bernestine Hollis, a Center Carter employee. And it was really important to the former president that this first service here at the Carter Presidential Center be here. Very important. And he specifically asked that this service at the Carter Presidential Center be reserved for staff who will continue to fulfill his legacy long into the future. President Carter believed that all of the Carter Center programs fell under the umbrella of human rights.
And we heard from members of the Carter Center staff this week, and they were talking about how important of a moment this was because of that legacy you talk about, what he has done since being president, but also the legacy that will live on far after his death. The impact that this center is having, not just here in Atlanta, Georgia, but all across the world, a number of countries helping with their elections, making sure their elections are fair, making sure there is democracy, exactly what President Carter wanted and the mission of the Carter Center when it was first developed.
And after the service today, and you mentioned, Blair, that this will be a little bit longer than what we saw for that moment of silence and reflection at the state capitol, but this one won't exceed, at least it's not expected to exceed, more than 45 minutes. After the service, the guests and the program participants, they will pay their respects to President Carter. But once the lobby is cleared and prepared, there will be a roughly 36-hour repose that will begin. A member of the public, for those individuals who are able to walk or bike to this property at the Carter Presidential Center, because you cannot drive here. MARTA is the only way you can get around. But there is a special MARTA shuttle from King Memorial Station. They're expecting up to 2,000 guests per hour during that 36 hours.
And we see so many people walking, biking up to this area. Many of them wanted to be here for this arrival, which will be coming right by where we are seated here this afternoon. Many of them just wanting to take in the moment. Who knows if they plan to go inside? You know, as we see with some of these things, sometimes there will be a very, very, very long line of people waiting to just get that moment to say, I was there and I wanted to say thank you.
From our vantage point, we really, you look at this and go, well, there's not a lot of people. It seems really quiet. I'll tell you that once Secret Service came and started to disperse the crowd, this lawn was completely packed with people. Secret Service doing their job, making sure that this is a safe and secure event. There are dignitaries that will be here along with the Carter family. But public viewing is expected to begin at 6 p.m. after the ceremony is over. I believe that we're hearing the military arms. I'm going to stop talking so we can listen. Same thing.
We are taking in the images and the power of the moment as former President Jimmy Carter arrives here at the Carter Center on this gorgeous looking Saturday afternoon at a place that meant so much to him, meant so much to his family, and still does here today. It is powerful to take in the moment as the 282nd Army Band from Fort Jackson, South Carolina walked in, and then the colors of a nation followed.
And the military body bearer team, they are representing 6 military services, including the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, the U.S. Marine Corps Ceremonial and Guard Company, the U.S. Navy Ceremonial Guard, the U.S. Air Force Honor Guard, the U.S. Space Force Honor Guard, and the U.S. Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard. The sequence of events that we're watching, the first part of the service as the motorcade arrived at the Carter Presidential Center, included troops marching into position. We saw that. It's really beautiful to see. I served 7 years in the military. It's a sight that never grows old. It takes an incredible amount of discipline and skill set in what they do. It may seem like it's easy, but they march not only in formation, but they're also having the heavy task of honoring and holding, being part of a service to honor the 39th President of the United States. This is, as they stand at ease, this is not something that they take lightly. And you're picking the best of the best to participate in this. As the motorcade arrived, they will stop at the Circle of Flags. We're now waiting for the Carter family to gather. Once they do, and we know that the family is a who's who of the Carter family that will be here today. They're spread all out across the country, but they are all in Atlanta today. The 33-member family, they are very tight-knit, and those who will be here today for President Carter's memorial service here, the first of 3 that are planned at the Carter Presidential Center, include John, William, Jack, and Elizabeth Sawyer Carters. That's also John James and Kate Lewis Carter. That's the son of Jack Carter. Henry Lewis Carter, the son of Jason and Kate Carter. I mean, the list goes on and on, but I'll try to go through as many as I can. Thomas Clyde Carter, the son of Jason and Kate Carter. Sarah Rosemary Carter. Oh. That's the Honor Guard. They're now at attention as the hearse of the former president arrives. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. We'll have many chances this week to pay tribute to my grandfather, but it was important for all of us that we stop here. These buildings, as you all know, are filled with his life, not just because this is a museum to his life, and not just because there's a collection here of his beloved paintings, but his spirit fills this place. And the real reason that this spirit fills this place is because of the people who are standing here. The people in this room, from the library and the museum and the Carter Center itself, you all are the real keepers of my grandparents' legacy. Jimmy Carter Library and Museum holds the historical legacy, tells my grandparents' story, which is really this unbelievable American story. And you hold it and you present it for my kids and for their kids and for all of those other generations to come. And to the people at the Carter Center, you continue the vibrant living legacy of what is my grandfather's life's work, really. You know this. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was President of the United States. And when he won that prize, it was in no small part, as you know, because of the work that this organization has done and continues to do. Celebrating this incredible life. And a life that I think we can all agree is as full and powerful as any life can be. As someone said, it's amazing what you can cram into 100 years. But as we celebrate that legacy, I want you to know that in many ways we're talking about the work that you do every day. Many of you have devoted decades to his legacy. You've been his partners. You've worked alongside world leaders and the village heroes far beyond the end of the road that are the other people who carry out that legacy, who are not in the room today, but who all of us in this room know so well and respect so much. Your expertise, your track record will continue to drive a world where people can participate in free and fair and credible elections, a world where the rule of law and human rights are respected and enjoyed not just by some people, but by everyone. A world where kids don't go blind from preventable diseases like trachoma, where there's no such thing as guinea worm disease or river blindness, and where we've strengthened health systems far beyond the end of the road across some of the most marginalized places in the world. That is the work that gets done in this place, in these buildings. And one of the amazing parts of my grandparents' legacy is the strength of this organization and its ability to continue their work without their physical presence. All of us have been thinking about this day and planning for it for a long time, but it is obviously still hard for all of us. For us and my family, and I'm sure I can see on your faces for many of you. I appreciate that. But just know that while we mourn my grandfather's passing, I know in my heart, and you all do, that his legacy will live on, not only because of the millions of people that he touched across the globe, but very specifically because of your spirit and your knowledge and the work and the track record that you do every day. So for us, on behalf of my family, to the people in this room and to your colleagues and our colleagues across the world that work with the Carter Center, thank you for what you have done for him, for what you've done for my grandmother, and for what you continue to do for the world. Thank you so much.
Today's Saturday, and usually every Saturday I'm making the pilgrimage down to Plains, Georgia, and sitting beside President Carter in the compound. And you walk in the room, he's wrapped in a blanket, that has Psalms 23 on it, one of his favorite Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd, there is nothing I lack. He lets me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He renews my life. He leads me along the right path for his name's sake. Even when I go through the darkest valleys, I fear no danger. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and faithful love will pursue me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord as long as I live. If you can just use your spiritual imagination, for almost 2 years, our friend, number 39, President Carter, Pop, Dad, wrapped in a blanket that says Psalms 23.
Man, in that motorcade, there was a lot of love on the side of the road. Every overpass had people on it. It was amazing and gave you goosebumps just to sit in the van and see the reaction of the people of Georgia. It's so good to be here in the Carter Center, the circle of the life of our family for the last years. I'm so proud of Jason for accepting to be our family member on the board. And we're trusting him with my father's legacy now, so it's no pressure. But Dad's aspirations and Mom's dreams have been fulfilled in a large part by the people here, by what he did as president and governor. I want to tell you a little bit about him as a human being. When my brothers and I were 10 years old, we were hired by Carter's Warehouse to put seals, tags, on the top of seed peanut bags. They did 100-pound bags of burlap, and the federal government would get a ticket that said what the germination was in the farm material, and then you climb on top of the bags and you put those tickets on 100 bags. We got paid $0.10 a But if the little husk on the peanut, the pink thing on the little outside of it is cracked, the peanut will not come up. So it's a perfect job for 10-year-olds. And we began to learn there the value of hard work, the value of trusting your neighbors. Most of the people that worked at the warehouse were African American. Our neighbors, the closest one to us, were African American, and they're the ones I spent my Saturdays with. They were my age. We had a wonderful snow sled we brought with us from Connecticut when we came back, and we carved a trail down the side of the canyon across the street from our house. And then we cut a vine off, so if you could go down this thing, and when you got to the bottom, if you actually grabbed the vine, you could swing out over the briars and come back without getting hurt. And then you could use the rope to crawl to the top and then pull the sled behind you. On mud, yes. When I was in the 8th grade, I failed. I brought home at Christmas an F in Latin. I didn't see any reason to learn Latin. Nobody I knew spoke it very much. My father was not pleased. And so the next morning, he came into my room and said, we were on Christmas vacation. He said, you have your Latin book? I said, yes. He said, let me have it. He went to work at Carter's Warehouse. When he came home that night, we spent an hour and a half, him teaching me Latin that he had learned from my book that day. He did that every day of Christmas vacation. And the first day of the school year after Christmas, I went to my teacher and asked her if she'd let me take the final over again that she had given us, the midterm test. And she said yes. So after school that day, I took that test, and I made 100. I owed it to my father, who spent that kind of time with me. He was the Boy Scout leader in our town. One day we were trying to get our merit badges in hiking, and so we took a 6-mile hike to our pond on one of the farms, about 20 of us in the Boy Scouts. We had a great time. We had hot dogs and marshmallows and whatever, and had the big fire going. And at the end of all that, Dad started telling ghost stories. And one particularly bad one at the end was very gross. He claimed it happened on our farm. And so he told us to all go to bed. Well, we were just sitting there not knowing what to do. And after a little while, we decided that we would use the buddy system to go into the woods to use the bathroom after dark, so that we could all get some relief before we went to sleep, because we were sure that we were going to be attacked when we got there. I want to thank all of you here, as Jason said, because Dad's legacy from Georgia and his governor's office and from the presidency was a little bit rough at the end of it because of our opposition and the way they framed us, which was probably somewhat true and somewhat not. But all this stuff after that is in the hands of the people that worked here and that still work here now. I see many people here that I don't recognize. And I welcome you to come. I welcome you to spend your time doing the kind of things that my parents love to do and love for us to do. And I need to thank some other people too. The hospice folks that looked after my father for 22 months were amazing. Every week we got a report from them on how he was doing, what we could do to make him more comfortable. And it gave us a lot of confidence, and it gave us the ability to think about him in a different kind of way. And then we had caregivers. One of them is here in the audience. Cynthia was with my father for 6 years. They became my father's friends. They are the people that help keep him alive and comfortable and fed and cleaned and doing all that kind of stuff that we didn't want to do. It was amazing what they did for us. And another thing I'd like to say is I'd like to thank my family. You know, when you're President of the United States, you're thinking about your family, but you're not interacting with them very much. His job was so much more than doing family stuff, so we didn't lose touch, but you had to get an appointment in advance. And that giving up of that time and sharing that was something that affected our family because we didn't have our parents as much as we could have. And I want to thank them for the sacrifice that they made and all that they gave. I was lucky 7 years ago. For the 5 years, I went to see my parents 3 nights, 2 days, a little plus, every week for 5 years. I took over the farm from him. He liked that because he was able to boss me around every day. But I actually was able during that time to become friends with my parents, something I never expected. To be able to sit down and talk to them like human beings instead of the boss. It was an amazing thing for me, something I'll always cherish. Then hospice came, and my brother Jeff and my sister Amy and my bride Becky and I split it up, so I didn't have to go every week. I only went every 4th week, which was kind of amazing. But 2 weeks every month, Becky and I were apart, and that was difficult for all of us. But he was an amazing man, and he was held up and propped up and soothed by an amazing woman. And the two of them together changed the world. And it was an amazing thing to watch from so close. and to be able to be involved in. And I thank you for your service.
Let us pray. What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege it is to carry everything to God in prayer. 1 Peter 5:7 reminds us that we can cast all of our cares upon thee, for he cares for us. Oh, holy and gracious Father, we come today, Lord God, thanking you for your amazing grace. We thank you, dear God, for all that you've done and all that you will continue to do through the lives of your people, Lord God. So today, our Father God in heaven, we come thanking you for the man of God that you've placed here on earth, Lord God, who is an example to us, Lord God, as to what you have said in your word, Lord God, how we are to live, Lord God. You allowed him, oh God, to be the little Christ here on earth, Lord God, to give us the example, oh God, as to how we should live and what we should do. I am reminded in Matthew 25, verses 35 through 36, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was a stranger, you took me in. We thank you, Father God, for the man of God, Jimmy Carter, Lord God. We thank you, oh God, for him living a life, oh God, that you placed in him, oh God, to be the example for us, oh God, in this nation. We thank you, oh God, for what you allowed him to do through this building, the Carter Center, oh God. Building hope, fighting diseases, and waging peace, oh God. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the humanitarian that he was in this life, oh God. So our Father God in heaven, we thank you right now, oh Heavenly Father, for continuing to do what you have done, oh God. Help us to be the example, Lord God, yet here on earth to live a life as Jimmy Carter lived a life, Lord God. Holy Spirit, we ask that you rest upon this family during these days of sadness, oh God. Father God, our hearts are heavy, but yet, Lord God, we rejoice in what we have seen through his life, oh God. We celebrate his life today, oh God, remembering, oh God, how he helped so many, oh God. He saw no skin color, but yet extended a hand to help someone who was down and out. So, Father God, we thank you right now, and we bless your holy and righteous name. We come boldly before the throne of grace today, Lord God, continuing to ask, oh God, that you comfort and strengthen, oh God, as only you can. You said in your word, Father God, that you would leave us, but you would not leave us without a comforter, that you would send the Holy Spirit to comfort. So, Father God, we ask right now in the name of Jesus that you continue to comfort this family. Be with them throughout the days ahead, oh God, as they are yet traveling, oh God. Comfort and strengthen them, oh God. Continue to allow them to bond together in unity and in love, oh God. We ask in the name of Jesus, oh God, that yet we be reminded of Joshua 1:6. To be encouraged and be strong. During these times, oh God, things can happen, families can become apart. But Father God, we ask that you continue to bind them together in unity and in love, oh God. And Father God, I ask, oh God, that the life that he lived, I challenge each of us to live the life as he lived. Let us be the example, Lord God, here on earth, that others can see the love of Christ in us. And as I end this prayer, Father God, I leave this prayer as a sentence from his book, written Faith. Our Creator God, you are with us at any time and at any moment. You're here for each of us to give us guidance, to give us solace, and to give us forgiveness, and or to meet other personal needs. We ask in the name of Jesus that you will receive this prayer, that you will continue to comfort this family. Be with them, oh God, continuously. Bind them together stronger in your word, oh God. Strengthen them, oh God, to know that we have lost a great man, a blessed man, but we will continue to live the legacy that he left behind. The world will remember him, oh God, for the mighty and the many things that he has done in this world. So, Father God, we thank you, we bless you, and we give your name the praise, the glory, and the honor. And we say amen.
They have built in him an altar in the evening coaches and dances. I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring glasses. His truth is marching on, is marching. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea. With a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
About 45 minutes can't really encapsulate everything that the 39th President of the United States stood for, but some of the most touching moments of the ceremony was from the words that were spoken by his oldest, the eldest son, and how the family said thank you and that they felt the love when they saw the procession and the motorcade drive from outside of Americus all the way to Atlanta and to here, well, where the former President Jimmy Carter will lie in repose. And he just really touched on how much Georgia meant and why it was so important that they held the first service here, and that we're really not only the family, the Carter family, but this nation suffering a tremendous loss.
It all felt just so real, and we don't hear a lot directly from his son, but the words for a moment that he said, you didn't see him as a president or a governor, you saw him as a dad. And that's quite powerful to hear here today. And for a moment, we all saw him through a bit of a different lens. From
the
that
parental
perspective.
lens.
Exactly.
One that we can all relate to. I loved how he shared the story that he, like many students and kids that we've all been, didn't quite take seriously the homework. and that how his father took his Latin homework book, took it to work, came back home, and made it a discipline that he had to do. He taught his own son to make sure that he could pass the class. He retook a test and made it 100.
And I think that's one of the stories people will take away, and they all very much realize that this is just the beginning of saying goodbye over what's going to be days of saying goodbye, days of stories to be shared, and those are the ones that people will remember. Like you and I were saying, we all can relate to that, and it certainly gives you a different perspective that we'll be hearing as we head to Washington for that next service. But until then, President Carter lies in repose for the next 36 hours. The family having their moment here today, and some of the staff here at the Carter Center will be having their moment here today as well to say goodbye. And they talked about that. We heard from Jason Carter about just how important this place is to their family still today, not because of what's happened over the last year since 1981, but what continues to happen and the legacy. How many times do we hear legacy during that service? That is so very important to this family because of the impact that they know that President Carter will forever have on this world.
And even President Carter's son made a bit of a joke about how the grandson has taken on the torch and representing the Carter family on the board with the Carter Center, and says, you know,
no pressure.
No pressure. Literally there is, but no pressure. And but it was a beautiful, short ceremony. Often we hear the saying that less is more. I think that's what we saw today. We saw the poignant moments of when Carter's remains were taken out of the hearse, but shown an immense amount of respect. And as they went inside to the Presidential Center, and there they had a beautiful ceremony with Morehouse's Glee Club.
How special were they to hear that?
They were incredible, but also really a reflection of the history that the Carter family has had in making sure that there is equality. And the Carter family and President Carter, his youth, he's been very vocal and had been open how growing up in Plains that his father was harvested peanuts.
Right.
And growing up, they were in a community where most of the laborers were African American.
Very important to the Carter family that the black population have not only a voice, but a loud voice. And that was important, I think, here today.
And a place at the table where they
Absolutely.
weren't housekeepers, but a place at the table where they were also thought thinkers, the think provokers, and also those who were in positions to affect change through laws and leadership.
We heard from Pastor Loudon, who also talked about the significance that he played in their lives. And I think that's powerful, people, to hear the role. We know this family, very faith-based, and how important that has been to their walks of life. As we show you the live pictures inside the Carter Center, what's happening now is employees and people who were at this service getting their chance, as you can see, one by one, to go by that casket and have their moment with President Carter. And we look at those wreaths, each one of them so beautiful and made up of 39 white roses, of course reflecting President Carter's role as the 39th president of the United States. And this is what will be taking place over the next 36 hours. People will be lining up, able to come by and say their goodbye.
And what we saw today, from the concept to execution, both the president and Mrs. Rosalind Carter were intimately involved with the decision-making process of how his final farewell would be carried out. The wishes included that funeral and this memorial of sorts here for the president would first start at the Presidential Carter Center, and that the musical selections, they were made by Mrs. Carter, highlighting President Carter's favorite hymns, his songs, the overtures. We heard from the pastor how Psalms 23 was not only a Bible verse in the Bible, but the whole book of Psalms 23. He wrapped his body in that in a blanket until his last day. That meant so much to the family. And over the coming next days, we're going to see the story of President Carter unfold as he wanted it told, not only here in Georgia, but also as after he lies in repose here, he'll be moved to D.C. and then come back for the final farewell. in Plains.
The first thing we heard from Jason Carter today was it was so important that we do this here. That's the first place to stop here in this journey over the next week because of the significance it has and has had to President Carter. You know, he said many years ago before this place was built, when he was dreaming it up, he wanted it to be a Camp David of sorts, you know, here in the South, and a place for him to come, but also so many others to come. And as we once start to move up to D.C. on Tuesday, and then the National Day of Mourning on Thursday, that's going to take on a very different tone, and that will be much more, you know, we'll have President Biden there giving the eulogy, and so much more of the emphasis will be looking at what kind of president he was and his legacy to a nation as a president.
And one of the long-standing requests that the Carters had for the first service that was held here in Atlanta was to include the team of people who supported the Carter Center's work throughout the world. The Carter Center and the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, the employees were all in attendance today. And as you see, as they're now, as the president lies in repose, there are individuals that were part of the Carter team who are the first to pay their respects to the late president at the conclusion of today's service. It has been both touching, meaningful. The military ceremonial troops, as they marched in position, showed an enormous amount of respect. The motorcade, the arrival, seeing the family. We don't get to see often the Carter children. I grew up watching Amy Carter, the youngest of the Carters, and now to know that not only is she an adult, but she has children of her own.
Perspective, isn't it?
It really brings it all into perspective. The 33 tight-knit family members of the Carter family were all here. Only a few spoke. That was the grandson, and of course the eldest son spoke. But the immediate family was there. They attended along with Lillian Alethea Smith, who is the sister of Mrs. Carter. She was there. Julie Wall Smith, her daughter and caregiver to her mother, was there. Also the sister-in-law of Jimmy and Rosalind Carter, Sybil Spires Carter. She attended as well. And the honorary pallbearers for the president will include their grandchildren, both the male and female grandchildren, because he firmly, both the Carters, they believed in equality between the genders. James Carter, Sarah Rosemary Carter, Joshua Jeffrey Carter, Margaret Alicia Carter, James Carlton Carter, Hugo James Wenzel, Errol Carter Kelly, John Michael Koldinko, Sarah Elizabeth Koldinko Reynolds, and Casey Payne Gallagher. They will be the honorary pallbearers, and in memory of Jeremy Davis Carter, who passed away in 2015, he's being honored as an honorary pallbearer.
And you have to wonder what this journey is like for that family right now. Has been extremely close, been doing many visits together, and knowing that Jimmy Carter has been in hospice care for 23 months, and knowing what has happened here with his wife, Rosalind Carter, who passed away a year ago, and they've been through a lot.
The family has been through a lot.
It is deep, heavy to experience all this, and then with the nation's colors at your back, as all of this is unfolding, it just has to be a lot to digest. And as Chip was kind of laying out about just giving him chills to see people on those overpasses, as you pointed out, it means something to this family.
The words from Jimmy Carter's son said it best. He said, "I could feel the love." Atlanta News First Chelsea Beinpour is outside of the Carter Center. Chelsea, you have been on assignment since the president passed away at 100 years old. You're also a native of Georgia. Grew up learning everything about Jimmy Carter. This is not only tough for the country, but tough personally for you too.
Yeah, it's a very sad day, and the last time I was at the Carter Center was on Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday, which was obviously a much different tone, much more celebratory. Today, a lot somber, a much different scene. So we are at the front of the Carter Center, the public entrance right now. Here's what it looks like where we are. This is where everybody is starting to line up now that will be able to go inside around 6 p.m. And see the president lying in repose. We talked to this young lady up at the front. She got here around 3 o'clock. She came over to us and said, where do we line up? Where do we line up? And now she's the first person that was in line to go and see the former president. You can see how long the line is here, probably 100 people or more at this hour. As we've been telling you all week, there is no parking if you're planning to come down here. So most of these people, I think, live nearby and have walked over here or, took a ride share. There is going to be MARTA bus service that's going to be running. And once people get here, you can see this is the security tent just in front of us, which everything is all sectioned off here, taped off by police tape. But once people do get here this afternoon, this evening, that's where they'll head through. We can see there's metal detectors. We can see there's been security that's starting to move some of the barricades and line up to get everybody in place. If you are coming down here over the next couple of days to pay your respects, you won't be able to bring in any backpacks or large bags. Leave all that at home. Just bring very few amount of items if you can, like your cell phone. You're going to have to get through security and then you'll be let out on the other side. So again, this is the front of the Carter Center that we're looking at here, kind of the opposite side of where Sean and Blair are. You can see all the people lining up at this hour, getting ready to head inside in just about an hour at 6 o'clock, where the public will be able to visit the president, say their goodbyes, say their respects. This will be open until 6 a.m. on Tuesday, when the former president will then head up to Washington, D.C. for the funeral there and the service at the National Cathedral. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chelsea, thank you so much. And I keep thinking about all the people who were lined up here earlier just to take in this motorcade, and I'm hoping they stepped in line as well to go see this, because that's been quite a, it's quite a wait, out here to experience all this, quite a moment to take all in, and it's really something special to see with your real eyes as well.
Well, the former president will lie in repose beginning 7 o'clock. It'll be open in public at 7. As you heard from Chelsea, you can pay your respects from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. on Tuesday, January the 7th. And then after that, the former president will be taken on a motorcade again as he begins his transition to D.C.
They're expecting thousands of people out here. They say they're prepared to handle up to 2,000 people per hour to be able to go through that. So they are certainly prepared for the weight of all this, and the people who do plan to show up here to take this all in, it certainly is going to be something over the next 36 hours as this gets going here tonight.
Well, this has been a very emotional, somber, yet a day of the ultimate respect to the 39th president of the United States, who passed away at 100 years old. Jimmy Carter was the longest living president in the United States. He is a Georgia son, a native of the state. He started out working as became a state senator, then went on to become the governor of Georgia. We saw the respect from our own current governor, Kemp, there to pay his respects to him today, and then on to become the 39th president of the United States. His legacy, the stories will be continued to be told. We're learning so many new nuggets from the family who we don't normally get to hear from a lot, but have been somewhat vocal. And we saw the grandson and his eldest son speak today, heard some jokes, but also heard the tone of the family, that they are grateful. They said they felt the love along the motorcade, along the procession. They saw how cold it was, and yet people were coming out and over in the overpasses just to show respect to the Carters.
And they were waiting a long time to do that. And what's not lost for me is that, so many people, before he became president, just didn't give him a chance. Even some of his fellow colleagues in the State House questioned if he really could be president, and joked it off that he probably couldn't. And then he went on this national run, and so many people did not know who he was, yet he still became president. We all know how difficult that can be, especially someone who doesn't have that kind of name recognition. He went on to do it. Yes, he was a one-term president, but the impact he has left behind is certainly being felt here today.
Far beyond his presidency, it's his
Absolutely.
humanitarian work that has really touched and pierced the souls of so many people. And one of his most ardent supporters when he was running for president and during his tenure was a young senator at the time who was Joe Biden, who is now the current president of the United States. He will be giving his eulogy in D.C. We also know that President-elect Donald Trump also plans to attend the funeral.
It certainly has been a special afternoon out here, an emotional day, a powerful day with the imagery and everything. And we will continue to be watching it from out here. We're going to send it back to Tracy Hutchins in the studio in the meantime.
Well, Blair and Sean, how do you encapsulate and summarize a life well lived? 100 years. A man who meant so much to so many people, not just the 39th president. We're talking about the governor of Georgia, state senator as well, humanitarian that so many of us remember him as, and certainly a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather as well. We saw a number of members of the Carter family there, 33 members strong. Only just a couple were able to speak in a very brief ceremony there at the Carter Center. But from what we are told, each year the family gets together for an extended vacation period right after Christmas up until January 2nd. And that's when they have an opportunity to all come together when the former president, Jimmy Carter, and former First Lady Rosalynn Carter were there working at the Carter Center. It has been a day that has just been an incredible opportunity to remember the life and legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. A day that started out in Plains, Georgia, Americus, Georgia, at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. And from there, a hearse carrying the former president was taken to his boyhood farm. And that's where it stopped briefly there. And then a brief stop at the state capitol where a number of dignitaries were able to pay their respect, and finally ending the state funeral, ending here at the Carter Center. Here at Atlanta News First, we continue to cover the story as we remember former President Jimmy Carter.
And you are continuing to take a live look right now inside of the Carter Center as family members, loved ones, Carter Center employees, and community members pay their respects to the nation's beloved 39th president. Here in Georgia, we are just an hour away from the public visitation portion where President Jimmy Carter will lie in repose until Tuesday, 6 a.m. Between 6 o'clock tonight and 6 o'clock in the morning Tuesday, the public will have an opportunity to visit the Carter Center and pay their respects like you're seeing here right now. This all following a full day of mourning, of honoring a beloved president, a beloved Georgia governor, a Georgia leader, and a Georgian resident here in the South. A very special moment for us to take this day to reflect on the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter. So we wanted to do that for you today as we take you out live. Again, a line forming as some of those closest to the Carters and their work pay their respects. It is very silent inside of this room as we take you live. Members of the military, the service members that escorted Jimmy Carter's casket, bringing him to his first resting place within the Carter Center, where Georgia and the community will have a chance to say their goodbyes.
James Earl Carter Jr. was born October 1st, 1924 in Plains, Georgia, the son of a peanut farmer, James Carter Sr., known as Earl, and a nurse known by friends and family as Miss Lillian. With both parents a strong and nurturing force in his life, Jimmy Carter was a well-mannered boy and an exceptional student. From the time he was 4 years old, Carter grew up on his peanut farm, 2.5 miles west of downtown Plains. It was a life of hard work, a life Carter said he always cherished in his 1976 campaign film.
Everybody in the family loved each other. We had to work together. We didn't recognize hardships. We thought we were having a great life, and I think we probably were.
In 1941, he became the first person from his father's side of the family to graduate high school. He was accepted to the United States Naval Academy, from where he graduated in the top 10% of his class. And it was during his college years that he reconnected with an old friend back home, Rosalind Smith.
That's Rosalind standing out in front of the house.
Lifelong family friend Aline Haugebuk grew up with Rosalind and remembers when Carter asked her out to go see a movie.
And they started dating and didn't date long before they were engaged.
In 1946, the year Carter graduated from the Naval Academy, Jimmy and Rosalind were married. By that point, the future president was on track for a long, successful career in the Navy, serving at military bases from Hawaii to Connecticut. But everything changed when he lost his father to pancreatic cancer in 1953.
Well, it caused him to come back to Plains and try to, I guess, fill his father's his shoes.
My children will be the sixth generation.
Carter had 3 sons and felt he had no choice but to move his family back to Georgia and kept the peanut farm alive. He did, and not long after began dipping his toes in the pool of local politics. In 1955, Carter ran for and was elected to the Sumter County School Board.
I think he was very concerned about the plight of the schools here in our county. Of course, back then it was a segregated system. The schools for the blacks was just more or less ignored, I guess you would say, and Jimmy has always felt like things like that were not right.
After 7 years of helping build and consolidate Sumter County schools, Carter was ready for more. In 1962, he ran for state senate and won, serving 2 terms.
He felt an obligation to serve the people of Plains, of Sumter County, of Georgia.
By 1966, Carter was ready to assert himself in the race for governor, but his anti-segregationist views did not go over well with white voters, and he finished a distant third. 4 years later, Carter tried again and won, defeating Carl Sanders. Presidential historian Dr. Stephen Hockman believes Carter distinguished himself as a governor by working to strengthen the state's education system, cut government spending, and open the door to minorities.
When he gave his inaugural address, he announced to the people of Georgia the time for discrimination is over. As governor, he appointed more women and minorities than all governors of Georgia previously had appointed.
At the time, state law allowed him to serve only 1 term, and before that term was up, Carter developed a strategy for how he might become a viable presidential candidate. In the wake of the Watergate scandal, Carter painted himself as the Washington outsider, a candidate of integrity.
I'll never tell a lie. I'll never make a misleading statement.
He appealed to the American people as someone who you could be proud of.
I'll never betray the confidence that any of you has in me.
His message resonated with voters who were ready for a change from the Nixon-Ford era. And on November 2nd, 1976, Carter defeated then-President Gerald Ford.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I would look at the map of the United States sometime when he was becoming president and pinpoint planes and think of all the places in this United States. This is where the president is coming from, this little tiny town.
The first and still only president from the state of Georgia capped off the day by walking in the inauguration parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, something never before seen from a president following an inauguration.
Comprehensive legislation.
After he took office, Carter recognized the nation was facing an energy crisis.
The amount of energy being wasted, which could be saved, is greater than the total energy that we are importing from foreign countries.
One of his signature accomplishments, the creation of the Department of Energy and also the Department of Education. And he helped broker a monumental peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, ending a 30-year-long war.
So proud of both of you. God bless you.
But Carter's accomplishments were largely overshadowed by problems at home and abroad. Inflation was a problem before he took office, and it grew worse during his tenure.
Americans did not like inflation. That was part of what hurt him politically.
A nationwide shortage in gas, which also preceded Carter's presidency, resurfaced during his time in the White House and adversely affected the lives of Americans everywhere. And on the international front, key U.S. relations with powerful nations were in trouble. In 1976, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. President Carter sharply criticized the move, and tensions between the U.S. and USSR elevated. Carter called on the U.S. Olympic Committee to boycott the 1980 Summer Games in Moscow. Many athletes were furious with the president, while several of the United States' prominent allies did not join in that boycott. Meanwhile, at the same time, in Iran, 52 American citizens.
It is in some ways the same now as it was 80 years ago. To stroll around downtown Plains in the 21st century is to walk virtually the same steps Jimmy Carter would have walked as a young boy. The same country roads and storefronts, the same farm on which Carter grew up, forever preserved as a National Historic Site.
This is where he lived from the age of 4.
With park rangers like Randy Dillard helping tell the Carter family story.
In 1928, they had no electricity or running water, so you see the outhouse here in the backyard. Of course, the Carters lived off the land.
For Jimmy and his siblings, it was a life of hard work. Their father Earl and mother Lillian demanded nothing less than a full day's labor on top of excellence in school and regular attendance at church. In the evening, if they wanted chicken for dinner, they had to go out back and catch one.
Growing up, President Carter thought...
Dillard says perhaps more important than the work ethic President Carter learned on his father's peanut farm were the character traits he developed. At a time when segregation was still the rule, Carter's parents went against the grain in what they taught Jimmy.
This place was very significant in the fact that as a young child, he would help his mother take care of the African-American residents in this area. And Miss Lillian taught all of her children to take care of those people.
They were the principles Carter took with him to the governor's chair at the Capitol, where in 1971, he announced in his inaugural speech that the time for discrimination in Georgia was over. And even as he ascended to the presidency of the United States, Carter never forgot where he came from. The experience he gained while serving on the school board in Sumter County helped pave the way for his career in politics and service to the world.
It's hard for me to say how much it must mean to him. The thought that he didn't think of going anywhere else when he retired from the presidency. From what he says, he just always wanted to come back to Plains.
Friends like Elaine Haugebuck knew President Carter from their days as children. She recalls when he first asked her friend Rosalind Smith out for a date. Carter and Smith were engaged not long after. Their marriage, born in Plains.
We all knew each other from the beginning of our lives. We had to sort of pinch ourselves to realize that the Jimmy from Plains was the Jimmy in the White House.
Even she was surprised when in his later years, President Carter spent more and more time back home. He was often seen walking the streets of Plains with Rosalind.
You take for granted ability.
And he continued teaching Sunday school at his church until he was no longer able to serve. In the end, his life revolved around the town he treasured so deeply, the town that helped shape the man who would become president.
That we had torn down the barriers that separated those of different race and region and religion.
When Jimmy Carter was elected president in 1976, Newsweek magazine declared it the year of the evangelical. A born-again Christian, Carter's religious faith guided every aspect of his life. He evangelized foreign leaders and often said it was his faith that pushed him to fight for peace between Israel and Egypt.
What he has reminded us of is that faith is not a private matter. It is something that we live out publicly, and even though we can be committed to separation of church and state, we can still be also very committed to living out our faith publicly, out in the open, and seeking justice and peace, because of our faith. And I think he's shown us how to do that.
That pursued charitable works.
Pastor Jeremy Schulte leads Marantha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, Carter's hometown, and where he taught Sunday school for more than 35 years.
Okay, I need any number up to 20.
Hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world
What's your number, sir?
would line up outside the small church to hear his ministry.
It's been an interesting experience to call him a friend and parishioner. And when you've served alongside him here in Plains, you can truly 100% say that his faith is genuine and meaningful to him personally, and that he has grown in his faith throughout the course of his life.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Carter's rise to become the 39th president ranks as one of the most unlikely political victories in U.S. history. He was virtually unknown to the country, except for Georgia, where he served as governor. He campaigned on a promise to never tell a lie.
I think he was very committed to the concepts of honesty and fairness. Now, you can always argue about what's honest and what's fair, but I do think he had a very strong attachment to that and was willing to devote himself to those values in ways that would not always be normal in a political environment.
Not since John F. Kennedy, a Catholic, had a presidential candidate been so frank about his religious beliefs.
And I'm pretty sure that was right after we won the caucuses.
Jay Hakes is a historian and former director of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum Center in Atlanta.
It was a very intense thing with him, and I think it did, it was another part of what I would call his self-discipline, because he set very high standards for himself, and I think that came from a religious foundation.
Americans didn't always react favorably. A controversial interview with Playboy magazine threatened to derail his 1976 campaign, after Carter said that in his mind he committed adultery because he had lusted in his heart.
Well, the Playboy interview was a problem for the Carter campaign. I don't think it was a coincidence that his polls started to drop a little bit afterwards. And I think a lot of Americans weren't just used to talking about people talking that way. But if you grew up in evangelical circles, that was not a weird thing to say.
Carter used Christian themes of love, charity, and peace to shape his presidential agenda and the humanitarian work he became synonymous with.
He had a style of talking that that wasn't the kind of careful language that normal politicians would use.
In 1977, he returned the Panama Canal, stating fairness, not force, should lead international affairs.
Tonight I want to have an unpleasant talk with you about a problem that's unprecedented in our history.
And in an impassioned speech, compared the energy crisis to the moral equivalent of war.
I do think, compared to most politicians, he was pretty determined not to do a lot of the things that politicians did. And I think that came back to hurt him.
What God is telling us here is when we experience grief, do what?
After his presidency, he returned to Plains and teaching Sunday school at Marantha. Some say Carter knew the Bible better than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
You don't see that much a lot of times in our politicians. And America has always been known for being a country of great values, and we've kind of gotten away from that.
In 2015, he shared with his congregation, and later the world, that cancer had been found in his liver and spread to his brain.
When he shared with our church that he had cancer before he told the whole world, I said this to him after he shared it. I said, I just want to tell you that God is not through with you, but we're going to fight this and we're going to have the whole world pray for you. And God was not through with him.
Carter's religious example is part of his legacy.
I consider him someone who has imparted on me a lot of wisdom and love and grace, and something that I really appreciate and am thankful for. I'm reminded through his example that the man from Plains, who was raised in a town of 600 or 700 people, can still pursue peace and live out his Christian call wherever it takes you.
The saying goes, behind every great man is a great woman. Always a step behind her husband, or more often, at Jimmy Carter's side, you would find Rosalind Carter. The couple grew up together in their small hometown of Plains, Georgia, but Rosalind didn't have a crush on Jimmy until she saw him in his naval uniform on a visit home from the academy.
I was standing on the steps of our church waiting for a youth meeting to begin. And he rode up in the car with Ruth and her boyfriend, got out and asked me to go to the movie with him. Well, of course, I left the meeting, I went to the movie. Don't ask me what it's about, I have not the slightest idea.
Well, I didn't have any idea what Rosa was going to say, but I think I came away fairly unscathed, and I'm grateful to you, sweetheart.
They kissed on that first date and married in that church in 1946, a union that would grow stronger over time and last for 73 years.
Hard work has been the driving force in Jimmy Carter's life.
After moving around the country on military assignment, the couple returned to run the family peanut farm in Plains, where they raised their 4 children. Carter was elected governor in 1970.
They're looking for a candidate they can trust. They see Jimmy and they respond to him. It's great.
6 years later, Mrs. Carter was front and center in her husband's run for the White House, campaigning alone on his behalf in 41 states. During their time as the first couple, Mrs. Carter supported her husband's work, something she did until his last day.
He's a good father, good grandfather, good great-grandfather, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud that he stands for human rights and peace all over the world.
For decades, the couple traveled the world, trying to change it for the better.
They truly live their life hoping to make somebody else's life better.
For better or for worse, their love never wavered.
An MRI showed that there was a cancer or growth, a tumor on my liver.
Shortly before announcing his cancer diagnosis, Carter published his book, A Full Life, Reflections at 90. Inside, a portrait he painted of his lifelong love, along with a dedication to her, to Rosalind, who has kept my life full of love.
Well, the best thing I ever did was marrying Rosalind. That's the pinnacle of my life. I think I've ever been as blessed as any human being in the world.
And it says, to my good friend Manny Maloof, Jimmy Carter.
Before he made it to the White House, James Earl Carter Jr., better known as Jimmy Carter, announced he'd run as Georgia's governor right here at Manuel's Tavern.
He just was really interlinked with us and with Manuel.
Manuel's Tavern started as a neighborhood bar in the 1950s, run by Manuel Maloof, known as the godfather of Georgia Democratic politics. The Carters would become regulars, especially after the Carter Center opened less than half a mile from the tavern.
He would come in and shake everyone's hand, and I have a photo of him with my daughter. When he saw my daughter, he stopped to spend extra time with her.
Journal manager Stephen Pitts says he'll miss seeing Jimmy's surprise patrons at trivia night, but is glad he's reunited with his wife, Rosalind Carter, who died a little over a year ago.
She was his true lifelong partner. They were so tight and so close.
And they'll never leave these historic walls.
All of his accomplishments, including maybe especially post-presidency, should make every Georgian proud.
Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
My thought was doing it for history.
In his life,
they were just down-to-earth people, just like everybody else.
Charles Plant has taken a lot of photographs of the Carter family. Just how many?
That's a good question. Thousands, probably.
Plant wasn't the first family's official White House photographer, but Plant's lenses saw something much more personal. He captured weddings, family gatherings, 30-plus years of intimate Carter family moments away from public life. It all started with a sketch Plant made of downtown Plains.
I started the postcard business there.
An image he later turned into a postcard, and one that the Carters later used as a Christmas card.
All the merchants in Plains, everyone bought thousands or more postcards.
Like the rest of the world, Plant learned his friend Jimmy Carter had died on Sunday.
I just was sad to see him go.
He and Carter bonded over photography.
He called me sometimes asking me my advice about a lens or a camera.
The two would talk frequently. Carter would phone Plant right at home, making for some interesting stories when his mother-in-law would come to visit.
So about 5 seconds or so after the phone rang, she's knocking on our bedroom door and somewhat nervously saying, "Charles, the president's on the phone, needs to talk to you."
Plant also photographed the family's work with Habitat for Humanity, and his pictures and sketches appear on Carter campaign T-shirts in sites around Plains and Sumter County.
He signed it to my friend, Charles Plant.
Now that Carter is gone, Plant hopes many of the pictures he captured will tell the story of duty and dedication.
The fact that he was a good, honest man and a good president and did the best he could is what people should remember about him.
When a friend in the Navy lent him a learn-to-paint kit, a new hobby was born for Jimmy Carter. It predates his career in politics and has lasted long after it, too.
President Carter's done 108 paintings in his lifetime.
From still lifes to landscapes, and his favorite subject, birds. Carter Center CEO Paige Alexander says the 39th president had quite the knack for painting. This painting of a bald eagle, the symbol of the nation, sold this weekend for $225,000 at auction, all to raise money for the Carter Center.
And so to be able to auction that off and have a piece of memorabilia of something that President Carter really focused on as he was painting it was really special.
The auction list included other big-ticket items, too. $20,000 for a guitar signed by Eagles frontman Don Henley, and $500,000 for a collection of poetry featuring works by the Dalai Lama, Maya Angelou, and Bob Dylan. But the 2013 Carter oil painting is a unique work done by one of George's favorite sons. It's more significant with recent news of Carter and his wife Rosalind's failing health.
This bald eagle in particular, it represents so much in his life, but it also represents his passion for enjoying nature and seeing the beauty in everything.
Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Jimmy Carter had something, some kind of fire, some kind of force that kind of showed up in the end in this sort of unusual way.
After nearly 2 years of entering hospice care, turning 100 years old, and voting for the 2024 presidential election, President Jimmy Carter has passed.
I think anybody who's ever worked with him as a writer has always been challenged to sort of be absolutely accurate.
Tom DeTita, director of World Communities Theater, was commissioned to write a play about the Carters in the mid-1990s. And recently commissioned to write Jimmy Carter Interstage Left, that premiered at the Carter Center in October.
I invited him to First Tech because there would be lots of problems, and he was only scheduled to say for, I think, 20 minutes. And, you know, Carter was very meticulous with time. But with all the catastrophes happening on stage, which he pointed out to me repeatedly, he stayed for an hour and 20 minutes.
DeTita says President Carter and First Lady Rosalind were model leaders.
The most important thing that is left behind is the nature of the conversations that we're having. We're talking about honesty, we're talking about public service, we're talking about integrity. They're a reference point for a certain ideal of politicians and politics.
Met Jimmy Carter in the Hurt Building across from the federal courthouse in downtown Atlanta.
Stuart Eisenstadt was invited to join Jimmy Carter's 1970 campaign for governor.
Came in with work boots and khaki pants and shirt. We sat at two metal folding chairs with a sort of card table between us. And I said to myself, what am I getting into here? But it took me 2 meetings to be convinced that I should work for him.
After Carter's victory, Eisenstadt was the new governor's issues advisor, helping Governor Carter define his positions on the issues of the day.
That here was a South Georgia farmer who really understood urban issues. He was in favor of mass transit for Atlanta, which was quite controversial at the time. He was for education reform. He was more progressive on race issues. And I saw him as a possible bridge between rural and urban Georgia.
He saw him as a possible candidate for national office. And while the two ate lunch at the old Dante's Down the Hatch at Underground Atlanta, Eisenstadt made his pitch.
I think you should run for president. And if you do, and you win a few Southern primaries against George Wallace, like in North Carolina and Florida, you could be the vice presidential nominee because they'll want somebody from the South to balance the ticket. And he gave me this big toothy grin and he said, I am running for president and I'm not going to be the vice presidential candidate. I'm going to be the presidential candidate. I'm just starting to organize my team. Please join me.
And he did, following Governor Carter all the way to the White House.
New Year's Eve at Pascal's in downtown Atlanta was not an overly busy one for Sharika White.
The chicken is good. That's what we know for.
But when you've been in business since 1947, you develop a reputation beyond food.
Oh, I've seen quite a few people.
Known as a haunt for Atlanta politicians, anyone who is anyone has walked through the door.
There's a lot of politicians that still come. Warnock comes all the time.
So it should be no surprise that Georgia's most famous politician stopped by as well.
I don't think I ever heard anything bad about Jimmy Carter.
Carter is memorialized on these walls. The restaurant claims it was his first stop when campaigning for governor in 1966.
Jimmy Carter made it a point to go in the kitchen and greet and shake everybody's hand in the kitchen.
Small gestures towards small businesses with big results.
Somebody I just looked up to that I thought were, that were only for the people, just pure and innocent and just thought about the American people.
And that Georgia star, whose light still shines after it's gone.
I think he just helped our community a lot.
In downtown Atlanta, Joshua Skinner, Atlanta News First.
Jimmy Carter loves music, and he used that to his advantage when campaigning for president in the 1970s. Here at the Carter Center, you'll see references to him being nicknamed the rock and roll president. And about 80 miles south of here, there's another museum that honors a Georgia-based band that's credited with helping Carter win the White House. At the Allman Brothers Big House Museum in Macon, you'll find old memorabilia. Framed records, musical instruments, concert posters, and photos of Jimmy Carter.
I think people are unaware of their relationship with President Carter.
Then Georgia Governor Carter, like thousands of other Americans, was a fan of the Southern Rock and Roll Band in the 1970s, the same time period in which he was campaigning for president.
This is the poster from the Providence, Rhode Island show.
Richard Brent runs the Big House Museum and showed us this framed poster depicting a November 25th, 1975 benefit concert for Carter's campaign at the Providence, Rhode Island Civic Center.
His campaign was low on funds, and that particular show really gave him the resources that he needed to carry on. He recognized that there was an opportunity to gain some voters with, call it the hippie movement, I guess is a way to say it. But no, he just recognized there was an untapped resource right there.
The show raised thousands of dollars and likely thousands of new votes. Carter even sent the band a thank you note that's on display in Macon.
In this letter, he's basically saying my campaign is going very well, and we really expect to see good results.
Carter was elected president 1 year later.
You got this peanut farmer coming out of Plains, Georgia, who just ran on honesty and integrity, and that's what he offered, and it was just genuine, and that's what the country was looking for.
Carter continued his friendship with the band for decades, even receiving a degree from Mercer University with Greg Allman in 2016. Through the years, things changed and band members passed away, but the music and the memories never faded. And at 99 years old, Jimmy Carter is still known by many as the rock and roll president. Reporting from Macon, Chelsea Beimfor, Atlanta News First.
Back in 1980, weightlifting 22-year-old Michael Cohen found himself at a crossroads after President Jimmy Carter announced the U.S. would boycott the Moscow Olympic Games.
It put me in a very unusual and very different position because I was living at that time at the Olympic Training Center.
Surrounded by other athletes and teammates, Cohen didn't know how to react.
I was torn between do I support my president, or do I fall in line with the athletes and raise Cain about not being allowed to go?
A quick call to his father led him to a decision.
I told the media that I'm one of the athletes that are not going to be screaming and hollering, that if my president says we're not going, we're not going.
Later that same year, Cohen, along with the rest of the Olympic team, had the chance to meet President Carter. Now a photo of that moment hangs in Cohen's office.
I actually looked at it last night and just, it's a history it's gone. It says to my good friend Michael Cohen, thanks for your support. That's in my office, signed by the president.
As he reflects on President Carter's life and time in office, Cohen says he feels nothing but respect.
Talking about giving back to the community and to the country you love, to serve far after you have gone away from the office. That's what he did.
Tonight I want to have an unpleasant talk with you about a problem that's unprecedented in our history.
In his first week in office, President Jimmy Carter told Americans they needed to waste less energy and reduce reliance on foreign oil.
So there was a pretty big consensus in the mid-70s when he was elected we needed to do something about energy, and he often called it the biggest challenge that he faced.
The energy crisis was at its peak.
The energy crisis has not yet overwhelmed us, but it will if we do not act quickly.
And there were a lot of ideas on how to wean the nation off its dependency on Middle East oil. Jay Hawks worked on Carter's energy policy.
Carter probably was the most fervent of the people of that era in raising the energy issue and trying to look 20, 30 years ahead.
Increasing the use of nuclear power was a controversial idea, but Carter's position on energy was visionary and largely influenced by his naval career working on nuclear submarines.
It was extremely innovative. It was extraordinarily complex, and it was dangerous.
Professor Joseph Crespino taught alongside Carter at Emory University, where Carter lectured for more than 30 years.
More than anything, it showed him that he kind of knew the situation from the inside in a way that policymakers rarely do.
As a professor, Carter was overly prepared and could recall even the lesser-known details of his presidency, characteristics Crespino says came from his military background.
The decision to return the crown of St. Stephen's to the Hungarian people. This was a controversial thing. Not only did President Carter know about it, he talked for about 10 minutes about what a important decision that was for him personally.
The son of a peanut farmer in Plains, Georgia, Carter wanted to be like his uncle, Tom Gordy, a sailor who would send him letters and trinkets from his deployments.
for him, it was a chance to see the world.
In 1952, the notoriously outspoken Admiral Hyman Rickover selected him as an engineer for his atomic submarine program. Carter said besides his father, no other person had such a profound impact on his life.
He frightened everybody that worked for him. He was very demanding. He wanted perfection.
Rickover's program was responsible for developing the world's first nuclear-powered engines.
His experience in the military would have given him, a familiarity in his role as commander-in-chief that, a lot of presidents today don't have.
There, Carter had top security clearance and worked on groundbreaking technology, exploring ways nuclear power could generate electricity and propel ships.
It was taking this technology that had been used for destructive purposes, and how could it be put to use for positive, peaceful purposes.
That same year, Carter saw firsthand the destructive nature of nuclear power when he was lowered into a damaged reactor to clean up a partial meltdown at the Chalk River Laboratories in Canada.
While in most areas of life we all allow ourselves to make occasional mistakes, if you're working on nuclear reactors, you probably don't want to make any mistakes.
That experience later informed Carter's decisions as president.
And it may be part of the reason why President Carter the United States was never involved in a war during President Carter's 4 years. And it may be that his experience with the military, that his confidence in his own decision-making and how to use the military as commander-in-chief was in part related to the fact that he had spent so much time as a naval officer.
Carter graduated from the Naval Academy in Annapolis in 1946 in the top 10% of his class and married his hometown sweetheart, Rosalind Smith. During his Navy years, the couple had 3 sons and was stationed in several states, including Hawaii, Connecticut, and California.
But he also had interesting assignments, and he was one of the last Americans in China before the communists took over. In fact, they used to take their boats and point them outward from port because if the communists came into the city, they would have to evacuate.
When his father died in 1953, Carter returned to Plains to manage the family farm and was given an honorable discharge.
You could see him, when he got back to Plains, getting more and more interested in politics.
Carter would rise from senator to governor to 39th president.
Well, I think the Navy taught him to be very disciplined about things like showing up on time, preparing. One of the things about Carter that I learned from personal experience is you don't have to write him a long memo, but he does not like to go into a meeting without having reviewed a memo laying out the principles of the meeting, even in some cases where he kind of already knows.
The only president to have actual experience cleaning up a nuclear mess. Carter made sure he had direct contact with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in 1979, following the 3 Mile Island meltdown in Pennsylvania.
He puts in his hotline to the people that are on site there from the Nuclear Regulatory Agency, and he's in constant contact with them. Well, he, in some ways, knows more about it than they do.
Carter created the Department of Energy in 1977.
And today, I think it plays a huge positive role in research and development. And things like developing appliance efficiency standards and things like that Carter envisioned when he set up the department.
He pushed for renewable alternatives and even had solar panels installed on the roof of the White House. And in 1978, he postponed the development of the neutron bomb.
We sometimes look at the short-term impacts of presidents, but it takes a long time for a person or a country to build up credibility. You know, he did a lot of things that were more successful than have been recognized.
Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, was surrounded by his family when he died peacefully at home in Plains, Georgia on Sunday. The former president celebrated his 100th birthday in October, along with a backyard military flyover honoring his service in the Navy. Almost a year earlier, he said goodbye to his beloved wife of 77 years, Rosalind, draped in a blanket embroidered with their images. The former peanut farmer turned governor of Georgia was elected president in 1976. His one term in office saw the highs of negotiating the Camp David Accords, bringing peace between Egypt and Israel, and the lows of the Iranian hostage crisis. After leaving office, his human rights and social welfare campaigns helped earn him the Nobel Peace Prize. For decades, he built houses with Habitat for Humanity.
Morning, everybody.
And drew national crowds to his Sunday school classes. Late in life, he battled a series of medical challenges, including cancer, a broken hip, and surgery to relieve pressure from bleeding on his brain. The longest-living former president spoke to churchgoers about his own mortality.
I didn't ask God to let me live, but I just asked God to give me a proper attitude toward death. And I found that I was absolutely and completely at ease with death.
To the end, Carter led a life of public service that impacted and inspired millions.
One of the most significant contributions of the late former President Jimmy Carter is his dedication to Habitat for Humanity, building homes for disadvantaged people while advocating for affordable housing. Habitat CEO Jonathan Reckford says President Carter's work with the group, which was founded near Carter's home in Georgia, started in 1980, but quickly grew several years later.
President and Mrs. Carter and a busload of volunteers from South Georgia went up to New York City to rehab a tenement building on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. And that's really when the world found out about Habitat.
That New York project helped inspire the Carter Work Project, which has since built thousands of homes for people in need.
The Carter Project really is our signature vehicle for bringing attention to the need for safe, decent, affordable housing. And so every year they personally would come and build somewhere in the world.
Carter was always hands-on in his work with Habitat. He volunteered on work sites, physically building houses well into his 90s.
He has a legendary work ethic and is actually a very skilled carpenter. Everyone, of course, wanted to be on the Carter house at the Carter build. And I always tell people, you know, it is an honor, but it's also a stressful environment because you never want to be slacking off.
Reckford recalls when Carter fell ahead of a build in Nashville in 2019 that landed him in the hospital.
And of course, we were panicked and so worried about him being okay. And then I got a rather grumpy call from him saying, I'm fine, I'll see you there. And he shows up and he's got a bandage on his head and a big black eye and builds all week at the age of 95.
Even with his passing, Jimmy Carter's legacy to Habitat for Humanity will live on forever. And where would Habitat for Humanity be without the work of President Carter?
You know, I think it's hard to imagine, but it's hard for to imagine it would have grown so big globally and so broad.
These Habitat for Humanity homes are just a few miles from the White House, and while Jimmy Carter only served one 4-year term as president, these homes may be a more permanent legacy for Carter as a volunteer and humanitarian. In Washington, I'm Stetson Miller.
The power of politics surrounded by the power of friendship.
I mean, when I first met him, he was too good to be true.
That was 1970, when Andrew Young was running for Congress and a youthful Jimmy Carter trying to become Georgia's governor. Both men won before Carter eventually became president and tapped Young to be on his cabinet as UN ambassador.
And he was an extremely complicated man. He was probably the wisest and most knowledgeable person I've known.
So many people have said that he was a champion for civil rights, human rights, the common person.
Well, he grew up in a county that was 80% black. He was a minority. He wanted to make life better for everybody on the planet.
From his home in West Atlanta, Young showed me the many memories that fill his walls. The one with Carter usually hangs behind his desk, but today he holds the framed glass close.
And when was the last time you saw him?
About a month ago. His caregivers were there, his son was there, and we talked about old times. And he just smiled and grinned. It was pretty clear that he had given America and the planet his best. It was time for him to go on to glory.
I'm Blair Miller, Atlanta News First.
What are you thinking here today?
I'm thinking that Jimmy Carter was really a very good man. He was a great man. And the thing that made him that way was it was his intention to be perfect. And he always made me uncomfortable because I have no such intentions. But he strives for perfection in everything that he did, whether it was, and we talked about him, and he liked to be referred to as a peanut farmer. But actually he was a nuclear physicist that was selected out of 500 naval officers to be Admiral Rickover's deputy in developing a nuclear navy. And that's about as far from peanut farming as we know it will get. But even that, he was not really a peanut farmer so much as he was a peanut breeder. He developed kinds of seeds. It was a seed and fertilizer factory that he worked on. And so he was always taking a very low profile and underplaying his stature and his intelligence, and wanting to be just one of the boys.
So many people
Yeah.
he was a very simple man.
And he was an extremely complicated man. And he was probably the wisest and most knowledgeable person I've known. And because I never went to meet with him about anything in the world when he didn't know more than I did. And I may have been there, I may have grown up with some of the leaders in those countries, but he had always done his homework and he always knew his research.
Is there one memory that stands out to you?
Well, the first thing I did when I was as a member of the cabinet, we finished early, and he said, well, we're finished with our business. Anybody got anything else on their mind? And I had been working with the Poor People's Campaign, and one of the issues that we realized was we could do something about was food stamps. And the law said you had to pay $2.50 to get $25 of food stamps. And most of the people who really needed the food stamps didn't have the $2.50. And so I just raised my hand. I said, well, you know, President Carter, you and I grew up in the Deep South, and it always bothered me that poor people who really needed free food couldn't get it if they didn't have $2.50. I said, now, I don't know why that happened, but I can imagine. But it's not only holding back poor people, but food stamps are a subsidy for the farmers throughout the nation. And it provides free milk to school children, and it provides nutrition for the whole nation, especially for those who need it. And I said, if we could eliminate that food stamp price and let people get the food stamps who don't have any money, I said, I think it would help a lot of people other than the poor, because the milk that came from the foods that went through the food stamp program, all of that was a subsidy for farmers throughout the nation. And we came back to the cabinet meeting the next week, and the Secretary of Agriculture had written a beautiful resolution, and he signed it, and we got a couple of million people free food. In fact, it was more than a couple of million. I forget how many it was, but it was an easy victory, and
it had quite an impact.
What's that?
But it had quite an impact.
It had a very profound impact, and most presidents would have been reluctant to take that on, but he knew more about poor people and food stamps than I did. And his mother and his family had been working hard for everything they had in life. And they were very generous and very giving and forgiving.
So many people have said that he was a champion for civil rights, human rights, the common person.
Well, he grew up in a county that was 80% black. And he was a minority. But his mother, who delivered him at birth and delivered Rosalind at birth, delivered most of the babies as part of the county public health program. So that he knew poverty, and he knew that it was not necessary, that people wanted to have a chance. And it's where I think he was one of the last of the presidents that fulfilled Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. But he took it further than that, because he extended it to Africa. He wanted to make life better for everybody on the planet. And he found a way to do it that seemed to threaten other people who just wanted to make sure they had all the money.
How do you think he compared to other presidents before and after him?
Well, I'm prejudiced, of course, because he's one of the few presidents I've known. But, well, I don't know another president that worked harder than he did. He was, on country boy work hours. He had to get up at 5 o'clock and milk the cow and feed the chickens and slop the hogs, and still make it to school on time, walking 2 or 3 miles. And he lived that way all of his life. Mm-hmm.
Is there something about the former president that you know that people don't know when they think about him?
Well, I know that he sincerely wanted to live up to the teachings of Jesus Christ and the Bible. He never left or separated very far from the church. Wherever he was, if he was in the Navy, he was probably working with one of the chaplains in the Navy. The other thing is that I admire was that when the first black midshipman came to Annapolis, Carter voluntarily went to the commandant and asked if he would allow him to be his roommate. And he said, because as a rural Southerner, I had a very hard time adjusting. And I know as the first black cadet, he's going to have a difficult time. And if we were roommates, we could help each other.
That's powerful.
And he was always looking for some way to do good.
Here we are in your house, and we look around in here. It's amazing what's on the walls. It's like a museum. You were telling me there's one picture of you and Jimmy Carter.
Well, I have that picture at my office, but it happened when he was the governor in 1972, and I had just been elected to Congress. And Peachtree Creek flooded, and the water got up into people's houses along Peachtree Creek. And I went down there to check on it, and I was coming from this side of town, and he was coming from downtown. So there's a picture of us looking at each other and talking to each other across this flooded creek. And usually a governor wouldn't take the time to leave the governor's mansion or the Capitol to go out to check on a flooded creek. Probably the congressman wouldn't either. But I learned to be a grassroots politician from him. The first time I met him was at Pascal's restaurant, and I wanted to meet him, and he was supposedly wanted to meet me, but he walked by and said, "Just a minute, I need to talk to the cooks in the kitchen. They vote too." And I was a politician who went to that restaurant 2 or 3 times a week, but I'd never been in the kitchen to ask people for their votes. And so I started then realizing that everybody has a vote. And you bring in every vote, and you try to represent everybody. And I learned some very good lessons from him.
What do you think? Do you think he changed your life?
What's that?
Do you think he changed your life?
He did, because I always liked the United Nations and was a real fan of Ralph Bunche, who was one of the founders of the United Nations and won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1947 for the two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. And I followed Africa. In fact, I applied to be a missionary to Angola, where the president Biden has just visited. And I felt that I wanted to find some way to help people in the world that we had neglected. And when he asked me to go to the United Nations, it was really quite it was something I couldn't say no to. I could have stayed in Congress a lot longer. As it was, I was only I was elected twice, but only got to serve one term. Mm-hmm.
What do you think the country is going to miss out the most by not having Jimmy Carter here on Earth?
Well, you know, we as a people are complicated. Everybody was afraid of President Carter because they thought he was too good. And I'm afraid that everybody's kind of afraid of the president-elect, because they've only heard bad news about him. And I think the strength of a democracy is that we find a common bond that, in spite of our differences, allows us to live and work together. And we may be looking at the problem from 2 different sides of the street, but it's the same problem. And we find the best answer when we work together and listen to each other. That's what makes democracy thrive. And I think we're pulling in different directions right now, but I think democracy will prevail.
Lastly, so much has been talked about his legacy and what he leaves behind. What do you think his biggest legacy is?
His legacy was to strive for perfection. I think he was humble enough to know he would never achieve it, but that never stopped him from trying. It never stopped him from waking up an hour earlier than everybody else and working harder. It never stopped him from going out of his way to go all the way across the continent of Africa to wipe out guinea worm. Now, I thought I was an African student of Africa, but I'd never paid any attention to guinea worm. But he did. And his Department of Health with Dr. Fagey started the movement to put an end to smallpox. And I've been with him to a number of places around the world where we were trying to get people to immunize their children. And I think somewhere before the end of his life and my time in public life, we were able to announce that polio has been pretty much banished from most of the planet Earth. And guinea worm, which we in America wouldn't know anything about, but it's an awful disease. But he personally presided over the elimination of the guinea worm from West Africa. He also did something that nobody else has done to my knowledge. When he was governor, he deputized every high school principal in Georgia because he said you shouldn't be able to graduate from high school in Georgia and not be a registered voter. So that if you're 17 and a half in June, you'd be old enough to vote in November. And he wanted every high school principal to register every graduate in the state of Georgia. And everywhere he worked to make democracy work, because people working together in peace will be prosperous.
Powerful. What else do you want to say that I didn't ask you about?
Well, I have known, in fact, I really knew Miss Lillian and learned to appreciate her before I met him. And she went to the Peace Corps in India when she was 66 years old, working with the health care of Indians in poor areas. She had been the nurse for Sumter County. And in that capacity, because they didn't have a big hospital, she delivered most of the babies black or white. And she thought of all of them as her children. And I think that's where he got his good side from. But it was deeper than that. It was his grandfather was a liberal Southerner in the rural South when that was really dangerous even. But it never bothered him the thing that got us off on the wrong foot was he said he's from Sumter County, and I said, the only thing I know about Sumter County is Sheriff Fred Chappell. He said, oh yeah, he's a good friend of mine. And Dr. King had said that Fred Chappell was the meanest man in the world because when they were arrested on a day like this, where it was nice in the middle of the day, and they were sent to Sumter County Prison, and it turned cold at night, he turned on the air conditioning to bring in more cold air and wouldn't let us bring blankets to the people who were in jail. He said, you should have thought of that before you broke the law. And, but...
So you were cautious at first?
Well, I had to be, because he was, I mean, when I first met him, he was too good to be true. But I say in all of these years, and it's, let's see, since 1970, that's 50 years that I've known him. He's never let me down. Even when I resigned from the UN, the last argument we had was that he did not want to accept my resignation. And I said, that's the reason I didn't bring it to you. I brought it to the Secretary of State. He said, but I appointed you. I said, yeah, but he was my immediate supervisor. And I said, New York is not like Atlanta. In Atlanta, the black and Jewish community gets along very well. New York has a rougher edge on that. And I said, if I don't resign, I could see a conflict between a more conservative Jewish community in Brooklyn and a more liberal, radical community in Harlem having a race riot in front of the UN. And I said, I don't need that, and you don't either. The country does not need it. And I knew you wouldn't want to accept my resignation. That's why I gave it to somebody else. But I said, I also wanted to leave because I wanted to get back to Georgia and start your reelection campaign, because you've got a lot of work that you need to do before you leave the White House. He didn't get reelected, but he never stopped doing the work.
That's great. When you answer this, just look at Blair. Yeah. Do you have any funny personal stories that you will never forget?
You know, I really don't, because he was always so serious. Now, the people around him, the people who he brought to Washington with him, were quite controversial. And yet he saw a good in them that helped him get to be elected president. And he always stuck with them. And everybody that's ever worked for him still believes in him and is very, very proud of everything we did.
He was pretty serious most of the time.
Yeah.
Former President Jimmy Carter has passed. That news breaking on Sunday at around 3:40 p.m. He passed Sunday at his home in Plains, Georgia, surrounded by a loving family. Atlanta News First is looking back on the legacy of President Carter from the peanut farm all the way to the White House and around the world. And joining me now to talk about that legacy is longtime veteran investigative journalist and lead reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution on all things race and culture, Ernie Suggs. Ernie, thank you so much for jumping on with us here on Atlanta News First Plus to talk about a man that really is going to leave a lasting legacy for years to come. You have spent decades covering President Carter from his time in the White House and his post-humanitarian work. You both also had a close relationship, and not many people get that opportunity with a man of his magnitude to learn about the person up close. Talk to me a little bit about the word legacy in the context of Jimmy Carter.
Well, I mean, the legacy, you're thinking about a former president, for one, who lived to be 100 years old, who was revered by his peers, who were revered by the people who served, and revered by people that he called friends, and that people called him friend. That was one of the things about him that, you know, if you look at any obituary that's written about him, the first thing is that he was the 39th president of the United States. But I think if you ask him, he would say that my lasting legacy was what I was able to provide to humanity, what I was able to do after I left the White House, by starting the Carter Center, by going all over the world promoting democracy, by going all over the world in the country building houses for Habitat for Humanity, by going to Africa and these underdeveloped nations and helping to eradicate disease, and by coming back home to Plains, Georgia, being Mr. Jimmy, where, you know, you can walk around his town and see him sitting on someone's porch eating peanuts and just laughing and telling jokes, or walking around downtown Plains. So that's what his legacy is, I think, of being a decent humanitarian, and who also happened to once have been president of the United States.
Who also happened to be a president. I love that you put it that way. I want to talk a little bit about a story that you did on calling Jimmy Carter the son of the South, and really delving into his evolving stance on race and his participation in the fight for racial equality around the country, and kind of those conversations that during his time weren't as easy to speak on as we discuss them now. Talk to me about Jimmy Carter in his early era of presidency, during his time in the White House, and that conversation around race.
I mean, I think when you talk about Jimmy Carter and race, you have to understand where he came from. He was born in 1924 in the segregated South, Georgia. And if you understand the context of what the segregated South Georgia looked like in 1924, you understand what kind of situation he was born into. But he was raised around black people. Rachel Clark was one of his, he called her the woman who raised him, and she was a black woman who lived on his farm. So he, from very early in his life, he understood the importance of race and diversity. So when he got into politics, there was some times, like, for example, when he ran for governor in 1970, he cozied up to Lester Maddox, who we know is a known segregationist. But after he was elected governor, he had a meeting with Maddox, who was elected lieutenant governor, said that don't do anything that's going to mess up my agenda or I will destroy you, basically, in the way Jimmy Carter could say something like that. And he said in his inauguration speech that the days of racial discrimination are over. So when he became governor, he installed a portrait of Martin Luther King Jr. He appointed more black people to the Georgia cabinet than any other former governor. Then when he became president, he appointed Patricia Harris to HUD secretary. He appointed Andrew Young to the United Nations as the UN ambassador to the United States of America. He appointed more black people in his cabinet and on his staff than any president had done before. So he was very, very cognizant of what race meant to this country and how race was an important factor. And he saw, I don't think he's, I mean, people can say that someone doesn't see race, but I think that he was one of the I think that the way he was raised, he truly believed that people should be judged by who they are, not by what the color of their skin is, particularly if you're black or if you're brown or if you're different in any way. He didn't see that. He didn't believe in that. And I think that's all because of how he was raised in Plains, Georgia.
Do you think that has a lasting generational impact, and could we see that continue on because of Carter?
Well, I mean, I think it did. I mean, I think if you look at the presidents who came after him, you look at, George H.W. Bush, or George W. Bush, who appointed a lot of black people in this cabinet. Barack Obama, of course. Bill Clinton, of course. Joe Biden, of course. Now that trend is changing, as you can see now with the new president that we've elected. But I do think that Jimmy Carter set an example across party lines that diversity matters and that this country is diverse. This country is just not a country of white men. This country is diverse and changing every day. And I think subsequent presidents saw that and they adhered to that and they kind of followed suit with that.
And you call him the son of the South, a name that I'm sure he wears like a badge of honor. Leaving the White House, he was very true to his characters. I'm sure you can speak on. How has that continued in his drive to uplift voices across communities?
Well, I mean, when I say son of the South, he's the first Southern president, deep South president elected probably over 100 years when he was elected president in 1976. And, he lived, he was the governor of Georgia for 4 years. He was president of the United States for 4 years. He was in the Navy for a few years. So out of 100 years of life, he probably spent 87 years of his life living in Plains, Georgia. The house that he died in, he bought in 1961 with his wife, Rosalind Carter. So he's a guy who didn't leave the White House and become rich by going on speaking tours and sitting on boards. He made his money by writing books. And I think that's all kind of like goes back to his Southern upbringing. And, he understood the South. He loved the South. One of his favorite music, he was the first rock and roll president. His favorite band was the Allman Brothers, and there's nothing more Southern than the Allman Brothers. So he understood the South. He loved the South. He loved peanuts. I've become a fan of peanuts myself since I've been coming down here so much. And he, famously in 1992, when Bill Clinton was elected president, he emphasized the fact that he was from Hope, Arkansas, that he was a Southerner. And I think that Jimmy Carter opened that door because Jimmy Carter, when he ran for president in 1976, was an outsider. Nixon came from California. Johnson came from Texas. All these presidents, Kennedy came from Massachusetts. All these presidents came from these big states or these big northeastern states. They went to Ivy League schools. This guy, he grew up on a farm, in a town of 400 people with no stoplights. He was the first president born in a hospital. So he is from a different mindset. He's from a different era. And I don't think we're ever going to see anything like that again.
Truly, we talk about the legacy, the life, and what will be left for the next generation. As a younger journalist, this has been so exciting for me to relearn about Jimmy Carter, but you knew him up close, which is not something that many people get. Talk to me about the man, not the president.
Yeah, he is one of the best men I've ever met. I tell the story about how in 1976 my mother voted for Jimmy Carter. So when I moved to Atlanta and got a chance to meet him, every chance I got, I told him about the fact that I was introduced to Jimmy Carter, the president, through my mother in 1976. So every time I saw him, I would tell that story. One of the last times I actually talked to him, I didn't mention that. I didn't say, hey, my mother introduced me to you. But at the end of the conversation, he actually brought it up. He asked me, how was my mother doing? At the time, my mother was sick. She wasn't doing well. She had been suffering through dementia. And, he talked to me about what the work that Rosalind Carter was doing with mental health. And he asked me if my mother could take a phone call. So we called my mother up. The 39th president of the United States called my mother up and had a conversation with her, which I never asked him to do that. My mother wasn't expecting it, but that's the kind of person he is. And that's the kind of, that story that I'm telling you, I look at it as unique because it happened to me, but it's not. It's happened to not millions, but thousands of people have similar stories about how he helped them, what he did for them, how he inspired them. So I think that's when you talk about the legacy, you talk about my personal feelings for him. I like to say, I hope this is true, but I just wrote a book, The Many Lives of Andrew Young, and he wrote the foreword to my book. And I like to think that that's the last foreword to a book that he's written. He's written 30 books of his own, but I'm very proud of the fact that I have a book on my bookshelf, and it's in hundreds of libraries and in hundreds of bookstores about Andrew Young, his first UN ambassador that was forwarded by Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States. So that's a full circle moment for me. And that's just part of who he was, because he never hesitated to say yes when I asked him to do it.
And we know that President Carter and Ambassador Young had a close bond that traveled with them as they changed history together. Ernie Suggs with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, thank you so much. You know, this is something that we wanted to bring you on here to really offer a perspective to the generation that's learning Jimmy Carter all over again, even for the first time. What is your message to those that didn't get the chance to grow up under Jimmy Carter but are learning to love him just as much?
I think read as much as possible about him, understand who he was. And I think in this time of our politics have changed. The country has changed. It's not the way it was in 1976 when he was elected. But I think that as we look at today's political landscape, if we want to get a cleansing of that, if we want to cleanse our palates, I advise people to read about Jimmy Carter, watch his videos, listen to his speeches, watch him build houses, and you'll see a man who has true compassion, who has true decency, and is truly a great humanitarian, who served his country but also served his people.
Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, was surrounded by his family when he died peacefully at home in Plains, Georgia on Sunday. The former president celebrated his 100th birthday in October, along with a backyard military flyover honoring his service in the Navy. Almost a year earlier, he said goodbye to his beloved wife of 77 years, Rosalind, draped in a blanket embroidered with their images. The former peanut farmer turned governor of Georgia was elected president in 1976. His one term in office saw the highs of negotiating the Camp David Accords, bringing peace between Egypt and Israel, and the lows of the Iranian hostage crisis. After leaving office, his human rights and social welfare campaigns helped earn him the Nobel Peace Prize. For decades, he built houses with Habitat for Humanity.
Morning, everybody.
And drew national crowds to his Sunday school classes. Late in life, he battled a series of medical challenges, including cancer, a broken hip, and surgery to relieve pressure from bleeding on his brain. The longest-living former president spoke to churchgoers about his own mortality.
I didn't ask God to let me live, but I just asked God to give me a proper attitude toward death. And I found that I was absolutely and completely at ease with death.
To the end, Carter led a life of public service that impacted and inspired millions.
It is in some ways the same now as it was 80 years ago. To stroll around downtown Plains in the 21st century is to walk virtually the same steps Jimmy Carter would have walked as a young boy. The same country roads and storefronts, the same farm on which Carter grew up, forever preserved as a National Historic Site.
This is where he lived from the age of 4.
With park rangers like Randy Dillard helping tell the Carter family story.
In 1928, they had no electricity or running water, so you see the outhouse here in the backyard. Of course, the Carters lived off the land.
For Jimmy and his siblings, it was a life of hard work. Their father Earl and mother Lillian demanded nothing less than a full day's labor on top of excellence in school and regular attendance at church. In the evening, if they wanted chicken for dinner, they had to go out back and catch one.
Growing up, President Carter thought...
Dillard says perhaps more important than the work ethic President Carter learned on his father's peanut farm were the character traits he developed. At a time when segregation was still the rule, Carter's parents went against the grain in what they taught Jimmy.
This place was very significant in the fact that as a young child, he would help his mother take care of the African-American residents in this area. And Miss Lillian taught all of her children to take care of those people.
They were the principles Carter took with him to the governor's chair at the Capitol, where in 1971, he announced in his inaugural speech that the time for discrimination in Georgia was over. And even as he ascended to the presidency of the United States, Carter never forgot where he came from. The experience he gained while serving on the school board in Sumter County helped pave the way for his career in politics and service to the world.
It's hard for me to say how much it must mean to him. The thought that he didn't think of going anywhere else when he retired from the presidency. From what he says, he just always wanted to come back to Plains.
Friends like Elaine Haugebuk knew President Carter from their days as children. She recalls when he first asked her friend Rosalind Smith out for a date. Carter and Smith were engaged not long after. Their marriage, born in Plains.
We all knew each other from the beginning of our lives. We had to sort of pinch ourselves to realize that the Jimmy from Plains was the Jimmy in the White House.
Even she was surprised when in his later years, President Carter spent more and more time back home. He was often seen walking the streets of Plains with Rosalind.
You take for granted ability.
And he continued teaching Sunday school at his church until he was no longer able to serve. In the end, his life revolved around the town he treasured so deeply, the town that helped shape the man who would become president.
That we had torn down the barriers that separated those of different race and region and religion.
When Jimmy Carter was elected president in 1976, Newsweek magazine declared it the year of the evangelical. A born-again Christian, Carter's religious faith guided every aspect of his life. He evangelized foreign leaders and often said it was his faith that pushed him to fight for peace between Israel and Egypt.
What he has reminded us of is that faith is not a private matter. It is something that we live out publicly, and even though we can be committed to separation of church and state, we can still be also very committed to living out our faith publicly, out in the open, and seeking justice and peace. Because of our faith. And I think he's shown us how to do that.
That pursued charitable works.
Pastor Jeremy Schulte leads Marantha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, Carter's hometown, and where he taught Sunday school for more than 35 years.
Okay, I need any number up to 20.
Hundreds of thousands of people from all over the world
What's your number, sir?
would line up outside the small church to hear his ministry.
It's been an interesting experience to call him a friend and parishioner. And when you've served alongside him here in Plains, you can truly 100% say that his faith is genuine and meaningful to him personally, and that he has grown in his faith throughout the course of his life.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
Carter's rise to become the 39th president ranks as one of the most unlikely political victories in U.S. history. He was virtually unknown to the country, except for Georgia, where he served as governor. He campaigned on a promise to never tell a lie.
I think he was very committed to the concepts of honesty and fairness. Now, you can always argue about what's honest and what's fair, but I do think he had a very strong attachment to that and was willing to devote himself to those values in ways that would not always be normal in a political environment.
Not since John F. Kennedy, a Catholic, had a presidential candidate been so frank about his religious beliefs.
And I'm pretty sure that was right after we won the caucuses.
Jay Hakes is a historian and former director of the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum Center in Atlanta.
It was a very intense thing with him, and I think it did, it was another part of what I would call his self-discipline, because he set very high standards for himself, and I think that came from a religious foundation.
Americans didn't always react favorably. A controversial interview with Playboy magazine threatened to derail his 1976 campaign, after Carter said that in his mind he committed adultery because he had lusted in his heart.
Well, the Playboy interview was a problem for the Carter campaign. I don't think it was a coincidence that his polls started to drop a little bit afterwards. And I think a lot of Americans weren't just used to talking about people talking that way. But if you grew up in evangelical circles, that was not a weird thing to say.
Carter used Christian themes of love, charity, and peace to shape his presidential agenda and the humanitarian work he became synonymous with.
He had a style of talking that that wasn't the kind of careful language that normal politicians would use.
In 1977, he returned the Panama Canal, stating fairness, not force, should lead international affairs.
Tonight I want to have an unpleasant talk with you about a problem that's unprecedented in our history.
And in an impassioned speech, compared the energy crisis to the moral equivalent of war.
I do think compared to most politicians, he was pretty determined not to do a lot of the things that politicians did. And I think that came back to hurt him.
What God is telling us here is when we experience grief, do what?
After his presidency, he returned to Plains and teaching Sunday school at Marantha. Some say Carter knew the Bible better than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
You don't see that much a lot of times in our politicians. And America has always been known for being a country of great values, and we've kind of gotten away from that.
In 2015, he shared with his congregation, and later the world, that cancer had been found in his liver and spread to his brain.
When he shared with our church that he had cancer before he told the whole world, I said this to him after he shared it. I said, I just want to tell you that God is not through with you, but we're going to fight this and we're going to have the whole world pray for you. And God was not through with him.
Carter's religious example is part of his legacy.
I consider him someone who has imparted on me a lot of wisdom and love and grace, and something that I really appreciate and am thankful for. I'm reminded through his example that the man from Plains who was raised in a town of 600 or 700 people can still pursue peace and live out his Christian call wherever it takes you.
The saying goes, behind every great man is a great woman. Always a step behind her husband, or more often, at Jimmy Carter's side, you would find Rosalind Carter. The couple grew up together in their small hometown of Plains, Georgia, but Rosalind didn't have a crush on Jimmy until she saw him in his naval uniform on a visit home from the academy.
I was standing on the steps of our church waiting for a youth meeting to begin. And he rode up in the car with Ruth and her boyfriend, got out and asked me to go to the movie with him. Well, of course, I left the meeting, I went to the movie. Don't ask me what it's about, I have not the slightest idea.
Well, I didn't have any idea what Rosa was going to say, but I think I came away fairly unscathed, and I'm grateful to you, sweetheart.
They kissed on that first date and married in that church in 1946, a union that would grow stronger over time and last for 73 years.
Hard work has been the driving force in Jimmy Carter's life.
After moving around the country on military assignment, the couple returned to run the family peanut farm in Plains, where they raised their 4 children. Carter was elected governor in 1970.
They're looking for a candidate they can trust. They see Jimmy and they respond to him. It's great.
6 years later, Mrs. Carter was front and center in her husband's run for the White House, campaigning alone on his behalf in 41 states. During their time as the first couple, Mrs. Carter supported her husband's work, something she did until his last day.
He's a good father, good grandfather, good great-grandfather, and I'm proud of him. I'm proud that he stands for human rights and peace all over the world.
For decades, the couple traveled the world, trying to change it for the better.
They truly live their life hoping to make somebody else's life better.
For better or for worse, their love never wavered.
An MRI showed that there was a cancer or growth, a tumor on my liver.
Shortly before announcing his cancer diagnosis, Carter published his book, A Full Life, Reflections at 90. Inside, a portrait he painted of his lifelong love, along with a dedication to her, to Rosalind, who has kept my life full of love.
Well, the best thing I ever did was marrying Rosalind. That's the pinnacle of my life. I think I've ever been as blessed as any human being in the world.
Overwhelming emotion outside the Carter Center as people paid their respects to former U.S. President Jimmy Carter.
He stayed true to his values through and through, and he used all that influence to change not only the U.S., but even worldwide to have a global impact.
Carter passed away peacefully at his home in Plains, Georgia on Sunday. Esther Chung says he was her favorite person, as she was able to meet the 39th president in Plains after one of his Sunday school sermons.
We were joking that we should get peanuts for him, and there were already some peanuts, so I'm happy. Like, he's not suffering anymore. He's with First Lady Rosalind.
Susan Okada lives in the neighborhood near the Carter Center. She spotted this crowd of cameras and realized what had happened.
Just a very genuine person that obviously loved his country, loved people, and served his country very beautifully.
Those that gathered outside this makeshift memorial believe Carter's lasting legacy was the impact he had after his presidency.
One of the greatest presidents in my lifespan, that especially his post-presidency, what he did with his years after he left the White House.
Passing away at the age of 100, Carter was the longest-lived president in our nation's history.
It's a life well lived, and it's not really the years that he lived, but what he accomplished during those years.
And it says, "To my good friend Manny Maloof, Jimmy Carter."
Before he made it to the White House, James Earl Carter Jr., better known as Jimmy Carter, announced he'd run as Georgia's governor right here at Manuel's Tavern.
He just was really interlinked with us and with Manuel.
Manuel's Tavern started as a neighborhood bar in the 1950s, run by Manuel Maloof, known as the godfather of Georgia Democratic politics. The Carters would become regulars, especially after the Carter Center opened less than half a mile from the tavern.
He would come in and shake everyone's hand, and I have a photo of him with my daughter. When he saw my daughter, he stopped to spend extra time with her.
General Manager Stephen Pitts says he'll miss seeing Jimmy's surprise patrons at trivia night, but is glad he's reunited with his wife, Rosalind Carter, who died a little over a year ago.
She was his true lifelong partner. They were so tight and so close.
And they'll never leave these historic walls.
All of his accomplishments, including maybe especially post-presidency, should make every Georgian proud.
Madeline Montgomery, Atlanta News First.
My thought was doing it for history.
In his life,
they were just down-to-earth people, just like everybody else.
Charles Plant has taken a lot of photographs of the Carter family. Just how many?
That's a good question. Thousands, probably.
Plant wasn't the first family's official White House photographer, but Plant's lenses saw something much more personal. He captured weddings, family gatherings, 30-plus years of intimate Carter family moments away from public life. It all started